What happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Good afternoon to visit Worcestershire New Road, where we are about to have cricket on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Hampshire. The reason for the delay, heavy overnight rain, which affected in particular one area of the outfield at the Diglis end of the ground, which caused a lot of concern for the umpires, and as a result play has been put back until now. A 12:30 start, 80 overs in the day. Lunch is scheduled for 1:30 and tea for 4:10. So we've got a nice little 1 hour session to bring you this morning before we all go off for a little bit of lunch, and we resume with Worcestershire 187 for 2 in response to Hampshire's 293. So Worcestershire trailing by 106 runs, and I haven't been here, I will admit, for the first 2 days of the game, having been away, but I'm back now, and I'm hoping that the game can move on apace today, and some sort of position of real jeopardy can be created between these two teams. Hopefully we won't get any more rain, and well, that's what we are looking at here, as the first ball of the day is about to be bowled from the Diglis end by Sonny Baker, who comes in now and bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes this off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. I am Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and delighted to say alongside me, for the first time we've ever worked together, is Robbie James. Good afternoon, Robbie.
Good afternoon, Frank. Welcome back off your holidays. How are you?
I'm alright, yeah. Had a nice time down in Wales. Lots of beach cricket, camping by the beach. 6-year-old grandson who's keen to learn the game. So, yeah, lots of cricket down there. But I was keeping an eye on things here as well, of course, as Baker bowls again. And this one is defended off the back foot. It's not Baker, it's Abbott, in fact. Defended off the back foot by Libby. Kyle Abbott, unmistakable figure, of course. Big, tall, strapping right arm over the wicket bowler, who's done plenty of damage against Worcestershire in the past. Kyle Abbott, as yet wicketless in this particular innings, and Jake Libby on 70. Waits again now as Abbott is in, and this time he's forward and pushing up to mid-off and thinks he might be able to get a single, but then decides against it. But you've been here, Robbie, for the first 2 days. It's been quite interesting cricket from what I gather.
Yeah, it has been. Day 1 belonged to Hampshire and day 2 to Worcestershire. But I tell you what, yesterday actually was a brilliant day of county championship cricket, just in terms of, if you were here as a neutral, you saw the ball just dominate bat a little bit, certainly for the first session of the day, and then Worcestershire having a really good second half of the day.
Abbott again from the Diglis end bowls, and Libby is slightly uncertain, turned round a little bit by this one, maybe just a hint of movement away from the right-hander. Thickish outside edge running along the ground to backward point, no run. Yeah, well, I've seen all the cricket here this year up until those 2 days that I've missed of this game, and it's well, the pitches here in red ball cricket, and it's been well documented that it's been difficult for the batters, but this one, perhaps a hybrid pitch and a kookaburra ball, they've found the right combination at last as Abbott bowls, and Libby is just working this one away on the leg side to mid-wicket, fielded there by Felix Organ, and there's no run. 187 for 2 it remains. But Worcestershire, as I say, 106 in arrears, and they would have turned up this morning if there was a full day in prospect, hoping that they could score quickly as they did yesterday towards the end of the day, and perhaps get Hampshire in again tonight. That might now look a little bit more of a difficult task as Abbott bowls and Libby pushes up to mid-on. And there's no run, the end of the over, the first of the day from Kyle Abbott. A maiden to start, 187 for 2. But yeah, that I would imagine that might still be the plan, but the most important thing is just to sort of get in again, really, for these two, and see where they are at lunch, I would imagine.
And for Hampshire, it's just to try and build a little bit of pressure, something they weren't able to do in the evening session yesterday. Spoke to James Fuller last night, and he did say, actually, of all the grounds and all the pitches that they've used this kookaburra ball with, it feels like this has been the pitch where it's been actually hardest for the batters. So
So that's a good thing, really.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think, like you said, this combination of hybrid pitch and Kookaburra ball here, at least, seems to have done the trick. And for Hampshire last night, they just weren't able to have any periods of sustained pressure, and these two batted absolutely beautifully. 126 the partnership for the third wicket was worth at the end of play yesterday. Sonny Baker is going to kick things off from the New Road end. First over of the day for him, running away from us, bowling to Hose, and that's down the leg side. And nothing on it from Hose, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Yeah, he's one of the bowlers that he had a sort of a short ball ploy last night, but he wasn't able to make any inroads whatsoever. And actually, when I spoke to James Fuller last night, he reminded me that to Hampshire at the moment, Jake Libby and Adam Hose look like the best two batters in the world, because Jake Libby scored 228 back at Utility Bowl a few weeks ago, and Adam Hose 266 in a partnership worth 395. Hampshire will be hoping it's nothing like that throughout the course of the day. Here is Sonny Baker bowling to Adam Hose, who's tucking that one into the onside, finds Joe Weatherly at mid-wicket. So I don't want to get the cliches out too early, but the first hour, aka this morning session, will be pretty crucial.
Yeah, it'll probably go some way towards shaping what happens in the rest of the game, really, because Hampshire will be hoping they can not just break this partnership, but pick up a couple, maybe even 3 this morning.
It's a fairly defensive field first up for Sonny Baker. Just the one slip in place as he runs away from us now, and again that's down the leg side. Has he got something on it? He has!
There you go.
Oh, a strangle for Adam Hose, and doesn't he look disconsolate as he begins to make his way back towards the pavilion. Must have got a glove on that, maybe, just on the top of the bat. And well, all that matters is that it's a wicket for Hampshire. It doesn't matter that it's down the leg side. Adam Hose is gone. First wicket of the day for Hampshire, and it comes in the second over. It goes to Sonny Baker, 187 for 3.
Yeah, well, you can call it a strangle if you like. I've had a lot of discussions with various players, coaches, commentators over the years about whether it's as legitimate a way to pick up a wicket as any other, and some say it is and some say it isn't if you're not bowling for it. But an edge is an edge, a glove is a glove, whatever. And Adam Hose has gone. We call it a strangle. It doesn't look like that in the book. It just looks like Court Brown bowled Baker. Excellent innings, 82 for Adam Hose, but he has gone, and that is exactly the little bit of luck that Hampshire would have been hoping for this morning. And Brett D'Oliveira is the new man coming to the crease to join Jake Libby. So no great dramas, no great disaster for Worcestershire, but they have lost a wicket without adding to the overnight score. And Brett D'Oliveira, who's not in the best of form, comes to the crease with the score 187 for 3. And as I say, Hampshire just been hoping they could pick up a couple this morning. They've certainly be hoping they can add a couple more, and if they were to have Worcestershire 5 down at lunch, probably the complexion of the game would have changed quite considerably in this short session.
Sort of sums up the game, actually. It has gone one way and then another, and boy would Hampshire have been absolutely longing for a wicket early doors this morning. Again, once I spoke to James Fuller last night, they said they had a pretty stern chat with the coaches about trying to build some sustained pressure. I wouldn't say that Sonny Baker has necessarily done that in his first 3 balls of the day, with one down the leg side and then one on the pads of Adam Hose and then a little strangle, but nonetheless a good start for the away side. And like you said, if Hampshire could get Worcestershire 5 down before lunch, great, but equally Worcestershire, if they could get, I don't know, within 30, 40 of Hampshire's total, they'd be in a good place as D'Oliveira is facing up his first delivery, pushed down the ground, and there is no run. So equally, if Worcestershire just lose the 1 wicket this morning and they find themselves 30 behind with 7 wickets in hand, then again that then just gives them the platform for the afternoon session to push on, get in front of Hampshire and try and put them under some pressure whenever Hampshire do bat again, which you would imagine would be at some point this evening.
Well, I think Worcestershire will be happy if they dictate when Hampshire bat again, rather than if they're bowled out. That's the key. But just need to settle the ship again now.
Here is Baker over the wicket, bowls, and forward in defence is D'Oliveira, and Baker fields off his own bowling. Some light clouds overhead. We can't see too many patches of blue sky. In fact, I can't see a single one, but there no real threat of rain. Fairly still. Those trees, that chestnut tree to our right-hand side, looks fairly still. Smattering of supporters in.
You were mentioning that it's your first time here, and you've now mentioned the chestnut tree.
Oh yeah.
There used to be 3. So
Yes.
where that new hospitality facility is, there were 2 more.
Final ball of the over from Baker, and that's on the hips of D'Oliveira, who will get off the mark with a single to the deep backward point fielder. End of the over then. Very productive one for Hampshire. First wicket of the game for Sonny Baker. Third wicket of the morning. Third wicket of the innings for Hampshire. 188 for 3.
And those trees were very much loved and sadly lost to disease. And there was a horrible gap there for a couple of years, but it's been filled by a very modern and quite popular new facility, which is open to everybody on the ground. It's not for members only or anything.
I called it the cocktail bar.
Yeah, I think you could probably call it that.
It's very fancy. I like
and so the ground is changing all the time, of course, like a lot of grounds. But that is the latest addition on the hospitality side of things here at New Road, as Kyle Abbott begins a new over with a good delivery outside the off stump to Brett D'Oliveira, which he leaves alone. He has to lift his hands quite high to allow that one to go through. The big man Abbott bending his back, and that one just rising quite sharply off a length, or just back of a length, but well left by D'Oliveira, and then veered back to the leg side after it had passed the batsman. Ben Brown moving across to his left to take it in the end. There's Abbott again racing in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward to that one, playing it back up the pitch past the bowler, and there's no run. So just one added this morning. Quite a lot of overnight rain. I gather it was very heavy in the middle of the night, and although the pitch was well covered and the area that caused the delay was on the outfield, there's just a touch of green about it, just a feeling that there's a bit of moisture in the surface in this early part of the game on this third day, as Abbott bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira.
Yeah, we were a little puzzled this morning when we came and we heard about the delays, because I'd walk into the ground. I mean, I wasn't woken by any rain, and walking to the ground, there was the odd puddle, but there was nothing. I didn't think that there had been too much overnight rain. But then when they said the inspection at, I think it was 11:30, didn't they, initially? I thought, blimey.
Yeah, I did say in my preview I thought we'd get away fairly promptly, but it was just one area around the Diglis end. Abbott bowls, D'Oliveira on the back foot, plays up towards that area actually, which is around about where mid-off is fielded there by Eddie Jack, and he is on that dark green area that we can see. And well, I heard the word quagmire used at one time this morning by somebody who'd been out there, so there was every reason for the game to be delayed. But it's a shame, because in terms of the structure of this game, with play having already been lost, they could have done with a prompt start this morning just to get things underway and crack on. See what happens now as Abbott bowls and D'Oliveira edges this one along the ground into the gully, where it is parried to his right by Tom Prest, and they don't get a run. So just one added. Abbott has been absolutely on the money this morning in terms of his accuracy from the Diglis end. He's quite a good rhythmic approach. He gets into his running stride quite early in his run-up, and then it's really nice and balanced. He comes in now and bowls, and again, just outside off. D'Oliveira able to leave that one alone, but another maiden for Abbott. 2 overs from him have both been maidens this morning. Worcestershire have lost Adam Hose, caught down the leg side by the keeper Brown off Sonny Baker. For his overnight score of 82, they've added just one to 188 for 3.
Yeah, pretty muggy here this morning, isn't it? When I walked to the ground, I had a little bit of a sweat on. It was only 10 minutes, but when I arrived,
were you staying up in town? Were you?
Yes, in the White
the
House.
White House.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very nice. Enjoying that.
Centrally placed.
Centrally placed. Nice little walk to the ground this morning.
Did you have a swim? They've got a nice little swimming pool.
I haven't.
I
haven't had a swim. Should I do that?
Well, they've got a nice little pool.
I didn't have time to.
Yeah.
We finished about 10 past 10 last night.
Yeah.
It went so long, 104 overs in the day. Here's Baker to begin a new over and left outside the off stump from Libby. That time we had I think we had a late finish today as well, Frank, but we'll get through it, won't we?
We'll have to, won't we?
Yeah. Tough. It is tough life.
I don't think it's going to rain again. I think the forecast suggested that if we were to get rain, it would be this morning rather than later. So that's good news at least. I live a mile away, and yeah, I'd like you. I was surprised. A couple of puddles on the patio this morning when I looked out, but nothing more.
Truncated morning session. We're going to go until 1:30, and then we'll have lunch. Here is Baker bowling, and on the back foot is Libby, and he's going to get his first run of the morning down to the fielder at third. Here is James Fuller, I think, in the floppy hat. And they'll come through for a single. Libby on to 71, 189 for 3. So your holiday then, it all sounds very wholesome. You had a nice
camping under canvas again, which I hadn't done for a few years until a couple of years ago we resumed. By the beach, literally, sort of 2 minutes walk from the beach, with grandchildren and their mums, my daughters. Good, busy, kite flying, beach cricket. That kind of stuff.
So active. Here's Baker bowling one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper Brown. Wow.
A 6-year-old grandson who likes to play football and cricket and anything else really. It was active. The weather was kind, thank goodness, and it was good. And I was following what was happening here while I was away.
Ever the professional.
Just ever the fan as well, I suppose, really. Just always like to know. I get alerts on my phone every time a wicket goes in a Worcestershire game, so you can't really escape.
We had a fair few going down as far as Hampshire were concerned in yesterday's morning session. That's left outside the off stump from D'Oliveira. We had a theory that because there was no Kevin James, no Frank Watson, and you two are both stalwarts of county cricket commentary, so we weren't sure if both of you were having us on, and actually you weren't doing a wholesome grandkids holiday, and Kevin James wasn't in America. You were both setting up a T10 league in Costa Rica. We thought maybe a new franchise tournament that you were both going to run. So we didn't get that one.
What a great idea,
right.
Kev would be into that, I think.
I think he would. It's right up his street. Here is Baker running away from this new road end, and he bowls a full one, swiped and caught! Oh, Brett D'Oliveira has gone to drive one through the covers, and he's found Fletcher Middleton, I think it is, at point, who's dived to his right-hand side and taken a good low catch. And Brett D'Oliveira has to make his way off, and he looks furious with himself because it was a wide half volley from Sonny Baker. He flashed at it, and it went quickly to Middleton, who's taken a really good low catch there to his right-hand side. And Brett D'Oliveira has to depart for one. A second wicket of the morning for Sonny Baker, a second wicket of the morning for Hampshire, and boy, did they need that. 189 for 4, Worcestershire.
Yeah, well, the irony, I suppose, from Sonny Baker's point of view, is that he's picked up 2 wickets this morning, and neither of them with a particularly good delivery. The one to hose down the leg side just got a little nick on it, and that one, as you said, a wide half volley. D'Oliveira every right to play the shot that he played, and he just sliced it, and it was Tom Prest, I think, who took the catch at backward point. Sharp catch low to his left, made it look very, very easy actually, that catch, but it was travelling that ball. And D'Oliveira is a very disappointed man as he makes his way off the field. I say Tom Prest not because I'm claiming any knowledge, just looking at the scoreboard.
They've got it.
But it brings Ethan Brooks to the crease. Ethan Brooks, dare I say it, the most in form of the Worcestershire batsmen. That's probably done for him, although that's all nonsense, of course, that commentator's curse stuff. But he's been in good nick throughout the season, but probably wasn't expecting to be in quite so soon when play didn't get underway until 12:30. And Worcestershire, well, we were talking about what Hampshire would have been hoping for just before the first wicket. When they had their little huddle, they would no doubt have said, come on guys, if we can pick a couple up here before lunch, we're going to be right back in this game. Well, they've picked up a couple not just before lunch, but in the first 20 minutes. Sonny Baker's got them both, and they are indeed right back in the game. if they could get another couple before lunch, they'll be right on top.
2 for 2. Ethan Brooks prepares to face his first delivery. A second slip in place now as well from Sonny Baker, who bowls and he gets an outside edge that drops in front of Tilak Varma at second slip. End of the over. Good one for Hampshire, and it's been a good start for them. Their deficit now 104 for Worcestershire, 189 for 4.
And Sonny Baker, 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 56. And when you think that he was none for 50 odd overnight, he'll be quite happy, and he is walking evidence of how the game can change very, very quickly for an individual and indeed for a team. So Worcestershire up against it. Jake Libby now under a bit of pressure, 71 not out. And Kyle Abbott, who's probably been the more impressive of the two bowlers this morning, is in and starts again with a good delivery just outside off stump. Libby, a good leave, but plenty of questions being asked out there by the Hampshire attack this morning, and that is a good response to the talking to that you suggest they had from the coaches last night. Probably more of a session of sharing ideas than a talking to, but no doubt they will have gone out there with a new resolve this morning or this afternoon, because it was a late start. And Abbott is on it again here with this one to Libby, just pushes it out on the offside. So probably the only really loose delivery that has been bowled this morning, that one from Sonny Baker that produced the wicket of D'Oliveira. Other than that, I don't think any of the batsmen have attempted anything by way of an attacking shot, and that's credit to the Hampshire bowlers. As Abbott is in again and bowls, and Libby just pushes this out on the offside, and again there is no run.
Yeah, it was a classic case with that Brett D'Oliveira dismissal of that one goes just a fraction wider of Fletcher Middleton, and it runs the boundary for 4, and you think, yeah, great intent, putting a bit of pressure on a young fast bowler.
Yeah.
He's going to have to try and change things up, punishing the bad ball.
Yeah, absolutely, small margins.
Yeah.
It was also possibly a classic case of, I'll just break off as Abbott bowls and Libby's beaten. That's a real beauty outside the off stump. Had to play at that one, bounced and left him. Good work from Kyle Abbott this morning. Yeah, D'Oliveira, not been in the best of nick, bit of a struggle going out there, looking to get started early on, not much to hit. Get one that's a little bit wider and maybe just go at it a little bit hard. Got the impression he maybe just fell away a little bit, his weight was just off it slightly, and it goes in the air when otherwise it might have gone along the ground. Might be being a bit too critical, just trying to explain what might have happened. Abbott in again, bowls, and Libby on his toes plays this back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It's amazing the sort of symmetry between both bowling attacks, because Worcestershire didn't have a good afternoon of it when we did get underway on day one, and then they came back yesterday morning so much better, and then Hampshire again last night, like I said, unable to really, without bowling awfully, neither side bowled awfully in this game, but weren't able to sustain any pressure, and then this morning right back on it, fresh start.
Yeah, absolutely. Abbott again is in and bowls, and Libby again leaves outside the off stump, and again the ball, having passed the stumps, moves across towards the leg side, and Ben Brown takes it going to his left, and it's another very, very tidy over from Kyle Abbott. 14 overs, 7, but no wicket for 17 from him, and Worcestershire have been out there for 21 minutes this morning. They've added 2 runs to their overnight score, and they've lost 2 wickets in the process. Good stuff from the visitors.
Indeed. How are we asking people to get in touch today?
Yeah, well, Twitter is my main means of communication with the listeners, or X as we should now call it.
You can absolutely go with that. Here is Baker bowling over the wicket, and forward is Brooks, and there is no run.
So I'm at Frank Watson 58, and you are? Because I know, because I followed you this morning.
Well, oh, my personal one, you
Yeah.
mean? Oh, goodness, you don't want to use
Oh,
that.
okay.
Well,
Well-
we can use that.
Well,
So at Frank Watson,
at Frank Watson 58.
58.
Yeah.
If you do, I mean, I can't imagine anyone really wants to get in touch
Well,
with me, but
they might do.
you can.
You never know.
At that Robbie James.
At that Robbie James,
Yeah.
and you've also got your designated email, haven't you?
We're not using ours for
Oh,
this
aren't
game.
you?
No,
Oh, right,
because,
okay.
it's all very complicated. Here is Sonny Baker bowling, and forward is Ethan Brooks pushing that into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, then maybe. Well, let's say my Twitter then, at Frank Watson 58. If
Oh.
you'd like to get in touch, that's fine. Because we don't have a designated email, so I know the BBC Solent Cricket has a designated email which Kevin uses.
It does. There's complications with very boring stuff, but staff, staff,
Right.
I'm freelance.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Anyway, so at Frank Watson 58 or at that Robbie James.
Here is Sonny Baker then with that wristband on his right elbow, and that's pushed into the offside again by Brooks. Better start to the over this.
What I haven't done, Robbie, which I normally do, well, normally I've started doing this season, but I haven't done it today because of the holiday and of being a bit rushed. But I usually have a quiz question, so I'll do one for tomorrow.
Oh no.
I usually have a quiz question which concerns both counties, or so who played for both or whatever. Not too easy often.
Right.
And I get people to send in their answers and then give the answer about tea time. I haven't done it today. Apologies for that, but I'll have one for tomorrow.
Goodness. Slacking Frank. Oh, here is Baker bowls and outside the off stump. Now it takes a bounce through to Ben Brown.
It's one of those things though where you make a rod for your own back, because you come up with the idea and then people say, oh, let's have a quiz question, and you end up then thinking, oh, I haven't done it today.
They are a faff.
But I will. I promise I'll do one tonight. I'll sit down at home and try and come up with something. Usually try and make it reasonably tricky. I've had some good fun ones. What links so and so with so and so or something like that.
Oh no.
I'll come up with something tomorrow.
Sounds a bit much for my simple brain. Here is Baker then bowling and forward nicely in defence is Brooks, pushing that back to Baker, who chucks it to designated ball shine and Nick Gubbins.
I'll give you an example.
Okay, yeah.
Against Surrey recently, one of my questions, and a few people got it, but not everybody, was who is, I chose my words as carefully as I could without wanting to give it away, who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey? That was the question.
Oh.
Who's the most famous name ever to play for Surrey?
Brooks, yet to get off the mark, is facing up and caught behind. Yes, he is.
Wow.
A third of the morning for Hampshire. Fishing at one outside the off stump. Wonder if that just took a little bit of a nip off the surface, but regardless, Brooks is on his way for no score, and that is a huge wicket for Hampshire. 140 and 87 against Warwickshire last week. 0 in the first innings here for Worcestershire. A third wicket of the morning for Sonny Baker. He has 3 for 56. A third wicket of the morning for Hampshire. 189 for 5.
Wow. Well, there you go. There's me talking about huddles and what they might have been saying, and how the sort of power balance is in this game, and it has been totally turned on its head by this little spell. Worcestershire have added 2 runs. They've lost 3 wickets. Hose 82, D'Oliveira 1, and Brooks without scoring. Sonny Baker's got them all, and suddenly Hampshire are bang on top in this game at 189 for 5. And Matthew Waite coming out to join Jake Libby. Matthew Waite, who I doubt very much would have been expecting to be out there before lunch when play began, belatedly at 12:30. So there we are. He is back in the side, having been on paternity leave, Matthew Waite, and coming in a bit of a crisis. 189 for 5. Still 104 behind.
And Sonny Baker will be relieved to get a wicket. Well, he won't be that relieved. He'll be delighted to have got the other 2, but he'll be delighted to get a third wicket of the morning with a genuine wicket. Let's say the first one was caught down the leg side.
Well, he was
and
none for 54 overnight.
Yeah.
And now he's 3 for 56. There we go. Abbott in bowls to Libby, plays that defensively on the onside, and there's no run. Just to finish on the question, so lots of Surrey people listening. Some people got it, some people didn't. The most famous name ever to play for Surrey is Julius Caesar. believe it or not, they actually had a player called Julius Caesar. So that was my question, and I think I found a picture of his gravestone somewhere to prove it. But it was in the 19th century, and he went on to be he made cricket clothing, I think. Believe it or not. As Abbott bowls again, and it's another good leave by Libby, and taken by Brown. Absolutely superb cricket from Hampshire this morning. They are bang on top, and they are giving Worcestershire nothing at all to hit. Almost since the very beginning of the day, when Baker bowled one down the leg side, picked up a wicket. Since then, nothing at all to hit. Abbott in, bowls, Libby forward to another good length of Libby. Abbott has not bowled a bad ball this morning. He's in his 4th over, and he's bowled absolutely bullet straight, just outside off stump. Made the batsman play about 60% of the time, and has really well. Baker's got all 3 wickets, but Abbott has played his part, let's put it that way, because they've been a really tight, demanding duo this morning, these two. And Jake Libby has added just 1 to his overnight score. He's been out there for half an hour. Clips this one nicely out to mid-wicket, but straight to Felix Organ.
So you've just handed me your phone with
I
Julius
shouldn't have done
Caesar
that, should I?
on it. No, don't
Yeah.
you? Well, actually, yeah, good point. So I've gone on to I've got his Julius Caesar's stats up.
Yeah.
194 matches.
Yeah.
333 innings. 4,871 first-class runs with a highest score of 132, but an average of 15.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't
It's
it?
a mixed bag.
Yeah, it is. It's just Abbott bowls again, left alone by Libby. If you average 15 these days, you wouldn't play that many games, would you? I suppose that's what you've got to say, even if you were the Emperor of Rome.
333 innings. Why would they kept giving him a gig? I don't think he bowled.
No. Well, he provided the kit, I think. Probably what it is. He certainly went into shirt and clothing design, something like that. Anyway, there you go. That's the sort of quiz question. It'll be something.
I've got high
probably more
expectations
relevant
for tomorrow now. Wow. That's a belter.
Here's Kyle Abbott in, bowls, and Libby plays defensively on the back foot up to mid-on. Organ fields, there's no run. Another excellent over from Kyle Abbott. Another maiden. 15 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 17. He's going at just over 1 and over, and he may not have picked up a wicket, but you could argue that he's probably played a part in Sonny Baker picking up 3 at the other end this morning. And Worcestershire have had a disastrous afternoon. They started at 12:30. They're 2 for 3, and shortly I think I'll be updating BBC Heaven Worcester listeners, but you've probably got time to just get some of this over out of the way first, Robbie.
Is it all right if I leave you to
Yeah,
this
of course,
over, actually?
absolutely.
I'll go do an update
Yeah,
for
of course,
BBC Radio
yeah.
7.
Works very nicely indeed. So Sonny Baker, 3 wickets this morning, and he's in with his peculiar little skip at the start of his run-up, and he comes in now and bowls to Matthew Waite, who is off the mark straight away, pushing this one wide of the fielder at mid-on. That fielder being Kyle Abbott. And finally Worcestershire get off 189. 190 for 5. This game absolutely back in the balance thanks to this burst from Sonny Baker this morning. He's in again now, and bowls, and Libby is beaten outside the off stump, playing at this one off the back foot. Really good from the Hampshire bowlers this morning. I keep saying this morning, and what I mean is this afternoon, but in this first session of day 3, which will go on until 1:30 when we'll have lunch. A little bit loose, if anything, that one, but Libby not getting anything on it. A little bit of movement away, to be fair. Baker in the sunshine now, bowls, and that one left alone outside the off stump by Libby. Through it goes to Brown. So bright sunshine here at New Road, even though there's a lot of cloud. We had a lot of overnight rain, and an area of the outfield which was very wet caused the delay, which meant that we didn't get underway until 12:30. There'll be an 80 over day, and Worcestershire have had a bad morning, bad first session, first half an hour. They've lost 3 wickets and they've added just 3 runs to their overnight score. Baker's got them all, and almost gets another one here as Libby attempts a cut outside the off stump. For some reason, batting this morning is a far more difficult exercise than it was yesterday evening. In fact, I think he almost dropped. Was he dropped? Did it carry? Got an edge to that one. Went to first slip off the toe end of the bat. Maybe didn't quite carry. As Baker is in again. Smelling blood. He bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing this one up to mid-off. So almost a fourth for Sonny Baker. He began the day, as I say, with none for 50 odd. Suddenly he's 3 for 57 and absolutely on his game. About to complete his 13th over. Bowls, and Libby lets that one go outside the off stump. So another excellent over, just a 1 run coming from it. Matthew Waite getting off the mark, and Worcestershire are 190 for 5. 3 men out today, and all of them falling to Sonny Baker. 2 more catches for Ben Brown behind the stumps. He's picked up 3 now, and a good sharp catch by Tom Prest at backward point to get rid of Brett D'Oliveira, who made just 1. So Waite on strike, Abbott to bowl to him from the Diglis end. 2 slips in place. Joe Weatherly, who may just have dropped Libby in that previous over, I'm not sure whether it carried or not, is at first. As Abbott is in and bowls, and Waite is forward, pushing this one out on the offside. It's fielded by Nick Gubbins in the covers. And then we've got Tilak Varma at second slip, and Tom Prest has moved now to 4th slip. He was gully, he's gone quite a bit finer now at 4th slip. So Hampshire really fancying the chances of picking up even more wickets this morning. As Abbott bowls and Waite drives firmly on the offside, picks up a single. As has to be sharp, but fielder at mid-on. Eddie Jack moving to his left quite quickly, misfielded, and Waite had got through for a single, which takes him to 2. Very positive at the crease, Matthew Waite. Doesn't like to be tied down, so it'll be interesting to see what his response is to this situation. Libby at the other end, much more likely to just occupy the crease and wait for things to improve. Lets that go outside the off stump. But Waite, I think, will be a little bit more proactive, I would imagine, in his batting. Generally tends to be. That doesn't mean he's reckless. It just means that he tries to be quite positive and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And he scored 2 off just 3 deliveries this morning, which, when you think Libby has scored 1 and he's been out there for 36 minutes this morning, just underlines that point. Not a criticism of either, it's just the way they are. Abbott bowls, Libby, thickish inside edge, runs up to mid-on, and there's no addition. So lunch is just over 20 minutes away. It'll be 1:30 till 2:10 old-fashioned. That's what it always used to be when we had 11:30 starts. When I was watching a test match on the telly, free to air, say to Mum, I'll have my lunch at 1:30 please Mum. And then I'd like it to be finished by 2:10.
Lunch, to be fair.
Abbott in again, bowls, and played up to mid-off by Libby, no run. Sorry, Robbie?
What do you mean you wanted your lunch to be finished by 2:10? Is it finish eating it?
That was the time slot. That's what I was really getting at. That was the time slot.
See, I would
not that I ever dared to dictate such things, really.
I'd do it the other. So if I was watching the test match, I'd do it the other way, where I'd get everything I needed to do done in the lunch break. Then you make lunch immediately for the start of the afternoon session.
Abbott in. Bowls, and Libby is forward pushing out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 191 for 5. I have to say, I couldn't do that because a lot of the time I would have been scoring the game in my scorebook. So either even on the radio. So if the TV coverage ended, it would be radio, and literally I've still got the scorebook somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely. Yeah. Obsessive, but we didn't have phones then, did we? 191 for 5 at the end of the over, which have lost 3 wickets in this session, and they've added just 4 runs. Quite remarkable, isn't it?
Talking of lunch, just a quick update from the Oval. 5th Test match between England and India. India were put into bat by England earlier on in the day, 72 for 2 at lunch. So a couple of wickets for England, 1 apiece for Chris Wicks and Gus Atkinson. And we're going to see... I was going to say, are we going to see a change of bowling? Because I couldn't see a bowler anywhere.
Surely not.
No, Sonny Baker is coming back. I don't know what he was doing down there in front of the hotel. Just sort of having a drink, sorting something with his cap or his sort of tubey grip that he has on that right arm of his. He's got some blue stripes running across both of his boots. 95 on his back, and that hop, skip and a jump as he runs away from us now to bowl to Matthew Waite. Couple of slips go down, and Waite is forward, nicely pushing this into the offside. It beats Nick Gubbins, but Felix Organ runs around to his left-hand side to prevent the single. 191 for 5. And we've got just over 20 minutes to go until lunch. A nice little hubbub out there. Probably the smallest attendance of the 3 days so far. I was amazed actually on how well we did on day 1, considering how bleak that first morning was. It was drizzling and mizzling here at New Road, but there were a fair few in actually on day 1. As Baker is in once more, driven nicely, a nice bit of fielding this from Nick Gubbins, driving away to his right hand side, prevents at least a single there in the covers. Good pressure from Hampshire, really, really good pressure from Hampshire.
Their cricket this morning has been absolutely top notch, hasn't it? In all respects, really. And Worcestershire have added 4 runs in 40 minutes. It's been really tough.
I wonder what the smallest amount of runs ever added in a morning session might be. Someone out there will have that. I'm surprised you don't have that, Frank. Here is Baker, bowls a short one. Doesn't trouble Matthew Waite though. Goes through to Ben Brown.
Tell us, send me a message at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter or at that Robbie James. Tell us what's the fewest runs you've ever seen in a 1 hour session. We'll have to say an hour session. I mean, there must have been some very, very long and fairly unproductive sessions when Trevor Bailey was batting back in the day, the barnacle as he used to call him, but that Hashim Amla innings. I mean, Jake Libby has played, I think, the 3rd longest innings in Championship history, I think.
Baker over the wicket, bowls edged and short of Tilak Varma at second slip. We've seen a couple of those this morning just go short of the slip cordon. We've seen a few over the course of the game. Eddie Jack was very good at playing with soft hands, and the ball generally actually hasn't carried to the slip fielders at all in this game.
Here's one for you. Say hi to Robbie, Frank. Our first home league game, this is Pompey, is against Norwich. That's my team.
The City's emailing.
Robbie used to host Pompey Live on Express
yes.
FM, although he's more of a cricket and rugby fan. Well, there you are. He can turn his hand to anything. Pompey first home game is against Norwich. Norwich is my team.
Baker bowls. Nice looking drive this from Waite, but it doesn't get past Gubbins. Oh, very good. Yes, remember my Pompey Live days. Enjoyed that very much down on the south coast. Fratton Park.
Proper ground.
Proper ground.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I'm a fan of. We were talking about cricket grounds earlier while we were waiting for the delayed start, and I'm a fan of the proper ground, the old-fashioned ground.
I'd say this is a proper ground.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, I love it. Cathedral to our left-hand side. Sun's come out as well, not to alarm anyone. Here is Baker, bowls, and on the back foot is Waite. He's going to get a single down to the fielder at third, who's James Fuller with the floppy hat, just in front of the Cathedral, and they'll come through for a single. End of the over. Sonny Baker has 3 for 58. Bowled well this morning as the young fast bowler. Worcestershire 192 for 5.
Yep, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 58, and I think I'm right in saying that overnight his figures were none for 54. So a very, very good morning for Sonny Baker, and well, he's earned those wickets with good, accurate, lively movement off the seam away from the right-handers, and he's been backed up by miserly bowling from the other end by this man Kyle Abbott, who bowls to Waite and pushes into the covers. But you can already see, I think, what I've been talking about with Matthew Waite, the number of times that he's made the fielders work. He's hit the ball quite hard. He's punchy is probably the best way to describe him. It's just I wouldn't say he can't defend. He batted for a long, long time in that rearguard action to save the day at Taunton, opening game of the season. But he likes to feel the ball in the middle of the bat and likes to be positive. Abbott in, bowls to him, and he's forward. A combination of bat and pad here, really, just to knock it down on the offside.
Yeah, he looks strong, doesn't he, Matthew Waite?
He's a big boy. Yeah, he is a strong. Strong forearms, I think. Hits the ball hard. Can hit it a long way. Took 34 off the last over of a T20 game at Edgbaston last year off George Garton. 5 6s and a 4. So he can do it, but it's tricky here today. And he's forward to this one and pushes this back up the pitch. And there's no run. But he's capable of hitting the ball a long way. But he just, I don't want to put the mockers on him. He's just the sort of player. He's always looking to be positive, let's put it that way. Jake Libby, on the other hand, very, very happy just to ride the storm, really, and wait for things to improve. And they are struggling this morning. Abbott bowls and Waite is again forward, punching this one up to mid-off. There's no run. Eddie Jack, the fielder. Waite on 3, Libby 71. Worcestershire beginning today on 187 for 2, have lost Hose for his overnight score of 82. D'Oliveira for 1, and Brooks, the man in form, out today without scoring. All 3 wickets falling to Sonny Baker. Bit of sunshine now as Kyle Abbott comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Waite not timing this one. Thickish inside edge takes the ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
We were discussing last night with Trevor Owens a few recommendations of places to go for the evening. I took a stroll down Friar Street.
Right.
It was recommended to me.
Yeah.
What a beautiful little road.
Very
that was.
nice. Very nice.
Lovely. Little walk down there, a couple of nice pubs and
Yeah.
little independent restaurants. Lovely place.
Where did you eat in the end?
I ended up going to an Italian. And
Okay.
I should know the name of it, but I've completely forgotten it,
Right.
which isn't helpful, is it?
Well, it is the BBC, so it's probably best that you
that's
don't name
true.
it. Last ball of the over pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 192 for 5. Worcestershire continue to struggle, but yeah, Friar Street is a lovely little run. You can do a good pub crawl down Friar Street. Has been known, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a nice city in that respect. Worcestershire's nice size, isn't it, to stay in and just have a wander around in the evening.
Yeah, and the light was nice. It was sort of glistening off all of the the buildings and the cathedral. Walked up to that sort of cathedral square area.
Yeah.
It's very nice. It feels like you could be in France in that cathedral square area. I like it. A few bistro tables and whatnot around. Sonny Baker to begin a new over from the New Road end. It's the end that we commentate from, and going to be a couple of runs here. Just the one run for Jake Libby. He's on the back foot, steering it into the offside, and Nick Gubbins will field 193 for 5, and they still trail now exactly by 100 runs to Worcestershire coming into the day. They were 187 for 2. A reminder, we'd start late. We started at 12:30 because we had some wet patches on the outfield from the overnight rain. But when we did start, Hampshire were on it, and they have been ever since for the 47 minutes that we've played. Sonny Baker with 3 wickets this morning, and I thought he had a 4th there because that beat Matthew Waite outside the off stump. Just a little bit of extra bounce as well going through to Ben Brown, which we haven't seen as much variable bounce from this end, but from the Diglis end we actually have seen a couple that have nipped off the surface and gone through at shoulder height to Ben Brown, and a couple that have gone around the ankles as well. But Sonny Baker, well, last night, fascinating, we were talking about Sonny Baker, and Melinda Farrell, who was with us, described him as a MTH bowler, which, did you know what this meant, Frank? Do you know what that means? MTH? I'll tell you after this ball. I had a whole over to try and guess it. Here is Sonny Baker, bowls, and on the back foot. Here's Waite, and there's no run. Do you want to take a guess?
No.
MTH. Makes things happen.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Good,
And Sonny Baker does.
Yeah.
He had a session last night, a spell last night, where he was bowling from the Diglis end, and he bowled a short ball ploy. He had fielders out on the leg side boundary and down here at third, and it just didn't work. He just wasn't able to get the ball high enough to Jake Libby or to Adam Hose. But this morning he's gone for the conventional hit top of off stump, and it's worked well for him as he bowls, and this is driven up to Felix Organ at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, there's a young bowler in the Worcestershire ranks called Jack Home, who is a slip of a lad, really. He's just in his first year as a full-time professional. And he's quick. He's slippery, he's skiddy.
Slippery.
And he gets the ball through quite quickly. Likes to be in the batsman's face, and made a big impact in the One Day Cup last year. And he's that kind of bowler. He just things tend to happen, whether it's by design or not.
Waite faces up and pushes this into the offside, no run.
And there have been bowlers like that. I mean, famously Ian Botham, I think, would be classed as a makes things happen bowler. Just sort of, Ben Stokes, maybe you'd say, wouldn't you? That sort of thing. It's rarely dull when they're in operation. So,
Joffer Archer. Even someone like Matthew Waite is a bit of an enforcer cricketer now.
Maybe. Yeah, but I some people just have that knack, don't they?
Well, here is Sonny Baker, 3 for 59, and all those wickets coming this morning as that steered into the offside, and there is no run. Another good one for Hampshire, another good one for Sonny Baker, and Worcestershire trail by 193 for 5 in the sunshine.
And Matthew Waite 3 off 20 now, which shows how much he's dominated the strike since he's been in. But he was 2 off 3. Since then, he's hit quite a few good solid shots straight to fielders, but it just shows you that there has been almost nothing to hit. We're going to have our first bowling change of the morning with Eddie Jack coming on at the Diglis end to replace Kyle Abbott, who I think I'm right in saying didn't concede a run this morning. He might have conceded 1 run, Kyle Abbott. Absolutely on the money. Superb effort from him. And his figure 17 overs, 9 maidens, no wicket for 18. I mean, goodness me, you don't get much more economical than that, do you? And we've got, Jack's probably going to have 2 overs before lunch, isn't he? The first of them starting now as he comes in from the Diglis end. Big, tall, strong young man. Hits the deck quite hard. His first ball is pushed away on the offside by Jake Libby, who has been out there for 50 minutes this morning and has added 2 runs to his overnight score. And you can't really say that he's missed out on anything. I cannot remember a half volley, with the exception perhaps of the one that D'Oliveira sliced to backward point. Here's Jack is in again and bowls, and Libby is pushing this one up to mid-on. It's been exemplary stuff. If I were the Hampshire bowling coach, I'd be a very, very happy man at the moment, I think. Been absolutely spot on from his bowlers this morning. Perhaps with the exception of the couple of deliveries in the first over, one of which picked up the wicket of Adam Hose, angled down the leg, so I could easily have gone to the boundary, ended up in the keeper's gloves. In again comes Jack, and this one is pushed out again on the onside by Libby. Just nothing to work with at all for the Worcestershire batters. I think one of the things that has gone out of the game, or the analysis of the game, in my view, in recent times, and I think it's partly one of the it's one of the social media ills really, which has crept in, not just to cricket, other games as well. Just break off as Jack bowls, and Libby works this one away on the leg side. He's going to get 2 here as fielder comes round from backward square leg to do the fielding. That's Sonny Baker, so they get 2, and Libby goes on to 74, 195 for 5. Is that, going back to my point, the opposition are allowed to play well. So you can be a Worcestershire supporter. This one is clipped away through mid-wicket. That is the first properly loose delivery of the day, really. Half volley on leg stump, but good fielding by Baker, running round from square leg, keeps them to 2. You could be a Worcestershire supporter and you can say, well, we're very disappointed that we lost 3 wickets in quick succession this morning, and we had a bad first hour, and we've gone into lunch 5 down, or whatever it can be. But we have to say, Hampshire bowled particularly well, and they've earned their wickets, and we perhaps didn't play as well as we might have done. But it's so easy and so typical of everybody just saying, oh, that was rubbish, you shouldn't have got out, you played bad shots. You know, you can be beaten by the better side. You can have 3 good days and a bad day, as Worcestershire did at Edgbaston last week, famously. That's what happens in sport. Overpitched this one from Jack, trying for the Yorker, didn't quite get it right. Libby jams the bat down on it. End of the over, not quite as metronomical in terms of accuracy as Kyle Abbott was at the Diglis end in that over, but Worcestershire still having a tough morning. 197 for 5, and we'll probably have 2 more overs, I would think, before belated lunch.
Yeah, I think a really interesting point you mentioned about that, because we're inward looking as sports fans, aren't we? And I know that I was thinking the other day with something like football. How often do you I know football's very different, of course it is, to cricket, but how often do you come off the pitch, or you finish a game walking away from a stadium, and you would very rarely hear any fans saying, yeah, I know we lost 3-0, but they were just really good. You wouldn't say that. You'd say we were horrific. They should have done this and that, and you forget that you think we're trying. Every team is, they have these things of, oh yeah, we're a great group. We try really hard. Everyone is a great group and tries really hard. That's professional sport. That's how it works. And like you said, other teams are allowed to play well, and
they do. We saw Tom Banton get a 300 against Worcestershire in the first game of the season. Well, he might have been missed a couple of times, and he might have had a bit of luck here and there, but my goodness me, he didn't half play well. And you just got to accept it, haven't you? Sometimes, I think.
We digress. Anyway, we're going to see some spin for the first time this morning. Sonny Baker has bowled brilliantly, but he's out of the attack, and we're going to see Felix Organ, who's bowled 10 overs for 35. He's going to bowl round the wicket from this new road end to Waite, and he starts with a full delivery that's pushed up to Nick Gubbins at mid-on. There's a strange sort of field. We've got Nick Gubbins at a short straight mid-on, then you've got James Fuller about 10 yards to his right, but on the boundary just in front of us here. as Organ is round the wicket, bowls, and on the back foot is Waite, pushing that to Joe Weatherly at short cover. And you've got sort of an in-out field really on the leg side. There's a field of deep backwards square leg. In fact, Fuller now actually just comes up 10 yards or so. There's a leg slip in place as well, and Waite's trying to nudge this into the onside. Scamper through for a quick single, and they'll get through. As Fletcher Middleton runs to his right-hand side. So we will have more than 10 runs scored in this morning session now. Officially we will, because that is the 11th of the morning for Worcestershire, 198 for 5. And then on the offside, there is no one behind square on the offside. There is a deep cover point, short cover, and a mid-off as well, as Organ is in this time to Libby, who's going to get a single off his hip out to Tom Prest, who's in front of that ladies' pavilion, the sleeves pulled up. And they'll come through for one more, 199 for 5. And Waite on strike. Maybe this and one more over to go until lunch at 1:30. Organ bowls, and forward is Matthew Waite. Just be interesting to see if Felix Organ can extract anything from this surface. I expect not a whole load. And oh, that's a little village. Well, a classic chuck the ball to the bowler, and it's gone straight over Felix Organ's head, and it's almost gone to the boundary. And Kyle Abbott, one of the fast, experienced senior players, has to go and retrieve it. He won't be delighted about that. He chucked it back to Organ.
He was shaking his head, not visibly, but inside.
It was village, wasn't it? As Waite pushes this to James Fuller at this sort of hybrid between a deep mid wicket, and a deep long on. Come through for a single, end of the over. The applause is because Worcestershire's 200 is up, and haven't they had to work for it this morning? 13 runs added, 3 wickets taken for Hampshire, and we're just under a minute to go till lunch. We'll get one more in.
If applause could limp, that's what it would sound like. Just crept up to 200. It's been tough this morning, but as I keep saying, and I will continue to say, the opposition are allowed to play well. And part of growing as a team, as a player, as a coach, in any sport is recognising that and learning to go with it. As Eddie Jack starts the last over before lunch, and on the back foot Waite defends. And by that, what I mean is you're never going to mature as a sportsman, as a sporting outfit, until you learn that games ebb and flow, and when it's where the old cliche comes from, and it's a cliche that I quite like, which is you don't get too carried away when things are going too well, and don't get too down when they aren't, because your time will come, provided you work at it, as Jack bowls. And as an example of Waite's hard hitting, but he unfortunately hits it straight to Nick Gubbins in the covers. It's a half volley, which he drove nicely, but didn't find the gap.
Well, he's a strong man, but he's got a good bat as well, because that sound is glorious.
He has, he's stuck with a northern bat maker, because he's a Yorkshire lad and came down from Yorkshire a couple of years ago. And he's stuck with his old bat maker, pushed out on the offside. And there are obviously lots of good bat makers around these days, but Matthew Waite uses a bat that's made in the north, and used by quite a lot of northern players, Yorkshire players and Durham players. You tend to get. I haven't seen Hampshire this year, but I'm sure that quite a few of them will be using a bat. Interestingly, this has been a real anorak, as Waite shows what a good bat he's got here by punching that for the first boundary of the day through mid-wicket, over pitch on leg stump. I was going to say, I dare say quite a few of the Hampshire players will use a bat made by a bat maker in the south of England, but the name begins with the same letter as the bat that Matthew is using from the north.
Is
and that is a letter.
Quiz question?
That is a K. Well, I can't advertise, so
with a K.
Yeah,
is
a
it?
K. Yeah.
Oh,
well, I because it's more. Other bats are available. Matthew Waite uses a Kipax bat, and this one is blocked by the Kipax down on the leg side, and I would imagine quite a few of the Hampshire players, a lot of Sussex Hampshire players are using bats made by Keeley now, which is Tom Taylor uses those. I think I think he's a bat maker that may have worked for Newbury in the past. I'm not sure. Might be talking nonsense. But anyway, Duncan Fernley, who used to make the bats that I used and every Worcestershire player used for years and years and years. This one blocked on the onside by Waite, and that is lunch. 204 for 5. Duncan Fernley used to say to me, "You're a good commentator, Frank, but until you start talking about bats." So I'll probably stop at that point. So there we are. It's lunch, and Worcestershire have had a pretty disastrous morning, if we're honest. They go into lunch on 204 for 5, so they've managed to add just 17 runs this morning for the loss of 3 wickets. The men out: Hose for 82, D'Oliveira for 1, and Brooks without scoring. This after play began an hour and a half late at 12:30, so we've had just a 1 hour morning session, and it's been dominated by Hampshire, and in particular by Sonny Baker, who's picked up all 3 wickets to fall, backed up by excellent bowling from Kyle Abbott, who almost, I think it's fair to say, didn't bowl a bad ball at the other end. Abbott's figures 17 overs, 9 maidens, no wicket for 18 do justice to that. And it's been an excellent morning for the visitors. Sonny Baker now 3 for 59 from 15 overs. He's turned the game around, and well, absolutely even Steven in my opinion at the moment. Hampshire 293 in their first innings, Worcestershire 204 for 5 at lunch, and we'll be back at 2:10. And until then, a very good afternoon to you from myself, Frank Watson, and from Robbie James. Good afternoon, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. Play about to begin after lunch on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Hampshire. Excellent morning for the visitors, who picked up 3 wickets in a truncated 1 hour session this morning. And play begins this afternoon with James Fuller bowling from the New Road end to Jake Libby, who's been there since the start of the innings. He is 77 not out, added just 7 runs to his overnight score in the hour's play that we had following a delayed start at 12:30, but saw 3 partners go at the other end. Hose for 82, D'Oliveira for 1 and Brooks without scoring, all falling this morning to Sonny Baker. So a bad morning for the home side, good one for the visitors, as Fuller is in again and bowls, and Libby again pushes up to mid-on. I would say in my assessment of this game that as it stands, it is pretty much on a knife edge. I would say Worcestershire this morning were in a good position on their overnight 187 for 2, trailing by just 106. But now, really, having lost those 3 wickets this morning, it's pretty much even Steven, I think. Fuller is in again and bowls, and Libby defends on the offside this time, and there is no run. I missed the first 2 days, but my colleague alongside me, Robbie James, was here. Robbie, would you agree with that assessment?
I certainly would. Also, just before we get on to it, if you notice Frank Watson there just sounded ever so slightly out of breath. I think we caught ourselves a bit short there, didn't we? We were both finding ourselves at the tea and coffee machine and saw the umpires.
That's what it was. It was just we were getting ourselves a cup of tea just to bring back to the commentary box, and
crucially, we do have our tea there.
Left it late. Yeah. Libby gets the first run of the afternoon on his toes. High left elbow, steers it behind square on the offside, and picks up a single. He goes to 78. I was talking about Jake Libby this morning, and many Hampshire supporters will already know this. Worcestershire supporters certainly do. Libby just likes batting. He will just bat. He will keep batting, and he doesn't tend to get particularly fazed by having a session like this morning where he struggles to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He just digs in, really. Unlike his partner Matthew Waite, who is on strike now, playing this one back up the pitch to Fuller, who I wouldn't say frets, and we're looking at, he scored 9 off 32 deliveries so far, Waite, so I'm not saying that he always scores quickly, but as I was pointing out this morning, he has a different mentality at the crease from that of Jake Libby. He just likes to be more positive. As Fuller is into him now in bright sunshine. It's a nice afternoon, and this one down the leg side. Waite flicks at it, tumbling stop by Ben Brown, who picked up a catch down the leg side this morning, and there's no run. So the 1 run off that over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 205 for 5.
Yeah, and before I threw you under the bus about us running to get our tea before the start of the afternoon session, yeah, I would completely agree. I'd say maybe, just maybe, Worcestershire with these 2 in will feel that they can definitely give it another half an hour and they will just have their noses ahead. And like you mentioned, Jake Libby, Hampshire have seen a fair amount of him, because when he did score that 228 back at Utility Bowl at the start of July, it was from 438 balls. So yeah, we've seen plenty of him, and
that not his longest innings in Championship cricket either, which came at Chelmsford 4 or 5 years ago, and I think was one of the longest innings in the history of Championship cricket. I'll check the details of that, but yeah, he can occupy the crease all right.
Felix Organ's going to kick us off from the Diglas end. He did bowl, I think it was just the 1 over before lunch from this New Road end, but he's going to go over the wicket with a slip and a short leg in place, and forward is Libby in solid defence, pushing it back to him. Just to give you half an idea of that morning for Hampshire, Kyle Abbott bowled 6 overs for 1 run, and Sonny Baker bowled 6 overs, 3 for 5. His figures for this morning. Hampshire, I think it's fair to say, they had the squeeze on Worcestershire. Here is Organ bowling to Libby, who again is forward, and it is the Organ-Libby show for the first couple of deliveries. Sun is out.
Jake Libby, I think it was 2021, Chelmsford, opening game of the season, second longest innings in the history of Championship cricket.
What a record to have. Here is Organ bowls, and Libby lets that one go outside the off stump. Wow.
11 hours, 21 minutes.
That's too long. I'm going to say that is too. Just give someone else a go. Wow. That's quite 11 hours. Anyway, here he is on the back foot. Just gets a little high on the bat and squirts out into the offside. 11 hours.
Yeah.
I've never done anything for 11 hours other than maybe sleep.
180 not so. Didn't even get 200.
Yeah, you'd want a double 100 for that. Organ into him once more. You feel is the key here for Hampshire. And there is no run. Sun is out, and not much of a breeze actually. Pretty toasty here at New Road. The cathedral looking glorious as it has done for much of the last 2.5 days or so, as Libby is forward again, and there is no run. End of the over. Maiden 205 for 5.
As it has done for much of the last 400 years.
Well, yes.
Probably more.
I haven't seen it for all of those last 400 years, but
it does look great. It's when the sun's on it, isn't it? It gives the stone takes on a slightly different hue, and
hue,
yeah,
a different sort of shade.
Yeah, I think so.
Never heard that word. Very good.
Haven't you? H-U-E.
Who?
H-U-E.
U-E.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. I'm always learning.
I was an English teacher for many years.
Ah, that'll explain. Language or lit?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Here comes Fuller from the New Road end. Bowls outside the off-stop, left alone by Matthew Waite, taken by Ben Brown. Bright sunshine now, a bit of blue sky, which we were yearning for earlier in the day, and more importantly, away to the west, to the southwest. The sky looked brighter, and that's where it tends to come from, here at New Road, the Malvern direction. And I don't think we are liable to have any more rain. Quite a lot overnight. That's what caused the delay. It wasn't rain this morning. It was heavy overnight rain that had saturated a certain part of the outfield. Here's Fuller in again. Bowls, and Waite is forward positively, punching this one back up the pitch, but the bowler does his own fielding. And Worcestershire continuing, as they did this morning, to find runs hard to come by this afternoon. Real credit due to the Hampshire bowlers this morning. I think it's very easy, as we were saying, to be critical of a batting team when you lose 3 wickets in a short session, but there really was very, very little by way of scoring opportunity this morning. Fuller in, bowls, and a scoring opportunity here as he slightly over pitches on Waite's pads, and he just turns it behind square on the leg side for a single.
Long old session this is going to be. We're going to have tea at 4:10 this afternoon, so 4:10 tea. I was just thinking as well, wondering why Hampshire have gone for Fuller and Organ. I wouldn't have thought Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott would have needed too much more of a break, given they bowled 6 overs, had a little break, and then the lunch interval. I'm surprised that they started here with Fuller, but they need to try and back up the good work they did earlier on in the day.
Well, Fuller so far is very tidy. Libby working this one wide of Abbott at mid-on, but not with sufficient power to merit a single. Get in touch if you'd like to, if you've got views on this one, if you maybe think that we aren't reading it properly, and when we say that it's fairly evenly poised. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is my handle. At that Robbie James is Robbie's, and happy to hear what you think as Fuller moves away from us and bowls, and Libby is on the back foot again, playing defensively out on the offside. So at that Robbie James or at Frank Watson 58 on X, if you'd like to tell us what you think. Keep it clean. And we think it's pretty evenly poised. It's a game that's fluctuated. Hampshire at one stage 144 without loss in their first innings, and then those 2 wickets going down on the first evening just tilted things towards Worcestershire. And this morning, a similar tilt back in the other direction with those 3 wickets for Sonny Baker. So this one again is played off the back foot by Libby, and there's no run. It's a maiden. No, it's not. 1 run came from it. Waite has 10, Libby has 78, and Worcestershire are 206 for 5, still trailing by 87.
And there was some breaking news over the course of the lunch interval today for Hampshire fans. They have signed Hertfordshire spinner Andrew Neil for their One-Day Cup campaign. He has featured 17 times for Hampshire second 11, left arm spinner. Took 26 wickets across multi-day and T20 formats. 9 wickets in the second 11 T20 competition that Hampshire got to finals day in. He did play a couple of first-class matches back in 2019, both of those coming for Leeds Bradford, MCCU. Picked up a few wickets in those, and he's plied his trade for Hertfordshire in the national counties. Claimed 64 wickets across all formats, scoring 398 runs, averaging just under 40 in those matches. So he's going to be a part of Hampshire's squad for their One-Day Cup campaign, which gets underway next week. Which is interesting. Little left-arm spinner. Can't remember the last time we had a left-arm spinner playing for Hampshire, actually. Felix Organ to begin a new over.
Well, that would be Liam Dawson, wouldn't it?
And oh yeah.
Who I think, notwithstanding what some people said about his performance in the Test match, I've said personally for a number of years that I think Liam Dawson is the best finger spinner in the country in county cricket, and he's, for whatever reason, not got his chances. And now people are saying, well, he hasn't done a lot in that last Test, but I think he's a fine bowler.
Libby faces up to Organ, who's pushing that into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, what about that guy, Robbie? He's played for Hampshire for the last 15 years, probably one of the most
But you know what?
prolific Hampshire
in a way,
ever.
that's kind of it, isn't it? He's become so much part of the furniture.
Don't try bail me out.
No, really?
This one.
No, I genuinely mean that. I think he's just he is the spin attack, isn't he? Apart from
Organ
this chap.
bowls and advancing is Libby, and that's a nice bit of fielding from Eddie Jack. Does well. He's a tall man, Eddie Jack, diving to his right and mid off to prevent 4 runs, and they don't even come through for a single.
I mean, I think Felix Organ might have developed much more as a spin bowler had he not been in a side that had such an accomplished spinner in it as Dawson.
Here he is in again, and on the back foot is Libby going to get some runs here down beneath us to that third boundary. They will come back for a second, will they? No. Just got a sort of a late cut / thick outside edge. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He meant to do that, knew exactly what he was doing. I think there's a gap there behind square on the offside. And he picks up a single, goes to 79. Worcestershire 208 for 5. Slipping a short leg away, Matthew Waite, and he's driving this, and he's going to get a couple of runs here behind square on the offside. Down towards the boundary, Tom Press comes around to do the fielding just to our right hand side, and they will come back for a couple on this occasion. 210 for 5. Yeah, interesting for Felix Organ to
be the number one spinner.
Yeah, have these couple of games trying to lead the attack. He was given absolutely no assistance by the pitch last week at Utility Bowl, and he's in now, and Waite is pushing on forward, just lands by his feet. But yeah, he's an excellent cricketer. I think the consensus has been that he's brilliant alongside Dawson. I think he does pair well with Dawson, but
so often you only play one spinner, don't you? One finger spinner. I think Felix Organ. All I'm thinking is maybe in a different era, a player with his skill set would have had much more opportunity to develop the bowling side of his game, really. But you tend to go with one spinner most of the time, and Dawson has been so much a sort of an absolute shoe-in as a finger spinner that opportunities have been limited, really. It's Fuller in bowls, and this one is turned around the corner for a single by Jake Libby. Down to long leg, 211 for 5. Libby goes to 80. just ticking along. He's only added 10 runs today. It was 79 hours overnight. So he left the house this morning. His wife said, "Good luck, I hope you get 100 this morning." And he said, "Yeah, well, maybe, you never know." And then he gets home and she says, "Well, you got one, but it took you till tea." I've tempted fate there. Probably won't get one now, will he? But here's Fuller into ball to Waite, who is digging out a very full delivery, squeezes it up to mid-on, fielded by Baker, and they take a single.
Oh, the messages are coming in about the Liam Dawson situation. Yeah.
I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it.
No, of course you shouldn't. No, if you hadn't done it, anyone else would have parted, don't you?
Oh, nobody sent me a message anyway, so they're not blamed. They're not too critical.
Liam Dawson.
212 for 5. James Fuller turns straight, fairly busy approach, lengthening stride. Hits the crease now, bowls, and that's nicely driven by Libby, but doesn't really time it. Doesn't beat mid-on, no run. So you're getting some stick, are you?
Yes. Yeah, you know what? Absolutely rightly so, as I should be. Completely, I'll take that one. No dramas. Yes, Liam Dawson, Danny Briggs, of course.
Yeah, Danny Briggs. Danny Briggs, again, is another underrated bowler, I think, isn't he?
Yeah. He's having a bit of a second wind.
Yeah. Good in white ball cricket as well,
Yeah.
Briggs. In again, Fuller bowls. Libby works this one, finds the gap this time on the leg side. He'll only get a couple. Tom Preston pursuit, hasn't really timed it, but picks up 2. Takes the score on to 214 for 5. And a little bit of rebuilding being done by these two. They've added 25 for this 6th wicket so far, after a bit of a shocking little spell this morning for Worcestershire, losing those 3 wickets to Sonny Baker in fairly quick succession. Fuller in once more, bowls, and forward is Libby pushing straight back at the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, the Cathedral, now the sun's not on it, what I'm getting at is I probably should know what the actual type of stone is, but it tends to look a bit, it looks darker obviously when the sun's not on it. When the sun comes out on it, it brings out a sort of honey coloured hue to it and makes it particularly attractive, I think. As in again is Fuller, and again Libby blocks out on the offside. Very tidy over indeed from James Fuller. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Here's figures. Worcestershire 214 for 5.
Would you like to know what it is on the Cathedral, the stone?
Have you done it?
No.
AI. Sandstone of some sort.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah. Highly sandstone, which
Right.
seems to be an actual thing. Highly sandstone.
Right.
Can't tell you too much more than that, but anyway. It was quarried in Highley, which is in Shropshire.
It is, yeah, I know where Highley is. It's near Bridge North in the Severn Valley. It would have been brought down the river, I'm sure.
Stanley Quarry.
Yeah.
Very good.
Worcestershire have this is such anorak knowledge now. I think Worcestershire have an ex-player called Ted Hemsley
Waits forward. There's no run.
who played in the Championship sides in 1964 and was here actually at the Old Players' Day recently. And he comes from Highley, I think, originally. Played football for Sheffield United as well.
And I thought Trevor Owens was good.
Yeah.
Here is Wait pushing this to mid-on.
Well, I played with Ted's brother Colin in the Birmingham League at Old Hill, and I know Colin's from Highley, near Bridge North, just up the Severn Valley in Shropshire, and I'm pretty sure that Ted came from there.
Morgan over the wicket, bowls, and on the back foot is Wait pushing this into the onside, and no run. Wow.
Place of birth Stoke, so there you are. Nonsense. But they grew up around there, and played for Worcestershire. 64 Championship.
Advancing his weight, pushing this up to mid-on.
9,740 first-class runs. also uniquely, wow, played cricket on his home football ground, because he played for Sheffield United. They played at Bramall Lane, and he played for Worcestershire against Yorkshire at Bramall Lane. So
In a cricket match?
Yeah, because Yorkshire used to play their cricket at Bramall Lane.
Here's Organ bowling and defending his way onside.
Bramall Lane was one of those grounds that was three-sided, and the fourth side opened up onto the football pitch, and then they closed that off in the summer. Same as Northampton was like that before they built the indoor school. And Stourbridge, where Worcestershire used to play, was like that.
Organ bowls and a couple of paces down the pitch from Waite, but he turns it into a defensive shot and there's no run. End of the over, 75 overs gone. Worcestershire 214 for 5. They trail by 79.
And Colin Hemsley, Ted's brother, was born in Highley. There we are. I knew there was a connection, so there we are. But it's near Bridgnorth.
Absolutely outstanding from you.
So I'm guessing, seriously, that sandstone, and I didn't know this. I mean, I know the cathedral took 60 odd years to build or whatever, but maybe the sandstone came from Highley and they brought it down the river on barges or something like that. That would be my guess, without knowing the details. Somebody will know, I'm sure. 2-1-4 for 5. As Fuller moves in again and bowls, and Libby attempts a cut, bottom edge really, and it runs out on the offside and is fielded at cover point, and there's no run. I often say this, Robbie, about the cathedral. I've done a little bit of reading about it, and you know how long it took to build and so on. And there were, I gather, families of labourers or stonemasons or whatever they might have been termed, where 2 or 3 generations all worked on the building of the cathedral. Full of bowls, blocked by Libby, and there's no run, and spent their entire working life working on the cathedral, and none of them saw it completed.
It's a bit.
Imagine spending your entire life working on a project and it isn't finished while you're alive. It's just extraordinary. Some of the sort of building projects that must have been undertaken in days gone by.
There's some kind of story to that, isn't there? There's something we can all learn from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chasing the dream.
Yeah, it's not the destination, it's the journey.
It's
the journey, that's it, isn't it? Full of bowls. And Libby, well, you could apply it, same logic to a Libby innings, couldn't you? He turns this one off his hip down to long leg for a single, especially one that lasts for 11.5 hours or something. 215 for 5 as he goes to 83. Jake Libby's already faced 208 deliveries, which is more than many club players face in an entire season, and he's only added 13 today. But that's not a criticism, because he's just had to cope. He's had to work with what's available, and the answer in terms of scoring opportunities is not much. Waite off the back foot, punches up to mid-off, and fielded there by Felix Organ in his floppy hat, and there's no run. So 3 men out today. If you're just joining us, we didn't get underway until 12:30 owing to a wet outfield. Adam Hose went pretty quickly, didn't add to his overnight 82 before he was caught down the leg side by Ben Brown off Sonny Baker, and the same bowler went on to account for Brett D'Oliveira, caught at backward point by Tom Press for 1, and then Ethan Brooks caught behind off one that just nipped away from him without scoring. Waite again is firmly hitting this one up to mid-off where Organ fields, and again there is no addition to the score.
Just to go, but I know I was laughing at you there for making your comparison between the cathedral situation and the Jake Libby innings, but actually it's not a bad point. You think a test match cricket or county championship cricket, you can go 4 days, you go through all of that, all the highs and the lows, and you can get out of it, and no one's won. The game's ended in a draw.
Yeah.
But don't we love it?
Yeah. It's hard to explain that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full of balls, bangs this one in short, doesn't really bounce much. Waite just pulls his head out of the way of it. It dies a bit on Brown, who gathers it neatly, bouncing in front of him. And it's the end of the over. Waite 14, Libby 83, Worcestershire 215 for 5, trailing by 78.
Would you like some scores from elsewhere around the grounds?
Love them.
Yeah, go on then. So in Division 1, they are in between innings actually. where Durham have just been bowled out against Surrey in their second innings for 344. So Surrey will need 176 runs to win up at Chester Street. Warwickshire 243 for 4 in their first innings against Essex. They still trail Essex by 359 runs. Essex 602 for 6 declared. At Trembridge, Nottinghamshire 321 for 3 in their first innings. They trail Somerset by 117. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire going well in the ascendancy against Sussex, 507 for 8, leading Sussex in their first innings by 285 runs, as Felix Organ is about to begin a new over from the Diglis end, the far end from where we are commentating from. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Libby, who has 83, and oh, does he get an outside edge on that one? Where does that go? The scamper through for a single. It's all a little bit chaotic. And I don't quite know what happened. I think he may have got an inside edge. I thought initially there was a drop catch from Ben Brown, but I think he actually just got an inside edge maybe onto pad, and it trickled into the leg side, and they came through for a single as we await the replay. And oh yeah, it was just a thick inside edge that squirted into the leg side. So Libby survives and comes through for 1. Organ in once again to Waite, who's a bit more solid this time in defence. And there is no run. I'll give you the score in the test match as well in just a second. In fact, they're still off for rain at the Oval. India batting first on day 1, 72 for 2, but a rain delay. Down in South London, here is Organ, bowls and Waite's advancing and hitting him back over his head. Where's that gone? Up towards that Basil D'Oliveira stand, and it's gone for 4, as signalled by umpire Illingworth. Bit of intent that from Matthew Waite. We said that he may be the more attacking of the two batters, and he picks up 4, moves on to 18, and Worcestershire 220 for 5.
Pretty straightforward. Just one step down, hit straight through it, not a great deal of turn.
And back goes the fielder at mid-on. So Kyle Abbott now on the long-on boundary. What will Organ's response be? Flights this one up again, just asking Waite to do the same thing. He doesn't advance, instead he just drives it to Joe Weatherly at cover, and there is no run. 220 for 5. Jake Libby has 84. Matthew Waite, the batter, on strike with 18, and he faces up to Organ now, and he's on the back foot, gets a leading edge, and it would have gone straight to Kyle Abbott at mid-on, but he's gone back onto the rope. Oh, Matthew Waite trying to flick that one into the leg side. Maybe just stopped in the pitch a little bit. Got a leading edge. Would have ballooned for an easy catch for Kyle Abbott at mid-on if he was still up on the one. But he's back on the boundary, so they come through for a single. And I saw there a little arm round Felix Organ, I think, from Matthew Waite as they came through there.
It was like a prep school dismissal, that would have been, wouldn't it, if he'd have chipped that up.
It was all very... I mean, the ball seems to come off the pitch very slowly. So they survive. A bit of an eventful over this from Organ. Libby on strike this time, and he's trying to steer this one into the leg side. Goes straight to Fletcher Middleton at short leg. So a couple of alarms there for Worcestershire, but crucially they survive. Libby has 84, Waite has 19, 221 for 5. I'll just get you the scores from elsewhere quickly. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 54 for 1 at Cheltenham against Middlesex. They trail Middlesex by 391, but they are off for rain in that one, as they are as well down in Canterbury, where Kent are 217 for 3, trailing Leicestershire by 254. Lancashire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan in their second innings, 296 for 3, leading Lancashire by 420 runs, so Glamorgan well on top there. And Northamptonshire, 412 for 6, leading Derbyshire by 35 runs.
James Fuller in, bowls to Waite, who hits this one very nicely off the back foot. Timed it really well. Only going to get 2 though, because the outfield's quite slow. 2 fielders in pursuit. But that was a typical Waite shot when I talk about the sort of short arm jab, just off the back foot. Regular Worcestershire viewers will have seen it many times. Straight bat, just punched is the best way to describe it, through the covers. Waite goes to 21. 223 for 5. Fuller in again. Bowls, and Waite is just half forward, then just allows this ball to come onto him and just dabs it down on the offside. So Worcestershire trailing by 72 runs. Well, tea will be at 4:10. That's 90 minutes from now. I think they'll be hoping they'll be past the Hampshire score by then, but that would require a reasonable acceleration in the scoring rate. And well, you're not going to get it off Matthew Waite because he's just been beautifully caught by Ben Brown, looking to drive it outside edge. And Brown, initially I think going the wrong way, going away to his left, then dives to his right and picks up a really good low catch down to his right. That's top work by the keeper. That's a great grab by Ben Brown. Really, really good wicket keeping. You know, we often give wicket keepers a lot of credit. I think a lot of commentators just, great catch when it's at a good height and they're diving and whatever, but when it dies like that and it's low down and it has to be one hand, that is top work. That was a very, very fine catch by Brown. His third of the day. The partnership is over, and Matthew Waite is the man out for 21. He's played well, but a sixth wicket down, and just as a partnership looks to be getting established, it is broken, and it's a first wicket in on this day, second in the innings for Fuller.
Yeah, big wicket for Hampshire, and like you said, I think you nailed it when you said it's the fact that Ben Brown is actually initially just going to his left because it was quite a straight delivery sort of on the pads of Matthew Waite. Then he had to readjust and have some quick reflexes diving to his right. Made it, I tell you what, looked good as well. Just one of those as a wicket keeper. To watch that on the replay later on will be a lot of fun. Brilliant catch that from Ben Brown, and Hampshire have been pretty good actually in the field. There was a good catch from Fletcher Middleton earlier in the day. I'm trying to think they took their slip.
Yeah, Waite was put down at slip by.
Well, that was a drop.
It was a drop by Joe Witherley early on. Yeah, just off the toe of his bat, I think it was. Oh, was it Waite or Libby? Anyway, one of them. But that's the only mistake. That was a really good catch. That was a very, very good catch indeed. So 18 overs those two were together. They resisted, but the partnership is broken. Tom Taylor is the new batsman, and James Fuller now has figures of 16.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. They've bowled well today. There's no question about it. The seamers in particular have bowled with great discipline. And Fuller is in now to bowl to Taylor, and he's forward and pushing into the covers. Taylor himself took 5 for 55 in the Hampshire innings. Heard an interview with him at the end of the day yesterday, talking about how they felt that the pitch had kind of changed into day two from day one and offered just a little bit more pace, a little bit more nip, but also at pace. That little extra pace with the slight seam movement was what was causing problems for the batters. As Fuller is in again and bowls, and Taylor is forward, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 2:23 for 6 then. Worcestershire began the day, which didn't start until 12:30, on 187 for 2. So you can see for yourself how tough it's been. And it's, as you said, very, very much following the pattern of the Hampshire innings. Fuller in once more, bowls, and Taylor is forward and playing back up the pitch to the bowler. It's the end of a successful over for James Fuller. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. And well, it's intriguing stuff. It's a good battle. It's a good contest out there. And as we've said, on this hybrid surface with the Kookaburra ball, maybe here at New Road, they've stumbled across the formula for watchable cricket.
Yeah, let's hope they have. I mean, it does feel like a bit of a treat, doesn't it, after some of the last rounds of the county championship, seeing this. I mean, like I said, every time that we've thought that a team's in the ascendancy, it suddenly began to change. Hampshire had that brilliant day one, really good opening stand between Middleton and Weatherly 144 they put on, and then Worcestershire came back with a couple of wickets in that evening session, the small evening session that we got in on day one, and had a brilliant morning session. And Hampshire were bowled out for what they thought was well under what they should have got as Organ begins a new over, and Libby's on the front foot pushing it into the offside. And then Worcestershire had a really good evening session yesterday and looked like they were well in the ascendancy with Jake Libby and Adam Hose looking like absolutely nothing was going to trouble them in the world. And then Hampshire all of a sudden take 3 wickets within about 20 minutes this morning, and Libby's pushing that forward, and he's going to get a single into the offside and moves on to 84, and he is the key now for Worcestershire in terms of the player to stay there, and for Hampshire the player to try and get out. So what can he do? How can he bat with the tail that will follow? Tom Taylor just takes guard. There's a big old gap on the offside. There is Tilak first slip, and then you've got a deep cover point, extra cover, and a mid off as Organ bowls over the wicket, and he's forward in defence. And then on the onside you've got Kyle Abbott at mid on, sort of halfway between the ring and the boundary in no man's land, and then you've got a mid wicket. Short leg is Fletcher Middleton, Sonny Baker on the deep square leg boundary, and James Fuller saving one. That short fine leg as Organ is in and driven that one to Joe Weatherly, who does the fielding, and there's no run. Kyle Abbott doing a little bit of a warming up, I reckon, at mid-on. Maybe he's going to come back into the attack at some point. Feels like that foot on throat time. If you are Hampshire, they love to get Libby, but even if they can, get Tom Taylor out as he's forward, pushing it back up to Organ. Try and get themselves.
It's tricky for Libby, isn't it, now? Because...
well, Tom Taylor can bat.
Yeah. Tom Taylor can bat. Ben Allison can bat reasonably well. Adam Finch is no mug.
Taylor faces up once more and defends astutely into the onside. No run, end of the over. 79 overs gone. Taylor yet to get off the mark. Libby has 85, and Worcestershire 224 for 6, trailing by 69.
But the reason I say it's tricky is because Libby is Libby. Will play the Libby way. But he is now kind of under pressure to perhaps be the senior man. But at the same time, he's got to sort of look after the tail a bit. And the difficulty is that he kind of falls between two stools, isn't it? I think it's tricky. Anyway, interesting bowling change, because Nick Gubbins is going to come on with his leg spin at the New Road end. And that will offer scoring opportunities. He starts with a full toss, which Libby drives out on the offside, but only get a single.
I've seen Hampshire do this a few times. I think this will be a filler over, so I'm going to guess that either James Fuller is going to switch ends,
I think
maybe Kyle Abbott might come on
Abbott,
this end.
that's what I think. Kyle Abbott at the Diglis end, and Felix Organ will come on at this end. As Gubbins bowls another full toss, which Taylor drives up to mid-off. So what you don't want to do is get out.
Hang on, we'll put our next cup of tea on
But it often happens.
We'll put our next cup of tea on this. So you think what will happen?
I think, as Gubbins bowls, Taylor drives, I think Abbott will come on at the Diglis end, and Organ will switch to this end.
And I think Fuller will go on from the Diglis end.
Okay.
I think you're probably going to be right, actually, but go on.
Oh, there you go, he's got him. You don't want to get out in the filler over, and he's got out in the filler over. Taylor is LBW. Little bit of a slider from Gubbins. Just going to watch a replay in a minute. Taylor absolutely distraught, as you would be if it is that filler over, which it certainly looks like. Comes in, and oh no, it's a leg break. It's pitched in line, turned a tiny bit, and he's got him. So that's a real bonus for Hampshire. And I'd say, in my swingometer, in terms of balance of play, that at 225 for 7, Hampshire has just nipped ahead, and this day gets better and better for the visitors.
Blimey, yeah, I'm hesitant to say it, but it's a pretty good ball from Nick Gubbins. That's a pretty good leg spin. It just started on sort of middle leg line and just a fraction of turn, and Yeah, I think that probably was just going on to hit.
Yeah, I thought it had
hit
sort
middle
of
and off.
slid on, but it hadn't. It was a proper leg break.
Wow,
Sun's
what a
out now.
bonus.
Sun's shining on Hampshire. Absolute bonus. Gosh, you love that when you're a captain. Come and have a bowl, Nick. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll get you a wicket as well. And, well, Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now, to be fair. Ben Allison is the new batsman. Adam Finch, as I say, knows which end of the bat to hold, and in fact has played 2 or 3 quite important innings recently without scoring many runs, but in partnership with Ethan Brooks at Edgbaston twice last week played a significant part. But Worcestershire, well, they're still trailing. They're in such a good position overnight. They were 106 behind and only 2 down. Well, now they're 68 behind and they've only got 3 wickets left. Excellent stuff from the visitors, and the sun is shining both literally and metaphorically on Hampshire at the moment.
38 for 5 they are today.
Yeah,
Worcestershire.
there you go. 38 for 5. What a good bowling change that's been.
Just exactly what Ben Brown had in mind. We're still having our cup of tea though on the change at the end.
Yeah, but it could be thrown into disarray now. We'll see who comes on that end, as this next one is played defensively by Allison.
We should say as well the cup of teas here are free, so
And
Play for
if we
absolutely
if we get them, one of us will be breathless on the way back.
yes.
Gubbins is moving his mid off and mid on back a little bit now. Well, they're happy to giving Allison a single if he wants it. Backward point's gone back as well. So Gubbins spinning the ball from hand to hand. Bowls and gets that right up in the block hole. Allison digs it out on the offside. Well bowled, Nick Gubbins. 1 over, 1 maiden. No maidens. 1 for 1. And 1 off that first ball. Jake Libby's still there. 86 not out. Ben Allison yet to get off the mark. 225 for 7.
So what tea are you going to have? Because Carl Abbott's coming on at the far end.
Yep. Well, I'll just say I got lucky. I better not have any more tea because I'll be nipping to the loo.
Oh.
It is. I to be fair, I saw him loosening up as well.
Yeah,
That helps.
Maybe James Fuller will come on from this. Oh no, but no.
Well,
there'll be no point.
Actually, seriously now, do you keep Gubbins going?
No.
Or do you bring Organ on?
I think you stick with Organ, don't you? I think
Well,
it was a good Nick Gubbins over, but
I'll
not,
definitely have a cup of
part-timer.
tea if Organ comes on as well.
He's a part-timer.
Double up, but yeah, possibly. I mean, I thought Kyle Abbott bowled beautifully this morning. He's gone for 18 runs off 17 overs. Good.
1 over from his 6 overs.
Yeah.
1 run from his 6 this morning.
And Baker may have got the wickets this morning, but it was a double act, and Abbott will not be giving anything away here. They're giving Libby a single if he wants it, behind square on the offside, or indeed in front of square on the leg side. It's you.
Well, it's me, isn't it? Yes, but there's Libby
There's a
pushing it
single,
up to the
yeah.
fielder at mid-on, and they do come through for a single. Sorry, I lost there. Too busy thinking about losing a bat and having to go and make a cup of tea. Anyway, yeah, so what we're going to have for the new batter, Ben Allison on strike, and there's going to be 3 slips in place. Joe Weatherly, Tillack and Tom Prest all sorting themselves out in that slip cordon. Ringfield on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and Sonny Baker sunning himself in front of the hotel to our left-hand side.
I've had a message from Ian Millington about captaincy and draws. I'll come to it in a minute.
Kyle Abbott running towards us over the wicket, bowls and forward nicely is Ben Allison into the offside, no run.
Ian says, hello Frank, there seems to be a lot more draws these days. Bring back the days of Phil Neal's genius captaincy. Yeah, not sure. I mean, Phil's a good friend of mine, and we have spend a lot of time together and chat about cricket. I wouldn't call him genius. He had a good side to work with, Graham Dilley, Ian Botham, Neil Radford, Graham Hick. He was very adept at dangling the carrot to keep the opposition interested. Even brought Tim Curtis on to bowl long hops a couple of times.
Left outside the off stump, that one from Allison.
I won't tell Tim that you said he bowled long hops. Tim was a leg spinner, not unlike Nick Gubbins in some respects. But I think what the serious point, Ian, is it was 3-day cricket, so you had a lot more occasion to dangle the carrot and try and manufacture results from 3-day cricket than you do in 4. And I think that's probably what it was all about. I think there were other captains who were very good at it. Martin Nicholas at Hampshire would be one of them.
Kyle Abbott bowls and left outside the off stump from Allison.
Mike Brearley was brilliant at it, but it was an, let's put it this way, it was a feature of captaincy which was much more prevalent then than it is now. And indeed, there was quite a lot of friendly cricket now where captains learned, Sunday cricket, declaration cricket, captains learned how to set targets and dangle the carrot and open the game up and close it down. And it's not a facet now of captaincy that these guys grow up learning, really. It just doesn't happen.
3 slips go down and Abbott bowls, and again that's left outside the off stump from Allison.
Because if all you play is limited overs cricket and you're a captain, you never really get used to setting targets and declaring at the right time and so on. Whereas that often used to be the skill in club cricket and school cricket and so on. You very rarely get a declaration these days in a league game.
I think also comes down to what's on the line now, and you bear in mind things like social media and for losing games, the stick that you can get as Abbott runs towards us and bowls, and forward is Allison, and he's going to get his first run off the mark into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. Look back to the Shane Warne captaincy days. That's the end of the over, by the way. Worcestershire 2-7-4-7. Look back to the Shane Warne captaincy days, and one of multiple reasons why he's my favourite cricketer ever. But as a captain, it's that thing of being prepared to lose to win, which I just think is so admirable. And obviously Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum did that for a long time in the early Bazball days. It's they've really
it's different, isn't it? But I mean, Ian makes the point. I think we tend to look back on that period of Phil Neal's captaincy here at Worcestershire, back-to-back championships in '88 and '89 with kind of rose-coloured tinted spectacles, and it was just a very good side playing very good cricket. Bit different these days, but I do think the game's changing, and certainly that aspect of captaincy is completely different. Well, the man of the moment from this morning has proved us both wrong, because it's Sonny Baker who's coming back in to bowl at the New Road end to replace Nick Gubbins, who has the figures of 1 over, no maidens, 1 for 1, having picked up Taylor, who will be cross to have been dismissed in that over. And Baker is in and bowls, and Ben Allison is forward to his first ball, pushed out on the offside. I've told this story before when I've been on air, but a lovely man who played for Hampshire and came from these parts and coached here at Worcester, also played professional football for Portsmouth and Blackburn, a man called Henry Horton, who is sadly no longer with us, but lived in a little village called Cole on the other side of the Malvern Hills from here. And Henry was in the Hampshire Championship winning side of, I think it was 62. I worked with him a fair bit, coached alongside him, as this one is a little bit short of length and just worked off his hip for a single by Ben Allison. And Henry told me that when Hampshire won the championship, I think it was 62, and the captain was a man called Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, who will be well known to many Hampshire viewers and listeners, and a real, from what I gather from Henry, who was a pro. Henry was a seasoned old pro, and it was still in the days of there were some pros and some amateurs, and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie was the captain, and Hampshire won the championship, and they went out for a night of celebration in Southampton. Baker is in and bowls, and Libby almost edges this, driving at it off the back foot, cutting at it, really missed it, didn't bounce quite as much as he thought. And Henry was a real solid old gentleman, really, proper sort of professional, gritty, had a very charismatic crouched stance which was quite famous around the country. And Henry said that the celebrations went on into the night. I think most of the Hampshire players, certainly Ingleby Mackenzie, was in full dinner jacket, etc. Baker bowls short, Libby pulls, and that's 4. First boundary of the day for Jake Libby, I think, slapped in front of square. Takes him into the 90s, 91, 232 for 7. And the celebrations went on well into the daylight hours of the next day, I think. And they eventually finished at about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning and poured
6 or 7?
Poured out of this hotel in central Southampton. And Colin Ingleby Mackenzie walked to his rather splendid automobile, whatever it was, and let himself in and sat in the driver's seat, only for a policeman to come walking along the pavement. And he wound the window down. Let's break off his baker bowls, and Libby's pulled him away again on the leg side, this time just for a single. And the policeman tapped on the window, and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie wound the window down, and the policeman said, "Congratulations on winning the county championship, Mr. Ingleby Mackenzie." And he said, "Thank you, officer." And he said, "I trust you're not going to drive home." And Colin Ingleby Mackenzie said, "Well, there's one thing for certain, officer, I'm in no fit state to walk." And I think an arrangement was reached by whereby police gave Mr. Ingleby Mackenzie, the toast of Hampshire, a lift home that morning. This one is short outside the off stump and thumped away on the offside by Ben Allison, but only for a single because there is a man out there on the offside boundary. 234 for 7. Allison goes to 3, and Worcestershire trail by 59 runs, having lost 5 wickets today. Hose 82, to Oliveira 1, and Brooks 0 out before lunch, and since lunch Waite 21, and Taylor without scoring.
What a story. Good work.
True,
that,
apparently.
Frank
True.
Watson. No, good. I'm sure it was. That sounds...
He was a lovely, lovely man, Henry Horton. Anybody who knew him here at Worcester will attest to that. And he skippered the seconds for a while and was captain, towards the end of his career. And he just never said too much. Just watched the world go by. And he was a very, very gentle man. He ended his days as the groundsman at the Royal Grammar School where I was teaching at the time, and part-time coach.
Great name as well. Kyle Abbott running towards us and defended into the offside from Allison. Great name. And I never met Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, obviously, but
you've heard.
Sounds about right from everything I've.
Henry Horton used to come in when we had winter nets at the grammar school. When I was working there as the cricket professional, we had winter nets at lunchtime, every lunchtime, and they were just anybody could come. The boys just came along, and loads of old players coached them and whatever, and Henry used to come in and help sometimes.
Abbott's in, and this is straighter. A couple of runs going to be here for Ben Allison, clipping it into the leg side. Felix Organ gives chase to that boundary opposite us on the far side, and they do come back for a couple. Allison on to 5, 236 for 7.
So here we are. Henry Horton died in 1998. Played association football and cricket. Began with Worcester City, then Blackburn, Southampton, Bradford Park Avenue, Hereford United, and began as an amateur at Worcestershire and then played for Hampshire and scored over 21,500 runs for Hampshire.
21,000?
Yeah.
Here is Abbott bowling to Allison, wrapped on the pad. Umpire Illingworth says yes, gone, out. Gave it a second, did umpire Illingworth at that far end to raise the finger, but he does so, and Ben Allison has to make his way off for 5, and it's another wicket for Hampshire. They continue to make inroads today to this Worcestershire batting lineup. 236 for 8, and they trail still by 57 runs to the hosts, and Allison's on his way.
Yeah, and it's not even Stephen anymore. Hampshire absolutely on top. Just watching a replay of that. Ooh, well, I just thought it looked as though it might have been slipping down, but Richard Illingworth, best umpire in the world, had a good look at it. Had a good long look at it before deciding that it was out. Ben Allison looked a bit disappointed. Maybe umpire's call. But anyway, 236 for 8. Worcestershire now in deep trouble. Anyway, one day I was coaching in the nets with Henry Horton. Middle of winter, lunchtime, pretty low key, didn't do too much coaching, just encouraging the boys a little bit every now and again. And Henry was wearing his Hampshire sweater actually. This big barrel chested man, he stood at the back of the net, arms folded. Every now and again he'd pick up a ball, picked up this ball one day, just came in off about 2 or 3 paces. Little loopy left arm spinner. Little boy at the other end just popped it up in the air. Would have been a dolly catch to cover or something like that. Henry didn't say anything, just went, picked his ball up, walked back, came back, leaned against the net next to me, folded his arms, and he said, "That'll be it then, Mr. Watson." And I said, "What's that, Henry?" And he said, "My 100th wicket this term." Lovely. He was such a lovely man, he really was. Bless him. Born in Colwall, just on the other side of the Malvern Hills, and died in 1998. Proper professional sportsman, cricket and football.
Adam Finch, the new batter, he's going to face up to Kyle Abbott's first ball now is left outside the off stump.
He's fired up Abbott, isn't he? What? Look at his analysis now. 1 for 22 in his 19th over.
And big thank you to Wes from Hampshire, who was just texting me mentioning that Abbott wicket is his 42nd, bringing him level with Tom Taylor as the leading wicket taker in the country, and that includes Division 2 as well. So we mentioned this yesterday, a little bit of a face-off between number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, well, it's good, isn't it? It's good going.
So can Abbott get another one and move ahead of Taylor as he bowls to Adam Finch, who's pushing that to Fletcher Middleton at point?
Well, I'll make my point again that I made this morning. It may be Baker that got those 3 wickets this morning, but Abbott, by bowling with such precision, really, this morning in that pre-lunch spell, helped Baker. I mean, it's all about, they talk about bowling units, don't they? And it's good to have a spearhead, but it was he played a big part. He really did. And he's bowled beautifully.
I do wonder if Ben Allison, if DRS was the thing in the county championship, I wonder if he may have gone upstairs for it, just looking at it again on the replay, outside the off stump and left alone from Finch. I do wonder if it was maybe just down the leg side.
Yeah, maybe. I thought so.
Anyway,
I'll have another look.
End of the over, and it's a productive one for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott has bowled 17 overs. He's got 19 overs. Can't read that scoreboard. What's he bowled? 17 or 19? Yeah, 19 overs.
Yeah, 19 overs.
One for 22. And,
I think maybe it would be one of those where you thought, oh, maybe going down, and then you look at it and you see it isn't. I trust Richard Illingworth's judgment more than most, I have to say.
Certainly more than my own.
Well, no, more than most umpires, I mean, because he is absolutely, isn't he, right up there with the very, very best umpires in the world.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the man of the morning, Sonny Baker, to carry on from the New Road end. In now bowls, and that one is cut by Libby down to third man. They're happy to give Libby a single, absolutely happy to give him a single. He goes to 93, and they're 8 down now, Worcestershire. Finch can be obstinate. Karam Shazad, from what I've seen, not a particularly good batter.
I think Libby there just ran on the shot, looking at it on the replay. Yeah, I think he would have wanted a couple there.
Yeah, although Finch, they do trust Finch. They do trust Finch most of the time, and he blocks this one out on the offside. I mean, in the game at Edgbaston last week, if I can find it, Finch played 2 fairly lengthy innings. I bet I can't find it now.
A little bit of blue sky as there's to our left hand side over the cathedral. A few darker clouds to our right hand side there, which I think is where you said, Frank, the weather was potentially coming from.
Baker again in. Finch blocks out on the onside again.
You want me to have a look?
No, I'll get there.
You'll
I'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
I'll get there. I've just got to find the right. Just identifying exactly the right page. But I want to know how many balls he faced. That's what I was going to look at, because it was in the first innings. I've got it now. It's coming. In the first innings, he faced 70 deliveries. Blocks that one out on the offside, and in the second innings he faced 41 deliveries. So I've probably done him now completely and utterly. He's got no chance. He's bound to be out in the next few minutes, but I think that gives you an idea that they will trust him, and he he made a 50, I think, in the same game that Jake Libby played that marathon in at Chelmsford a few years ago. In comes Baker and bowls. That's played up to mid-on. And there's no run. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it was Pennington who made a 50 in that one. I'm not sure. But anyway, he can bat. And he can come in and he can whack it in T20 and that kind of thing as well. But he's often the night watchman, so that gives you an idea, doesn't it, of the sort of player that he is. He's not going to start creaming it around the ground, but he might hold an end up while Libby gets another 7. Baker is in and bowls, and Finch is on the back foot defending out on the offside, and they're going to take a single, which is on offer, and they just come through, and he keeps the strike. So there you are. They wouldn't have taken that. He wouldn't have wanted to take it if he didn't feel confident, and Libby wouldn't have taken it. So he does. He keeps the strike. It's 238 for 8, which means the deficit is 55 runs, and well, I think probably the 6 wickets they've taken this morning since Worcestershire resumed at 187 for 2. I say this morning, I mean today, are probably even more than they would have hoped for in their in their wildest dreams, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is, couldn't have gone really any better for Hampshire today. But you mentioning there, the deficit 55. If you're Worcestershire, you haven't had a good day, but very much still in this game as Kyle Abbott begins a new over, running towards us. Oh, raps Adam Finch on the shoulder, a short, nasty one that balloons up and goes through to Ben Brown, but he's taking a little bit of a blow there as Adam Finch, and just takes a couple of steps into the leg side, has a little think about things, and Jake Libby's going to come down and have a little chat with him just to give him a moment. A couple of words of advice. Bless you, wherever that came from. Blimey. But if you're Worcestershire, even here, if they did get bowled out with the deficit at 40, something like that, if they can get a couple of early wickets when Hampshire bat in their second innings, as Finch plays this one late, nicely down to the third man boundary, but didn't time it quite enough to get any more than a single, and James Fuller runs down in front of us from point to do the fielding, and they'll come through for 1. It is 239 for 8. So it's important not to get wrapped up, I mean, as they won't do, they're professional cricketers, they know what's going on, but not to get wrapped up in the fact that you've had a bad day so far and think that you're suddenly behind the 8 ball in the game massively, because they're not. They're still very much in this game. It's been a good game of cricket, and as we've seen so far for the last 2.5 days, generally when we think the game is going one way, the other team comes back into it in some shape or form. And Jake Libby key for Worcestershire. He has 93 and he's facing Kyle Abbott, and he's forward in defence. And there's no run. And you wouldn't be, if you had said to Worcestershire at the start of the game, after 2 innings, you're going to be 40 behind?
Well, they won the toss, didn't they? So probably no, they probably wouldn't have taken that. If you'd have said that to them when Hampshire were 144 without loss, though,
yes,
then I think probably you would. But that's it. That's the nature of the game. It ebbs and flows, and it certainly flowed as far as Hampshire are concerned today.
2 slips in place, and Libby's playing this late nicely behind square on the offside, down towards the boundary it goes, but James Fuller gives chase. He's on the deep point boundary, and they'll come back for a couple, and Libby moves to 95, 241 for 8. Just wonder if Libby here is just being a little bit more proactive in the last 10 minutes or so since he's been joined by Adam Finch. Just thinking about,
I think he will be if he gets past 3 figures. I think that will.
He's got 95. We'll definitely make sure that if he gets another run or so, Frank will
No,
to you.
Doesn't matter. Don't bother.
Left in the over, and here is Abbott bowling, and again he's playing this down towards Tom Prest on the third man boundary. He does the fielding with his long sleeve top on. He's pulled his sleeves up to his elbows, cap on, and his sort of mullet spraying out the back of his cap. And he moves from third man to third slip, because it is Adam Finch on strike, who has 2 from 10 balls. Still got 50 overs remaining in the day. Going to be a long one. A reminder, we started at 12:30 because of wet patches on the outfield. It's going to be a long old day once again here at New Road, and forward is Finch, pushing that back to Kyle Abbott. And that is the end of the over. Kyle Abbott's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 26. And Worcestershire 242 for 8.
Yeah, really good from Kyle Abbott, really good from Sonny Baker today, and not too bad either from the other seamers, Fuller and Eddie Jack. But it's Baker with his 3 wickets this morning, and Abbott with his accuracy that have really caught the eye. A wicket for Fuller since lunch, and also one for Nick Gubbins in a bonus wicket, really, just having 1 over to facilitate a change of ends, really, and picking up a wicket. So, excellent stuff from the visitors on this truncated day. It is looking a bit gloomy away to the southwest, but my weather app tells me that we shouldn't be troubled by any further interruptions as Baker is in and bowls, and on the back foot Libby just punches this one back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. So yeah, we've had a little bit of a chat about captains and brought in a couple of Hampshire names. Henry Horton, the latter of them, played for Hampshire but also had strong associations here with Worcestershire, and his brother Joe played a bit for Worcestershire too. So there are always links to be found between the clubs as in comes Baker and hits Libby on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Nipped back quite a long way, turned down. Ben Brown quite liked it. Did one of those things where you don't just appeal but you jump up and down.
Well, Sonny
wave your arms around.
Sonny Baker did the celeb appeal there. He was running off. He didn't even look back.
Just having a look at it. Oh yeah, it looks a good shot. Maybe got a nick on it, don't know. Maybe the umpire thought it was a bit too high, I don't know. But it looked a good shot, didn't it? Just have another look. Just have another look at it now.
Oh my goodness.
Dear me. Maybe just outside the line might be the call, but it looks as though he might have got away with one. On 96, as Baker is in again and bowls. And he's on 97 now as he's got an inside edge. This one's gone behind square on the leg side, but that was a really close one. And Ben Brown, as I say, did appealed and then carried on appealing and gave it the Kenny Everett hands, really, waving them around with the appeal. But umpire Shanmugam was unmoved. So maybe, if we think Allison was a tad unlucky, maybe Libby got a bit of luck there, but we never really know until they have DRS in county cricket. Baker in again, bowls, and forward in a sort of stiff-legged pose, really, is Finch, pushing this one out on the offside.
That was quite fun seeing Sonny Baker do the little celeb appeal there. He ran off and then sort of, he was a few paces into his celeb appeal and then thought, actually, let's turn around and have a little check. I'm not sure he is one to celeb appeal. I've not seen him do it before, but like I was saying yesterday, he's one of these fun cricketers, Sonny Baker. He's got bounce and pounce and energy to him.
He comes in now and bowls to Finch. Bouncer. Finch ducks underneath it. Allows it through to the keeper. Umpire Shanmugam says that's 1 over shoulder height for the over. Just going back to links, I mean, quite a few, aren't there, between Hampshire and Worcestershire? Even in recent years, we've had Ross Whiteley went down to Hampshire, and Gareth Andrew at the end of his career played a bit of white ball stuff for Hampshire before coming back up here. Lives just a stone's throw from the ground and still playing cricket in the Birmingham League for Ombersley. Gareth Andrew was here the other day, I think, at the Old Players' Day, first day of this game. The PCA had an Old Players' Day.
Old Players' Day.
Quite a gathering. I think John Snow was here.
Oh,
this one edged by Finch down to third man for a single. John Snow was here. John Price from Middlesex from the 70s. Graham Hick, who was back. So and Gareth Andrew, who played for Hampshire and for Worcestershire and for Somerset, of course. He was here. End of the over from Baker. Thought he got a wicket, struts away, tossing his head back. Still, I think, thinks he probably should have got a wicket in that over. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 70 for him. Abbott at the other end, 20 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 28. 1 for 26, I beg your pardon. How about that for tidy figures? And he'll carry on with the score on 244 for 8.
The voice of Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Robbie James, myself with you here in the West Midlands as Kyle Abbott bowls and Finch is pushing that up to Felix Organ at mid-on, and there is no run. Live across the BBC Sounds, BBC Sport website and app throughout the course of the day. A reminder, tea coming up at 4:10, different times today as we had yesterday. Because of day one we lost time, and then this morning we lost time, so we're a bit here and everywhere with our session times for this game. There's those dark clouds away to our right hand side, I think, are going in the opposite direction, which is good news, and Finch is again pushing this up to Organ at mid-wicket, mid-on I should say, and there is no run. They're not coming anywhere near us, are they, Frank? Those dark clouds, you see them beneath the beyond the cocktail bar?
If they are, then the forecast that I saw last night and this morning is completely wrong. No rain in the forecast.
Good news.
Yeah, it should brighten up, but maybe a little bit brighter just beyond those clouds. Look over the top of the ladies' pavilion is usually the guide.
Here is Abbott. 3 slips go down as Finch is on strike and he's forward, and that's a nice looking defensive shot into the offside. No run. Yeah, it feels like it's all quite fairly still, the weather at the moment here over New Road. Those trees away to our left hand side in front of the cathedral, not particularly active at the moment. River Severn beyond us, between where we are here at the cricket ground and then the cathedral. Walked over the bridge this morning, it was flowing, all the seagulls were out and keeping an eye out for any scraps, any bacon rolls that have been dropped on the floor as Finch pushes this into the onside and there's no run. There were more. People have been going on about these seagulls or terns, as Trevor Owens educated me on day one, and I hadn't really noticed them until last night. Walking back from dinner, it was then really that I did feel like I should have been walking with an umbrella, even though it wasn't raining. It felt like it might have been a safe shout because they were out and about. And you did feel a little bit of a walking target, but crucially, no chips in my hand. As Kyle Abbott runs towards us and bowls, and Adam Finch thinks about playing at that one, but then takes the bat away. 244 for 8. Adam Finch has 3. Jake Libby has 97. And Worcestershire trail by 49 runs in their first innings. This game, all results possible as things stand. Could well. Don't want too much more weather to potentially take time out of the game.
No, that's right. You feel, don't you? There's enough in this pitch for plenty of wickets to fall.
Pat on the back foot that time is Finch pushing it into the offside. No run. End of the over. 87 overs gone. I can't read that scoreboard. Worcestershire 244 for 8.
Enough in the pitch for the potential for 22 wickets to fall in the last day and a half is what we're probably saying, isn't it? If, more likely if the team is chasing something in the last innings, but it could happen. It's that kind of a pitch, I think. But we need this first innings to be wrapped up fairly quickly, I think, if that's going to happen. I say that with the Worcestershire hat on. I don't particularly want them to concede much of a first innings lead, but we need the game to move at some pace if it's to conclude satisfactorily. Sonny Baker's doing his best to make that happen, and he's in now and he bowls to Jake Libby, and Libby just slightly discomforted by that one, just got a little bit turned round and dropped it down on the offside. 97, he's faced 225 deliveries, and yet he doesn't look particularly comfortable. And the fact that he's been there for the whole of the innings for these runs, and that is 88 overs, probably tells you all you need to know about that. As Baker is in again and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and sort of takes Libby on the pad and runs along the ground to Ben Brown. New ball was obviously taken. We should have said that. I think probably everybody realised. Did you? You might have said it without me even noticing. But the new ball was taken immediately when the 80th over was completed.
It was with Abbott and Baker coming back on, wasn't it? Yeah.
And that was the Gubbins. It wasn't a changing ends. It was a let's get this out of the way. And even more annoyance for Taylor, really, having got out in that over. Here is Baker. In and bowls and just pushed out on the offside by Libby. He's been there since the start, so 80 overs in. It's a long time to bat.
Some people will be keen to keep an ear out for test match updates as well, so just a quick heads up, the Oval, they've got things back underway. Had a bit of rain down there. India have lost a third wicket, so they are now 83 for 3. There's been a run out.
Baker in, bowls Libby, works it on the onside for a single, takes him on to 98. Tense stuff in terms of Libby's personal score. Tense stuff in terms of the game as Worcestershire creep ever closer to the Hampshire first innings score of 293, but I can't say this day's gone probably how we expected it to, but then nor did yesterday, and that in a way is the nature of cricket and particularly of this game. Baker in again, bowls, and Finch thick outside edge along the ground to backward point. Sparse crowd this morning and this afternoon here at New Road. Hanging around doesn't help. Didn't get underway until 12:30. Not much sunshine. It's fairly warm, quite muggy really. Not much in the way of sweaters out there for the fielders. Fairly pleasant conditions to watch in, but it's a bit gloomy, bit overcast. As Baker is in again. Balls and good Yorker, which Finch digs out. And they take a single, which is to everybody's liking. And Finch will keep the strike at the end of the over. I say that they take a single, which to everybody's liking. If I were Brown, I think now I'd probably not bother who I was bowling at really. Libby's in the nervous 90s, so he's not exactly going to be totally relaxed on strike. Finch, obviously the tail ender they would rather bowl at, but don't think it really makes that much difference. And if things are tight, you don't want to give runs away really, even ones and twos. So I sometimes think it can get slightly overcomplicated, the cat and mouse situation. 246 for 8 anyway at the end of the over.
People overcomplicating cricket? They would never. Kyle Abbott to begin a new over from the digless end as a seagull goes searching above us, and forward is Finch. And he plays that into the offside, and there is no run. A couple of seagulls just inspecting things over the Basil D'Oliveira stand in front of us. 3 slips in place for Finch. That tarpaulin sight screen that is draped over the Basil D'Oliveira stand. I mean, there's only a few seats to the right of that sight screen as we look at it. More seats to the left, populated by a few spectators with a good view of Kyle Abbott bowling a short ball. Doesn't really get up that on Finch. Sort of goes down, balloons up a little bit off the surface, and Ben Brown takes it down by his ankles. Seagull's now making its way to the ladies' pavilion. Nothing in the D'Oliveira stand. Let's see what's going on over here. Now going over the pitch. You won't find anything at mid-wicket, I'm afraid. Maybe try the ladies' pavilion around about tea time. Might be a good spot to keep an eye on. Here is Abbott beginning his run up. Shirt untucked, bustling figure as he runs towards us, bowls, and driven up to mid-off from Finch. And there is no run. 246 for 8. Frank Watson's got his binoculars out. Something must have caught his attention.
Yeah, just every now and again, just like to zoom in a little bit on the batter and have a look at his feet.
Oh, you're looking at the batter? I thought you were looking at the
I'm
birds,
looking,
if I'm honest.
No.
Ah.
I'm looking at just Close up on Adam Finch.
Well, await your observations. In comes Abbott, over the wicket, past umpire Illingworth now, and forward is Finch, and that's a nice looking defensive shot.
I talked about Finch and his its sort of stickability at the crease. He's quite calm and measured and very still, which I always like to see from a coach's point of view, as he waits for the bowler. Doesn't have a sort of recognisable trigger movement, as they say so often players these days do, but Finch just very still, which is just a good thing. Just keep the head still, watch the ball.
Got 4 to his name. He's facing up to Kyle Abbott, and that gets an inside edge down to the fielder at fine leg. Sonny Baker will come in off the boundary, and they will come through for 1, 2, 47 for 8.
But I don't think it's easy out there at the moment, by any means. This ball's quite new. This pitch has assisted the seamers at various times throughout the game, and I think, just the fact that he's been out there for 27 deliveries so far, Finch, tells you that he's actually probably played pretty well.
Reminiscent of the Eddie Jack innings in the first innings for Hampshire. He came in as the night watch and faced, what did he face in the end? 78 balls for his 29.
Done your job, haven't
really
you?
good, stuck around for the morning session. A third slip in place because Jake Libby's facing, but he's on 98. And he's going to face up to Kyle Abbott now, who bowls, and he gets a thick inside edge into his pad. The ball trickles out to the offside, and he looks annoyed with himself. Survives. Worcestershire 247 for 8 at the end of the over. They trail by 46 runs.
I think that one way that we might be able to measure the difficulty of run scoring at the moment is if Libby gets to 100, what happens thereafter. And if he suddenly finds a bit of fluency thereafter because he's mentally relaxed, then we'll think, well, okay, it maybe isn't as difficult as it's looked, but I don't think that'll happen. I think even if he gets to 100, he's still going to struggle. They've bowled well, and they've asked a lot of questions. The Kookaburra is at its most dangerous in the first 10-15 overs of its life, I think. As Baker comes in now to Finch, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Movement though, away from the right-hander. Late decision to leave it from Finch. And Brown takes, but I genuinely think it's been pretty tough out there, and I think it would be tough in any circumstances, but particularly tough when they've bowled as well as they have. That one actually was a little bit wide from Baker, and need to just straighten up a little bit. That quirky little skip before he starts his run up, and he's in again and bowls, and Finch very solidly in behind that, watching it all the way onto the bat, plays it down on the offside. So he's lived up to his billing as a crease occupant, a crease occupier.
Crease
Finch, since he's come.
That's a good term, that.
Not setting about the bowling, but well, at the moment nursing Libby towards 3 figures. It's quite tense. Baker in, bowls bouncer, which Finch ducks underneath, and to be fair, ducks underneath, minimum of fuss, stands up, remarks his guard, goes for a little walk. No great histrionics.
We've not seen too many short balls cause anyone any real problems in this game. You're right though, it does feels like we're in a sort of a game within a game at the moment, aren't we? We're in the let's get Jake Libby to 3 figures game, and then we'll get our attention back on the match.
Yeah, exactly. Baker again, 95 on his back. Past umpire Shanmugam, bowls short again to Finch, who ducks underneath it again, and no great carry, dying on its way through to Ben Brown, who's picked up 3 catches today, the Hampshire captain and wicketkeeper. First of them down the leg side, sending back Adam Hose for 82, with Worcestershire not even adding a 1 run to their overnight score before Hose was out, quickly followed by D'Oliveira and Brooks, both falling to Baker. One of them caught by Prest at backward point, one of them also caught by Brown. At lunch it was 204 for 5. Finch blocks this next one out on the offside, and since lunch Waite caught by Brown off Fuller for 21. Taylor LBW to the occasional leg spin of Nick Gubbins for 0, and Ben Allison LBW to Kyle Abbott for 5.
Hampshire's day 1, Worcestershire's day 2, Hampshire's half a day 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good game. What a great game. I'm delighted. After watching these 3 boring draws for Hampshire in the last few rounds, this is great. It's like T20.
Oh, there's another one for Brown and another one for Baker. Walking into it, Finch undone by a little bit of movement away, outside edge, and Ben Brown picks up his 5th catch of the innings. And nicely pouched it was too. It was about shin height moving over to his right. That's a really good delivery from Sonny Baker. I think Finch would have to play at that 9 times out of 10, and he gets a little nick, and Brown does the rest. Worcestershire falling away today in very similar fashion to the way that Hampshire did in their first innings. Sonny Baker is the man in the wickets at the moment, his 4th of the day. Finch has gone for 5, Worcestershire 247 for 9.
Yeah, I think that might be getting a few top order batters out from Sonny Baker. The angle in, and then just a fraction, tiny little bit of nip away. And it was a good length as well that meant Adam Finch had to come forward, had to play at it. And he got an edge which was much easier for Ben Brown to take than the previous delivery. So Sonny Baker, who started the day, his figures were 0 for 54, and he now has 4 for 72. So he's taken 4 wickets for 18 runs, if my maths is correct, which I think it is for once in my life. Yeah, so he's had a very good day of it, Sonny Baker. And now then, Karam Shazad is the new batter, and he comes in with Jake Libby. Probably not realistically saying this to him, but in my brain, where cricketers would say it, he's saying, right now, you stay here, don't even think about playing a shot, you get yourself in behind the ball and allow me to get through to my 3 figures. But I'm sure Jake Libby is a team man, and more importantly, will be getting Worcestershire as close as possible to this Hampshire first innings total of 293. Currently, they are 46 runs behind, and we're going to see a change of bowling at the Diglas end. Eddie Jack is going to come into the attack. 13 overs, 1 for 58. And he's going to bowl to Jake Libby, who has 98. Frank, would you like to take this?
I'll take
Jake Libby, go on.
Jake Libby,
98.
Yeah. Well, first of all, can he get to 100? Second, can he carry his bat? I think he's done it once before. It's not a commonplace thing for even a batter of Libby's capability. Turns down the single. So if he does it, he's going to do it either with a boundary or by taking a single off the 5th or 6th ball and then doing the same again at the other end. Because it's hard to find a boundary, isn't it, really, with all these fielders out. There's 4 fielders deep on the offside, 3 on the leg side, 1 slip. Very difficult. Here's Abbott into Libby, and off the back foot, could have had a single again. Turns it down. See, the other thing about this, and we're talking about overcomplicating it, it seems to happen quite a lot. Happened quite a bit at Edgbaston the other day in a partnership between Brooks and Finch. That's 2 turned down, so they could be on 249 already. How many times that? If that happens 8-10 times, you're talking about significantly reducing the lead, and then it becomes counterproductive, I think. As Abbott bowls, and Libby is working this one away on the leg side. It's another one he could have had. So he's turned 3 down. Now you could argue, well, if he gets 1, Shazad gets bowled for 0, there's no point to it all, and he finishes 99 on out. He's got every right to do what he's doing, and of course he has got every right to do what he's doing. But in the bigger picture, one wonders. That's all I'm saying. It's a difficult one. There's Abbott again in, bowls. Libby drives, 4th time in the over that he could have had a single. Doesn't. He'll take it now, I guess. Or would you? Because he'll bring the field in now, Brown. Well, I would. And he will. 2 balls left in the over. You don't really want him to get a single now. Bring them all in. He can have a boundary if he wants it. Oh, he's leaving cover out. No, he's leaving them out. Okay, so he's going to say, right, you can have one now and we'll just have 1 ball at Shazad. That's all we'll need. Now they're coming in at extra cover and mid-off.
Just trying to keep you on your toes there, Frank, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he wasn't even sure himself what he wanted to do, I don't think. Abbott bowls, Libby goes for the big one, over the top, and gets away with it, and comes back for 2, and gets his second 100 of the season. Not in the most stylish way, but a brilliant effort it's been. He's been absolutely crucial. He's been there since the start, and he's breached his 100 off 234 deliveries and just 5 boundaries. That tells you how hard it has been. But Jake Libby has got there. 234 balls, 5 fours, and a marathon effort and a vital effort it has been for Worcestershire. Jake Libby's second 100 of the season, drives the last ball of the over up to mid-on, doesn't get a run, so Shazad will be on strike. Worcestershire 249 for 9.
Yeah, played brilliantly, and that goes with his 200 earlier on in the month against Hampshire. Down at Utility Bowl. He enjoys playing against Hampshire, does Jake Libby?
Actually, it's his third 100, I should have said. Sorry, he got one against Sussex as well. 167. They've gone big. 167, 228, not out, and this one. But he'll have a job to get a big one here because Shazad is a proper tail ender, and he's on strike against Sonny Baker, the man of the moment.
Yeah, it could be interesting, these next 6 deliveries. But well done, Jake Libby. There he is, just leaning on his bat, looks fairly content with life, and why wouldn't you be? Brilliant knock, been a superb glue in this Worcestershire batting lineup, and like you said, there's every chance that he may now carry his bat. So Worcestershire 49 for 9. Forgot how to speak for a second. And it is going to be Karam on strike to Sonny Baker is going to bowl from this new road end. There are 2 slips in place, a gully as well, as in he comes past the umpire and bowls. That's a short one, leading edge up into the air, and is it taken by Tom Prest? Yes, it is! Diving in front, Tom Prest. That's a brilliant catch. He had to take a couple of steps in from gully. Leading edge off the top of the bat for Karam, and Tom Prest takes the catch, and Sonny Baker picks up his 5th wicket. 5 for 72 for the signing from Somerset. The young fast bowler, and what an effort that has been, what a comeback that has been from Sonny Baker. He started the day with 0 for 54, so he's taken 5 wickets for 18 runs. Worcestershire all out for 249. Jake Libby carries his bat and makes his way off with 100 from 235 balls. That's what the applause is for right now. And then it will continue as well for Sonny Baker with his 5 for 72. So Worcestershire trail by 44 runs. Hampshire will bat again in around about 10 minutes time and look to try and build a lead. How long will they then need potentially to try and bowl Worcestershire out and force a result and avoid a 4th straight draw in a row? But for now it is Jake Libby making his way up the steps with 100 to his name, and Sonny Baker now holds the ball aloft as they make their way towards the Graham Hick Pavilion towards our right hand side, and he looks happy with his floppy hair and his tubey grip on his right arm. Congratulations to him. Hampshire make their way off, and we are in for a good game, I feel, Frank Watson.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's Hampshire's day, absolutely. They've hit back brilliantly. Worcestershire, remember, 187 for 2 overnight, so absolutely blown away today by, in particular, Sonny Baker. 5 for 72 for him. All 5 of those wickets falling today. The other bowling figures, Kyle Abbott 1 for 27, Eddie Jack 1 for 60, James Fuller 2 for 35, and Nick Gubbins 1 for 1 from his 1 over. Worcestershire indebted to Jake Libby's unbeaten 100, carrying his bat, just holding things together really. But a significant first innings lead of 44 runs in these circumstances. Worcestershire will need early wickets, and they will be attempting to get them when play resumes in around about 6 or 7 minutes time. Do join us then. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. To get underway in the Hampshire second innings in this game between Hampshire and Worcestershire Rothesay County Championship Division 1, and the second innings begins with Hampshire having established a first innings lead, which didn't look likely at one stage, but they are 44 runs ahead, having dismissed Worcestershire for 249 in pretty short order today, and that included an unbeaten 100 from Jake Libby, who carried his bat. As Karam Shazad starts the innings with a ball outside the off stump, which is left alone by Joe Weatherly, and we are underway. Karam Shazad then, who was the last man out in the Worcestershire innings. First ball caught by Tom Prest off Sonny Baker without scoring. Sonny Baker 5 for 72, all 5 of those wickets falling today, and I think it was 5 for 18 today.
5 for 18
5 for
today
18
for Sonny Baker.
today. That's pretty good, isn't it? Sonny Baker, and he was absolutely delighted when that catch was taken to give him his 5th. Shazad is in, bowls Yorker, which Weatherly digs out, squeezes up to mid-on where Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. So Hampshire 293 all out in their first innings. Worcestershire 249 all out in their first. Crucially as well, we didn't even comment on the fact that they missed out on a batting point. So Worcestershire with 3 points, Hampshire with 4, and all to play for in the second innings. Hampshire effectively 44 without loss as they start this second innings, with Shazad bowling to Weatherly, who plays out on the offside, and there's no run. We've got about, we reckon, a couple more overs after this before the tea interval. This day has been rather misshapen by the weather. A late start at 12:30, lunch at 1:30, tea is scheduled for 10 minutes past 4, and I reckon we'll get maybe just one more actually, because it's going to be 5 past already, so maybe just one more over before tea. How Worcestershire would love a breakthrough. Shazad in, bowls, and Weatherly is off the mark, clipping this one beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. It's leg stump half volley, and well, in any circumstances, almost on any surface, a batter of Weatherly's quality, an opening batter of professional capability, is going to put that one away, and he did not miss out. Just to pick up on that, having talked about the serve, he's got a message just before tea from Mike, who said, do you think this is the best pitch we've had this season compared to some earlier on? And that's the feeling I'm picking up. Shazad bowls, and Weatherly plays out on the offside. Having talked to one or two people who've seen all of this game, and a couple of comments from the players, it's a hybrid pitch, and it's a Kookaburra ball, and perhaps, given what we've seen at New Road earlier this season with the Duke particularly, on the pitches that were pure grass, if that makes sense, not hybrid, we seem to have found a pitch here that has produced the best contest between bat and ball that we've seen. Shazad bowls, Weatherly is forward, playing back up the pitch. Bowler misfields off his own bowling, but there's no run. End of the first over. 4 came from it. Probably have one more before tea. So yeah, possibly the best surface we've had. But that said, in both innings that we've had so far, barring a couple of significant partnerships, batting's been pretty tough.
Yeah, it has certainly looked that way for the first hour. We only had an hour's morning session this morning, but goodness me, it did look for a second as if Worcestershire weren't going to get into double figures for their session score this morning. They ended up adding, I think, maybe 13 or something like that over. They started the day 187 for 2, went into lunch 204 for 5. So, yeah, they only added 17 in that hour. Tom Taylor, with a 5 for in the first innings, is kicking us off from the Diglas end, and Fletcher Middleton's letting that one go outside the off stump. Fletcher Middleton with 79 in the first innings. Joe Weatherly with 62 in that stand of 144. But it was Tom Taylor who was the standout for Worcestershire. 5 for 55 from 21 and a half overs for the man with number 12 on his back. Sun's out here. A few more seagulls just swooping around overhead. The cakes are out, not far off the tee interval. Here is Taylor over the wicket, bowls, and Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump. Sun is glistening off that pavilion now. That is a lovely shade of, what would you call that? Well, the colour of the pavilion, the cathedral I was talking about.
Yes, that's a tricky one, isn't it? The sandstone just warmed a little bit, isn't it, by the sun in terms of colour?
I like that. A warm sandstone. That's lovely. Very nice. Have that in my kitchen. Here is Tom Taylor. Past umpire Shanmugam. That's a nice looking shot from Fletcher Middleton. Going to get some runs here. Missed field in the covers from, who's that with number 15 on their back?
D'Oliveira.
It's Brett D'Oliveira, isn't it? Yeah. It's very rare that you see him miss field. That's why I had to look it up. I didn't expect to see Brett D'Oliveira miss field 1 in the covers. They come back for a couple, and Middleton's off the mark. 2 to his name, and Hampshire's lead now extended to 50. With 90 seconds or so to go on the clock to our left-hand side, either side of the scoreboard. And it will be tea at 10 past 4. Here is Taylor. Bowls once more, and Middleton plays and misses at one outside the off stump. It's a good one from Taylor. Couple of slips in place. Eagerly anticipating finding the outside edge. Little session. Absolutely much like when Hampshire came out for the small evening session on day 1. There's absolutely nothing to gain, just a few things to be lost for these couple of batters. Can they make it through to tea and then try and settle themselves in for it's going to be another long evening session here at New Road. Here is Taylor bowls, and Middleton's defending that into the offside, and there is no run. Sonny Baker with his second, just to mark your card, his second 5 of the season. Picked up 5 for 80 at the Oval against Surrey in our second game of the season. Doesn't that feel like an age ago? 5 for 72 in the first innings here, and like we said, 5 for 18 today. Remarkable. So we're having a little word with someone, maybe a pal or a family member, someone in the stands earlier on. He'll be a happy man as Middleton's forward and plays that out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over, couple gone. Will they scamper around for one more, or are we going to go to tea with 2, 1 and 10 past 4? But it looks like we're going to get one more. There's Shanmugam and Richard Illingworth have not even made eye contact. It's 10 past 4, but we'll have one more.
Unless there's been a change that we don't know about. Both these batsmen are using those bats that I was mentioning that are made by somebody whose name begins with K.
You just do not miss a trick.
I think you see quite a lot. Hampshire, Sussex. They're very popular. Shazad bowls. That one bounced a bit outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Weatherly, and then bounced quite sharply up into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. Gareth Roderick he's swapping his gloves around this season. Had a new black pair, gone back to his white ones now, and then occasionally goes for the black ones. I keep asking him about it. He's not quite comfortable with his new black gloves. And he said that bit like you did then. He said, well, you're pretty observant, aren't you? So well, always look out for things like that. Shazad in, bowls, full. Weatherly just falls over it a little bit, head falling outside the line, taking on the pad, strangled appeal as it runs out on the leg side.
I've got some intel.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to make you, I don't know how happy this is going to make you, and I don't know how we missed it. Apparently, again, according to Wes from Hampshire,
change your tea time.
Apparently we've had tea.
Oh, well, we haven't, have we?
Well, I haven't had
I
it.
don't think that gap was long enough for tea, was it?
I did think it was a bit longer,
that's
but I didn't
really
think
thrown us if we've had tea. That's really thrown us here. Shazad in, bowls. There was no announcement made over the loudspeakers. I'm sure we can find out. Just pop your head into the press box.
I will.
See what they say. If we've had tea, then we need to get some cakes in here pretty quickly. I didn't think the break was long enough. Well, if that's the case, and it looks as though it is, and Shazad is in and bowls, and Weatherly is driving back up the pitch, then we're in trouble here, because we've got a 40 over session to commentate on, and there's only 2 of us, so that's going to be tough going, but we'll manage. A 40 over session, goodness me. And the cake's here, and very pink it is too.
I'm fuming.
So we've got a 40 over session, Robbie. That's going to be tough, isn't it? I didn't think that was a long enough break. Shazad in, bowls outside the stump, left alone. And if there was an announcement made to the public, we didn't hear it. If the break was longer than we thought, then apologies. It means I'll have to go off at the end of this over and do a quick update for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
What about all our errands that we were going to run at tea?
I know, exactly.
I hadn't gone to
Well,
the
I'll go and do my update, and I'll pop a couple of tea bags into a couple of cups. Shazad just about to finish his second over, the third of the innings. And he finds the edge of Joe Weatherly's bat, just looking to turn that on the leg side. Hands on head for the bowler. Outside edge down to third man. Tea has been taken. So we've now got 39 overs left in the day. And Hampshire are 6 without loss, leading by exactly 50.
Okay, well, Frank Watson's going to depart and go and do his updates next door. We'll just have to sort ourselves out here a little bit. I was expecting just a short little session, and then we were going to have 20 minutes to go to the toilet and have a glass of water. And anyway, our lives are so difficult. 39 overs remain in the day at a sunny new road. And Hampshire 7 without loss after bowling out Worcestershire for 249 earlier on in the day. And they lead by 51 without loss. Tom Taylor to begin a new over from the Diglis end, running towards us, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Weatherly. And just a little bit more of a breeze has just picked up here at New Road. You can see a few of the Worcestershire faithful just mulling around, maybe just sorting themselves off. Maybe they were thrown as well by the tea interval being taken in between innings. A few there over in the cocktail bar to our right hand side on the stools that are on the sort of upper tier, the rooftop bar if you'd like. Here is Taylor bowling a nice drive, that from Weatherly. He's going to pick up 4 runs in front of the chestnut tree in the ladies' pavilion away to our right-hand side. That is signature Joe Weatherly. Lovely drive through the covers. And he's looked good since coming back into the Hampshire side last week against Notts. And he's looking good here at New Road this week as well. 62 in the first innings. And he moves on to 9. Hampshire 11 without loss. And a couple of slips go down. No change in the field. Tom Taylor running towards us now and bowls, and Weatherly goes for another drive, and it's another beautiful looking shot, though this time it finds Brett D'Oliveira at cover, and there is no run. Brett D'Oliveira just a couple of metres away from a pigeon that's found one of those wicket ends with a little bit of seed on it, just to have a little peck at. Quite surprised that that ball going in the rough direction of the pigeon didn't send it flying upwards, but it is a brave soul. As Taylor turns again at the top of the advertising matting, runs towards us, past the umpire now, and Weatherly's cutting this one for 4. A little bit too short, too much width from Tom Taylor as well, and that was easy pickings for the man in form, Joe Weatherly. Cut that past the fielder at point, up towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. That's the second boundary of the over. Weatherly on to 17, if the scoreboard has updated, has it? Well, it must have updated. He's gone on to gone on to 13. Me and that scoreboard are going to fall out. It's a little slow. Hampshire 15 without loss. Tom Taylor bowls, and this is straighter to Weatherly, better length as well. He pushes it into the onside, and there is no run. That scoreboard. Honestly, I've been here 2 days, first ever time at Worcester. I do have to just give it a moment before giving you any score updates, just to check whether or not it's ticked over. It's got on the top Hampshire, dark background, white writing. Hampshire, 15 without loss. The 15 without loss is in yellow. And it is glistening in the afternoon sunshine. Hopefully it's nice wherever you are listening in, and whether you drives this one up to mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. 4 overs gone. And Hampshire going nicely in this second innings. 15 without loss. Weatherly has 13. Fletcher Middleton has 2. And it is BBC Radio, Hereford and Worcester. Frank Watson with us, just next door doing a couple of updates and filling up his coffee cup. And Robbie James from BBC Radio Solent as well. Kevin James, don't forget, will be back. Don't you worry. I know there's been a fair few comments. Where is JMO? Where's KJ? Where is Kevin James? Who's this? Kevin James will be back, I promise. He's on an American road trip. And no doubt he'll come back with a Texas accent in a couple of weeks' time. Here is Karam to begin a new over from the new road end, and that tucks Fletcher Middleton up, and he tucks it off his hip. And that's going to go to the boundary for 4. My word, didn't he time that nicely? A little bit too straight from Karam, and he's annoyed with himself. He's just going through with his arm, just sort of displaying what he should have been doing with his wrist action. And that flew off the bat of Fletcher Middleton to our right-hand side, down to that square leg boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. And Middleton moves on to 6. Hampshire 19 without loss. And the lead is 63. Reminder, Hampshire were put into bat on day 1. Bowled out for 293. Worcestershire 249 in reply as Middleton punches this one back to Karam, who fields off his own bowling. And Hampshire in their second innings now 19 without loss. Frank Watson has brought me a cup of tea. What a man. Good stuff, Frank. Oh, lovely. It's got one of those. It's in a paper cup, and it's got one of those. I always find very odd the sort of the stirrers. They're this long, thin stick stirrers, which I've fallen out with a couple of those this week. Twice I've tried to make a cup of tea with them, and I've ended up piercing the tea bag, which means it all goes in the. It's all awful. I've got to start again, and then Fletcher Middleton pushes this one up to mid-on, and then you feel like you've wasted the tea bag, and then you've got to try and tip out the water, and it's a mess anyway. But thank you, that's very kind.
I don't know what you could. Are they called stirrers?
Well,
we used to call them. We used to have, when I was a kid, and you had a coal fire, and you sometimes light it with we used to call them spills.
Spills?
Spills, like a long piece of paper. I'm sure people of a certain age will know what I mean when I say that. Almost like that, maybe a little bit wider.
Here is Karam running away from us past umpire Illingworth, and Middleton is defending that onto the onside. Brett D'Oliveira scampers in from mid-on just to try and inject a little bit of energy.
Just a little hint of disappointment about the start of this Hampshire second innings from Worcestershire point of view, that batsmen don't appear to be in too much trouble. You know, we've seen such a good exhibition of bowling from the Hampshire seamers today that the Worcestershire seamers could have been forgiven for thinking they were going to go out there and really make things happen, and it just hasn't quite happened yet.
Karam bowls, and forward is Middleton. Looks positive in defence, actually does the man from Fair Oak Cricket Club, as he pushes that up to Tom Taylor, and there is no run. Yeah, I wouldn't say that necessarily actually any side has really looked completely on it from the start of any innings. We've had 3 innings now, and I'd say Worcestershire were pretty off it on day 1 when they let Weatherly and Middleton get off to a decent start. Then I'd say Hampshire as well yesterday. It was 56 that the 2 openers, Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, put on for the opening wicket, as Middleton defends us into the offside, and there's no run. 5 overs gone. Hampshire 19 without loss. Weatherly has 13. Middleton has 6. And then again today in the 3rd innings of the game, and Worcestershire, yeah, again I'd say just not bowling awfully, but yeah, probably not as much sustained pressure as they maybe would have liked in these opening 5 overs.
Yeah, that's about a decent summary as you could hope for, really. I think both innings that we've had so far have started pretty well, in Worcestershire's case, perhaps not at the very start, but early on in the innings they've thrived. Both fallen away quite significantly in the second half, as it were. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Weatherly. Worcestershire, I mean, a disastrous morning, really. I say morning, it wasn't really morning because we didn't start till 12:30, but the first session was an hour, and in that time Worcestershire lost 3 wickets and added just 17 runs, and thereafter really it was a steady procession, with the exception of Jake Libby, who carried his bat superbly for an unbeaten 100 off 234 balls with 5 fours. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, and this one is left alone again. And Libby, well, a beacon really in that innings, the exception of Hose's 82, which he didn't add to overnight. Only 2 other players reaching 20. Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, has a definite message here for Karam Shahzad. Running a drink round to him, but doing it with a haste. There's Taylor bowls, and this time Weatherly's beaten outside the off stump. Doing it with a haste, which suggests that he has a very, very clear message that he wants to convey here, and he's about to do so. Running round the boundary with a drink. 19 without loss. Ian East has spotted the bats that I was talking about as well. Maybe he was listening in earlier when I was talking about the bat that Matthew Waite was using, which was another one made by somebody, a different manufacturer that starts with the same letter. Pushed out on the offside by Weatherly, this one, and there is no run. Weatherly 13, Middleton 6, both prospered in the first innings. Middleton made 79, Weatherly 62, so these two probably of as confident as anybody out there on this pitch. But whether they would be batting with the same poise and confidence if they were facing Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker is a slightly different question. As Taylor is in and bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Weatherly. I thought Baker bowled very well today, obviously. 5 for 18 his figures today, 5 for 72 overall. But I kept saying it this morning from the outset, really, and I'll say it again. Kyle Abbott, 22 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 27, played a significant part in that because he hardly gave the batsman anything to hit whatsoever.
And that is sustained pressure, isn't
absolutely.
it? That's how it works.
That's how you do it. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Taylor in from the Diglis end. Bowls 5 wickets of his own in the first innings. This one left alone outside the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick. End of the over, 19 without loss. And also a word just before we leave behind that innings, 249 all out Worcestershire, a word for Brown, because not only was he the skipper, but he also picked up 5 catches, one of them an absolute perler, diving away to his right, low down, and a very, very accomplished performance from him behind the stumps.
Around then to begin another over from the New Road end. He's got his shirt untucked, little bits of orange on his boots, and he's wearing some of that zinc as well. White sun cream across his cheeks and under his eyes. And he bowls over the wicket to Middleton, who's on the back foot, playing it straight back to him. Frank Watson's gone for a cake break, which is going to be an interesting dynamic for the next half hour. How we're going to get through these 2 bits of. They're sort of square. They're the weird one. There'll be a name for them, but they're square cakes that have. If you can imagine the Harlequins rugby shirt, if you've ever seen that, we'll give it a Google if you haven't. And it's a little bit like that. So you've got 4 quarters, and they are they're sort of different colours. We've got sort of a green and a purpley pink one. Nice, very nice. I had a little bit of it earlier with the icing round the outside as Middleton plays this down to the fielder at third, who is directly opposite us down at that Diglis end of the ground, and they'll come through for a single. Middleton on to 7, and Hampshire 20 without loss. They lead by 64. A few more seagulls overhead, just having a little look at things over by the practice nets, which are between where we are here and the cathedral. You've got the cricket ground, then you've got the practice nets beyond those, the small stand and the trees and the hedges. As Karam bowls and Weatherly's forward, pushing it up to mid-on. You've got the practice nets, and then the other side of the practice nets you have the River Severn, and then the other side of the River Severn you have Worcester Cathedral. Have I got that right?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Few bits in between. The rowing club or the boat club. I never know. There's a rowing club further down upstream, and also one just there, and a swannery, a sort of swan sanctuary as well over there. Yeah, a couple of restaurants.
We'll get your review of the cake in just a moment as well. Here comes Karam, bowls, and Weatherly is playing that with a straight bat up to Brett D'Oliveira, no rum.
Yeah, sticky icing.
Yeah, yes.
Very pink, where it's pink. Very sweet, probably very bad for us, and quite tasty.
What's it called?
Is it? Well, it's Battenberg, isn't it? When it's that pattern, I think, but it's not. It's not a familiar Battenberg colours.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah, I put in coloured square cake.
Battenberg.
Battenberg. Yeah, very good. Well, how on brand? Because Hampshire are Battenberg. Yeah. Anyway, here's Weatherly playing that one late down to the fielder on the third boundary. They'll come through for a single. Weatherly on to 14, Hampshire 21 without loss. You saw what I was trying to do.
If there was a message, if there was a message for Alan Richardson to Karam Shahzad, as far as we can decipher it in this over, it would be bowl a bit straighter, bowl a bit more off-stumpish, because he was drifting into the pads a bit in his earlier spells. Now, or certainly this over so far, a little bit straighter.
Here he is once again, bowling over the wicket. Final ball of the over, and he's maybe just a fraction more outside the off-stump, but Fletcher Middleton looks pretty secure behind it and pushes it into the offside. No run. 7 overs gone, and Weatherly has 14, Middleton has 7, Hampshire 21 without loss. Their lead is 65.
Well, Shahzad playing only his second championship game for Worcestershire. Outstanding in the first innings at Edgbaston, 6 for 42 from 16 overs. 1 in the second innings for 84. Much more disappointing in that Warwickshire win, of course, that run chase, and then no wickets for 91 in the first innings here. So good start, looking to build on it. Here's Tom Taylor, easily Worcestershire's most consistent bowler this season. He's in now and bowls, and on the back foot Joe Weatherly plays that up to mid-off. Tom Taylor has really, in a short time really, it's only his second season with Worcestershire, and his first season began a little bit late owing to an injury in pre-season, quite a serious injury, but in the space of, well, the best part of, say, a season, he has become almost the first name on the team sheet. Absolutely crucial in all forms. He's in now and bowls outside the off stump, left alone this time, and there's no run. 5 in the first innings, as you quite rightly said before, and it's just when players move between counties, and Taylor started at Derbyshire, then went to Leicestershire, then went to Northamptonshire, finally has come here. It's amazing how quickly they can become not just part of the furniture, but the most important, or almost the most important part. I mean, it really has happened that quickly. As he is in and bowls, and this one is worked away on the onside up to mid-on, no run. And the other thing is, it's well documented how many players Worcestershire have lost to other counties, how many players have moved on. You could name a team almost, and what that means is that you've got 1 or 2 who've come through the ranks. Although Worcestershire did recently field a side that had no homegrown players, this one's got a couple. But what it means is that new players have to come in and bed in and become, fundamental to the team in a way that it usually takes longer to do. That one again is left alone outside the off stump. But Ethan Brooks has played every game this season. Taylor is absolutely vital to the side, and they both only joined the club last season, so it is remarkable how things move on. But if you're a selling club, as they say in football, if you're a club that produces players and then sees them move on, you've got to do it somehow. You've got to bring them through your own academy, etc., and you've also got to find them from elsewhere. It's the only way to survive. As Taylor is in, and forward comes Weatherly, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
A really nice rhythmic action as well. Tom Taylor is a tall man, which always helps, but it looks like one of those actions that is very repeatable. You could teach it to young boys and girls growing up. Nice flow to it, nice follow.
Yeah, he gets into a nice rhythm early in his run-up, I think, as well, Taylor, which always appeals to the eye when you watch a bowler from the side. Some do, some don't. Some build up as they go along. That one's slightly over-pitched and driven up to mid-off, but straight to the field. There's no run. But Taylor, the stride length reaches its maximum quite early. I think that's the best way to describe it. Whereas others, such as Sonny Baker, who we were watching earlier, has that little skip at the beginning, but then he builds up and the strides lengthen, he hits the crease. But Taylor, it flows, doesn't it? And it's a good sight. He's as you say, it's rhythm. It's all about rhythm, I think. Doesn't bowl many no balls. Generally pretty tidy. This one is actually down the leg side a little bit and just tucked away off the pads for a couple by Weatherly. Throw is not a good one coming in from Shazad, and they get home easily for 2. 25 without loss at the end of the 8th over of the innings, which means that the lead is a very healthy 69 runs now, and Worcestershire, it goes without saying, need a breakthrough. 34 overs left in the day. It's going to be a long session, and I would suggest at this early stage in proceedings that if Hampshire's lead at the end of today is in excess of 150, which it could easily be, then Worcestershire will be looking at a very tough day tomorrow.
Karam to begin a new over, running away from us, and he bowls, and Fletcher Middleton's on the back foot, punching this into the covers, but doesn't beat the fielder at cover, and there is no run. I'm going to have to run off in about a minute's time, probably just under to go and do. I'll do one more ball, and then I'm going to have to run and do an update for listeners on the south coast. And well, 150, but for how many wickets? They pick up if Hampshire are 150 ahead, but 5, 6
even then
down.
I think if they get over 200 ahead, it's going to be a struggle, I think.
Here is Karam bowling, and thick outside edge, just goes past the fielder at second slip. I'm not too sure if that
Didn't
dropped
carry.
just in front of Ethan Brooks at second slip, and it was also just to his right-hand side, so it would have been a very difficult catch. But anyway, Fletcher Middleton survives. I'm going to run off with Hampshire at 25 without loss.
Yeah, didn't carry to Brooks, but almost encouraging anyway for Shazad. 25 without loss. Here he is again, Shazad bowls, and another encouraging one, because that's gone past the outside edge. A real push at it from Fletcher Middleton, but didn't get anything on it. Taken by Gareth Roderick. 25 without loss then. Hampshire with a first innings lead of 44. So 69 ahead overall. And Shazad in again. Bowls, and this one is worked up to D'Oliveira at mid-on. And there's no run. Helmet now being brought out for Ethan Brooks. He's obviously going to go into a close catching position. I'll tell you where in a minute. Well, what it is because that edge didn't carry, he's going in at second slip, but he's going close. He's going much, much closer. Backing himself, really. He's about 5 yards in front of first slip. And it'll be hard if he does get a nick to catch hold of it. This one played up to mid-on. And there's no run. It'll be a tough, sharp chance if he does get one to carry to him. That last one that bounced in front of him bounced 2 or 3 yards short. But he's got the helmet on now. As Karam Shazad comes in to complete his 5th over, the 9th of the innings. And it's runs for Fletcher Middleton. 2 of them worked away through mid-wicket. Ben Ellison, the fielder, on the boundary. And the over is complete. 27 without loss. Then Weatherly has 16. Middleton has 7. Earlier today, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 187 for 2. Had an hour to play in a truncated morning session, which began at 12:30. Lost 3 wickets for 17 runs in that first hour. At lunch it was 204 for 5, and since lunch their innings was completed with Sonny Baker taking 5 for 72, Jake Libby carrying his bat for an unbeaten 100, 249 all out then, Worcestershire conceding a lead of 44, and Hampshire 27 without loss second time around. Tea was taken between innings, much to our surprise, as Taylor is in and bowls, and on the back foot Weatherly plays out on the offside. And it means that we have quite a long evening session. It's going to be 42 overs. We're in the 10th of them. 32 left after this. And Hampshire have a chance to build on an excellent first half of the day. Put themselves in a very strong position overall in the game. Having begun, I think it's fair to say, day 3, probably feeling that they were on the back foot slightly. Taylor is in and bowls, and this one is worked away on the onside by Weatherly. So 79 Middleton in the first innings, 62 Weatherly. That's about opening partnership of 144 before they both fell in quick succession. But so far so good from them, as Matthew Waite loosens up quite vigorously at mid-on. And a pretty pleasant evening here. We've had a fairly small crowd for most of the day. Delayed start, as I said. Outside the off stump from Taylor, taken by Roderick. Get in touch if you'd like to. 1 or 2 people have. X or Twitter is the best way. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle. At Frank Watson 58 or at that Robbie James for Robbie. Happy to hear from you. We've had all sorts of comments throughout the day. But if ever there was a day, or a game really, that indicated the ebb and flow of county championship cricket, this is it. Because, as I say, when everybody turned up this morning, expecting play to begin fairly promptly, Worcestershire were in a good position. Just 106 runs in arrears, only 2 down. This one blocked out on the offside. And an hour before lunch, Hampshire probably got together in their huddle and said, well, you know, we've only got an hour, let's go out and give it everything, give it our best shot. They went out, Sonny Baker opened up, and he picked up Adam Hose, maybe a little bit fortunate, first wicket of the day, just a little nick down the leg side from Hose. Brown took the catch, he was out for 82, no runs added, and then D'Oliveira went for 1, Brooks went for 0, Baker struck 3 times, and suddenly the game was tilting the other way, and Hampshire carried on after lunch to build on that, and still building on it here with Weatherly driving nicely through the covers for 4, a bit full from Taylor and a bit wide. Good cover drive from Joe Weatherly, and that takes him on to 20 and the total to 31 without loss. And a combination of Fuller, Abbott, 2 more from Baker in the afternoon, plus a bonus wicket from Nick Gubbins, who bowled just 1 over of leg breaks and picked up the wicket of Taylor, LBW, without scoring. New ball taken, blown away Worcestershire really. Jake Libby standing alone for his unbeaten 100, and the game has completely turned around. And a good start to this Hampshire second innings is building on that now as Weatherly works this one away on the leg side and Kashif Ali makes the stop at mid-wicket. End of the over from Taylor, so 10 gone in this Hampshire second innings, and as yet very little by way of encouragement for the Worcestershire bowlers. And we're going to see the first bowling change with Ben Allison being introduced at the New Road end. Weatherly has 20, Middleton has 9. Hampshire lead by 75.
Yeah, I'm back from a little cake break and did my update for BBC Radio Solent. And when I came in, I heard you there, Frank, mentioning that this game had ebbed and flowed. And I did say during my update that it's ebbed and flowed as if it were a ship on the choppy Solent. And I've just realised I'm not too sure if actually something can ebb. Can a thing ebb and flow? Can a ship ebb and flow? That's not really
I think it's a tide that ebbs and flows, isn't it? I think probably the ship rather than a ship. But yeah,
you got my
decent
point.
metaphor.
You got my I'll take it. Decent. Here comes Ben Allison then to begin his second innings with the ball, and Fletcher Middleton.
Simile, actually,
forward.
not a metaphor, isn't it? Simile.
Simile.
Like or as, it's a simile.
Oh no, the English teacher's
yeah,
back.
I know.
Oh, dear.
Sorry. Well, you did ask.
No, don't be. I did ask.
Yeah. Tides ebb and the tide ebbs and flows, I think, doesn't it?
I was just imagining it sort of up and down, choppy. You're up and you. Anyway, got there in the end. I'm sure they got the point. They're an intelligent bunch down there on the south coast.
Well, and you got the Solent reference in as well. That's pretty decent effort.
Yeah, exactly. The lead is 75 for Hampshire, and Allison's in. He bowls, and that's on the pads of Fletcher Middleton, who works it down to fine leg, and they'll come through for a single in front of that. The cocktail bar with the sort of it's all sort of black furniture. You got the black beams and the black roofing, and then you've got the fancy sort of greeny yellow tent roofing thing with a few fairy lights on the top. It's very lovely.
It's the catch. I'm not sure Wadder is the catchiest label, but it's sponsored by a company called Wadder, I think. So it's the Wadder facility.
Here's Allison in once more to Weatherly, and he plays that into the onside. There's no run.
What I like about it is that it's open to everybody. So it's not one of those hospitality facilities where you don't even have to be a member. You can just be part of the paying public, and you can go and enjoy that. And it's quite a good view. It's quite a good view, especially when the pitch is situated on the square where it is. You're pretty close.
I heard last night as well, on day one I could hear someone with a microphone there at the end of play, so I don't know if there was some function going on, and then last night there was some live music. As Allison's in, bowls, and this is tucked off the pads of Weatherly into the onside, and there's a fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary who will come in and do the fielding. One more to the total, Weatherly to 21 and Hampshire to 33 without loss. They were playing, there was a man and a guitar singing along.
There you go.
Any idea what that would have been? Just an event, function,
I know.
Post-match music?
have a bit of music on T20 nights.
Yeah,
but I haven't known it on a champion. It could have been I don't know. They're always trying to make the experience a bit better, aren't they? The hospitality experience at a ground.
Forward is Middleton. There's no run.
I'm all in favour of that. Man with a guitar, as long as it's not during the game.
No, it's just not what you expect on a Wednesday night after a day two of a county championship match, but I liked it. I wasn't sure if it was I may have spotted, I couldn't tell if I saw Ashley Giles over there and if it was some sort of staff, Worcestershire staff do. I don't know.
Sometimes the staff do go over there for a drink after the game.
Very pleasant.
Yeah.
Over towards the tree. I've forgotten which tree it is. Chestnut tree, there we go. As Middleton's playing that up to mid-off and there's no run. End of the over, 11 gone. Hampshire 33 without loss. Their lead is 77. Yeah, the chestnut tree that looks a slightly lighter shade of green than it did earlier in the day, and it's just a bit more movement going on with it as well.
Slightly lonelier than it used to be as well, when it used to have its two partners or compatriots. It used to be a lovely place to sit down there, and it is again now in a different sort of way. But the one remaining chestnut tree is alongside the marquee down there, which tends to be used for all sorts of functions. This lunchtime it was used for Ashley Giles to a little chat to the public about a new book that he's just been produced called The King of Spain, which is all about the misprint on a mug that was produced when it was meant to say the King of Spin, and it became the King of Spain, and it is a name that stuck. Of course, Chief Executive here now at Visit Worcestershire New Road.
And I'm sure, actually, I've listened to, he was promoting that on TMS not too long ago, and there's a really good conversation you can listen back to, actually, on BBC Sounds.
Yeah.
We had a little chat with Jonathan Agnew about his career and time now at Worcester.
Changing the bowling, Matthew Waite is introduced at the Diglis end, and he starts with what we'll call a loosener, shall we? A friendly wide half volley, which Fletcher Middleton, Joe Weatherly, I beg your pardon, says, well, thanks, mate, I'll have 4. And he just steers it, really. Didn't have to do too much, just make sure it went through the gap in front of square on the offside. It doesn't matter how many balls you bowl to mid-off or mid-on before you come on, you still often send down a loosener. Doesn't quite go where you want, and Matthew Waite did it there. Unlike him, he's in again now and bowls, and he is right on the money this time, and he's got his man, LBW. So 1 loosener and then 1 wicket. That one looked as though it just nipped back a little bit, and Joe Weatherly is on his way. LBW, sorry, Fletcher Middleton. No, Joe Weatherly's
you're
on
right.
his way. Yeah,
I'm just looking at the stream. It wasn't. We were a little bit behind.
Yeah, decent shot. Maybe again tiny, just outside the line. He looks disappointed. He's playing a shot. We've got a close up on a pigeon now on the outfield here. Well, we're going to have a look at it again. So it's Waite's second delivery. No, I reckon that's all right. I reckon it's just in line. I think it's nipped back just enough, hit him in front of off. Apparently, I've been told on commentary, Robbie, that whenever I look at replays, I go, let's have no, I think it's a good shout. I think it's apparently I say that all the time, and if I do, I think that just goes to show you how good the umpires are most of the time.
Yeah,
because they only see it once, and we've looked at that a couple of times, and in the end you say, oh yeah, actually nip back, hit him in front of off, looks a decent shout, and fair play to the umpire, who on that occasion was Suri Shanmugam. And Matthew Waite strikes with his second ball. His first was a loosener, went for 4. His second has accounted for Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed, Joe Weatherly, to depart for 25. Pretty obvious thing to say, just got out. Of course he'll be disappointed, but I think you ultimately just don't want to see. You don't want to be looking back on the replay and go, oh my goodness me, hang on, what's happened here? But I think it's one of those where there won't be too many conversations going on in the Hampshire changing room, spitting feathers about how it was given out.
His way into the new man, Nick Gubbins, and he is off the mark, which he'll be pleased about because he got 0 in the first innings, and he's square driven that from Waite to the boundary. So Waite may be struggling a little bit to adjust his line to the left-hander. He's bowled 3 balls, he's got 1 for 8.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins, pretty rare that you see Nick Gubbins cut 1 for 4 first up, but that was, like you said, a bit of a short, wide one. Interesting that they've got this man in on the onside. Brett D'Oliveira, short mid-wicket. I just wonder, we have seen a couple, actually, from that Diglis end, maybe a couple more yesterday, that seem to just slow up off the surface. A couple of chances for leading edges.
His Waite in again, and bowls, and Gubbins is just working this one down on the offside.
And Ethan Brooks now in at second slip as a helmet on, so you can see the lack of, maybe just the lack of pace in this pitch.
Yeah, he's gone up very close, hasn't he? Yeah. He's a good slip fielder, Ethan Brooks, but you're backing yourself there really to just stick a hand out and maybe pick something up that's pretty sharp.
I mean, he really is close.
Yeah. He's done it before a couple of times. Adam Ho's at conventional first slip. As Waite is into Gubbins, and he's driving nicely up to mid-off. Really good piece of work though at mid-off by Adam Finch, tumbling to his right and preventing any addition. But Gubbins looks, well, like a man in reasonable nick. Having got 0 in the first innings, he's walked out, stroked his first 1 for 4 and hammered his third one up to mid-off, could well have been another 4. Second slip's gone. Brooks has gone into short extra. So maybe they're thinking if Gubbins doesn't quite get to the pitch of 1 and is aggressive, on either side, got a man catching in front of square at short mid-wicket and short extra, as Waite comes round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's more cautiously in behind this and pushes it to Brooks in that short extra position. End of the over. 85 is the lead. 41 for 1 is the score. Weatherly the man out for 25. Gubbins has 4. Middleton has 10.
30 overs remaining in the day as the sun begins to make its way, I think, over us actually. Similar, it sort of goes over where we are, doesn't it, at the New Road end of the ground. It's just nicely lighting up the cathedral away to our left-hand side. The breeze has got up a little bit as well. Those trees now showing a bit more movement in the early evening breeze as Ben Allison begins a new over. A couple of slips awaiting him, and Fletcher Middleton's tucking this one off his pads into the onside. They'll come through for a single. Brett D'Oliveira runs round from mid-on. And the score moves on to 42 for 1. Middleton on to 11. Yeah, Gubbins in that previous over did look pretty... He's a brilliant player, Nick Gubbins, but he's not one of those people you would associate with someone that would come out and really look to be positive and make a fast start. But in that previous over, he did look like he just was keen to at least look positive and even play his forward defensive and drives with a bit of meaning. Here he is facing up to Allison, and he's going to get some runs here. This one's clipped off his pads, a little over pitched, a little too straight from Ben Allison, and Nick Gubbins helps it into the onside, and the fielders give chase out to that hotel part of the ground, and they'll come back for a couple. And Gubbins on to 4, and Hampshire 42 for 1. The lead is 86. No, correction, 44 for 1. Lead is 88. That scoreboard, me and that scoreboard. Ben Allison bowling round the wicket, couple of slips in place. Ethan Brooks has the helmet on again, and there's going to be more runs here for Nick Gubbins. Again over pitch, this time outside the off stump, and Gubbins is driving gloriously down the ground towards us. And he's off to a very fast start. Goodness me, he's got 10 from 6 balls, does Nick Gubbins, and Hampshire on to 48 for 1. Lead now 92, so effectively 92 for 1 at Hampshire. Binoculars are back out for Frank Watson. Got eager eyes on Nick Gubbins. Got a good view of Nick Gubbins from this angle.
Yeah.
As he crouches down once more, he's got his feet sort of spread apart a little bit, does Nick Gubbins, in different directions, and he's defending this into the onside, and there's no run. It's an interesting stance. Sort of yeah, he stands with both of his feet sort of pointing out as if he were to begin a sort of a tap dance.
Yeah, it means if he plays forward, he doesn't have to turn his shoulder. Do you know, if you're sideways on like that, not good radio, is it? I'm doing things with my hands. If you're completely sideways on,
parallel,
yeah, then you've got to obviously make a turn to play forward. He doesn't have to quite do as much with his front leg as that because it's almost pointing down the pitch.
Going to get a single here into the onside as the fielder at mid-on sticks a foot out, and that's a sloppy bit of fielding, really. They're going to come back for a second. Who was that at mid-on there? Yeah, it was Karam Shahzad, who just stuck out a left boot, but he didn't stop it. It sort of bounced over the boot, and they came back for a couple more.
It was completed with a wang of the ball at the stumps, which took out the middle stump at the non-striker's end for no reason whatsoever. It was a bit like a young schoolboy who picks the ball up and wangs it in because that's what you do. He's a very inexperienced cricketer in many ways, Shahzad, I think. Hasn't played that much cricket.
Final ball of the 13th over, and it's left outside the off stump by Gubbins.
Even
12. Hampshire 50 for 1.
Even though he's reached this level and he's got international recognition, in terms, I think, of actual games played, I don't think he's got a massive depth of experience, and there are some ways in which that shows. I'm just checking the actual details. He's played quite a bit of cricket all over the place, but in terms of actual, yeah, he's played 6 Test matches, 60 first-class matches, which sounds a lot, but it's not, is it? It's not a huge amount for a 25-year-old. And I just think Fielding's often the place that it shows up the most. A bit of inexperience. Break off as Waite starts a new over. Steered out on the offside, this one by Middleton, who's been very circumspect, watching everything unfold at the other end. He's already fallen behind Gubbins, who's got 12 off 9. But she's had well, his fielding isn't as good as his bowling, let's put it that way. I think that's probably what I'm trying to say, really. His bowling is at this sort of level, but his fielding perhaps isn't just yet.
How many bowlers their fielding is as good as their bowling?
Well, Waite bowls, and this one is pushed up to mid-on. Funnily enough, we were talking about this morning. I mean, in the old days, you would say very few. I mean, Bob Willis couldn't field. Graham Dilley wasn't a great fielder. The Angus Fraser didn't throw himself around in the field. There have been many great bowlers that weren't great fielders. But these days, to be honest, almost everybody has to be a decent fielder, don't they? Almost everybody. And when they aren't, it sticks out, really, doesn't it? There's Waite bowls, and forward comes Middleton, plays back up the pitch. 50 for 1 it remains, 94 the lead. But going back to Gubbins in that stance, if you think about it, if you stand parallel and then you play a forward defensive, you point your front foot down the pitch or up towards mid-off, you've turned around. He doesn't have to do that. He's saved himself that trouble, if you like. If it works for him, then it's fine. As long as when you go on the back foot, you are able to move your feet appropriately. Waite bowls, blocked again by Middleton. So you're not too open if you go back, and you can still get back into a sideways on position. Don't want to sound it's a bit too technical maybe, but anyway, it works for him. I mean, it's a bit like, there have been players in the past, like, Peter Willie David's dad was the most obvious example, who by the end of his career was almost standing with his feet pointing straight up the pitch. He got so square on. But Waite bowls, beautiful shot from Middleton out through the covers. Only going to be a single because the man out on the boundary, but lovely footwork, and middled that very nicely indeed. It goes to 12, 51 for 1. But if required, he could then adjust his feet and get into a sideways on position to play the ball. So it's just in a way a different approach, a different trigger movement, if you could call it, I suppose. If you go back and across, they say, oh, he's got a nice little trigger movement, takes him back and across. Gubbins lets that one go outside the off stump, whereas Peter Willie facing down the pitch straight at the bowler, you'd say, well, that's a really odd position. But if you then turn, it's just a different way of preparing yourself, isn't it? End of the over, 51 for 1. Henry Horton, who I mentioned earlier, there might be one or two Hampshire listeners, there might be actually, who saw him play for Hampshire, or viewers. He had, apparently, I never saw it, I think I might have seen some grainy black and white footage, but he had a really extraordinary stance where he crouched right over the bat and had his backside right up in the air. There was a player called Basharat Hassan at Notts who had a similar stance in the 60s and 70s.
Ben Allison to begin a new over the wicket to Middleton, and he flicks that one off his hip down to the fine leg boundary, and they'll come through for a single. 52 for 1.
Yeah, and there've been all sorts. I mean, Kim Barnett, who many people will remember, who's captain of Derbyshire, played a bit for England, prolific run scorer for Derbyshire for many years, and then on the coaching stuff and so on until quite recently. He reached a point where, almost at the end of his career, he was walking into his stance. So he would start outside the leg stump, and then as the bowler ran up, he would walk across. It was almost on the move when the bowler bowled.
Gubbins on the back foot, pushing it into the offside. No run.
That really was quite extraordinary, but it
would
worked.
Would that be a sort of even Alistair Cook, but with even more?
Yeah, I mean,
thing that he used to do.
Actually, you could almost you almost had to check that he was ready because he was so far away from the stumps, and then it got worse not worse, better, however you like to call it, but it became more exaggerated as his career went on.
Allison passes umpire Illingworth now, and it beats Nick Gubbins outside the off stump. Not seen too many of those in the opening 14 and a bit overs. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce as well. Ball goes through to the keeper. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a few. Seen a few. I saw a few recently. I think there was one in a women's game where someone was batting absolutely, completely square on, almost like Shivrine Shandable used to do. Just you'd think, hang on, what are you doing? You're 90 degrees the wrong way around. But there was method in the madness as Gubbins is forward and defending resolutely into the offside.
Shandable also had the most extraordinary grip on the bat that you've ever seen. Really, his hands were like one hand at the top of the handle, one at the bottom. Just amazing. I'm just trying to see if I can find some footage of.
I did wonder what that
bowling.
noise was. That was that you? Yeah. I thought we
I
suddenly been
found
transported.
footage of him whacking the ball, but not necessarily of him walking into his stance.
I thought we'd suddenly been transported into the stadium with
Into
20,000
to
people.
Lord's
I thought,
Cup
goodness
final.
gracious. Here comes Allison, bowls and left alone outside the off stump from Gubbins. Goes for a little walk.
But yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, does it? It's where you are when the ball's delivered, and whether you know where you are and how you got there and everything doesn't really matter. I don't think if you're standing still, and you can do it like I was describing Adam Finch earlier, just stand absolutely still. You can do it like Nick Gubbins does here with your front foot slightly splayed, or you can walk in like Kim Barnett did, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Do what feels best for you. Some advice, something like that from a coach. Anyway, here comes Allison, and forward is Gubbins, playing it straight back to the bowler. No run, and she's got a little bit more control back in these last couple of overs. Have Worcestershire, Hampshire 52 for 1. They bowled out Worcestershire for 249 earlier on today, so they lead by 96 runs. 27 overs remaining in the day. BBC Hereford, BBC and Worcester, and BBC Radio Solent as well. Robbie James and Frank Watson with you.
Yeah, tell us if you can remember somebody who had a more extraordinary stance than Peter Willey at the end of his career, and I'd be quite keen to hear about it. There's Matthew Waite bowls, and Fletcher Middleton, who has a very conventional stance by those standards, just steers this one down to short third man. And there's no runners. Jake Libby fields 52 for 1 then. The man out, Joe Weatherly, LBW to Matthew Waite for 25. The lead is 96, which is quite significant when you think that both the two first innings were sub 300. And Matthew Waite looking to build on that one wicket. And his third over is in, and he bowls, and this one is punched up to mid-on by Middleton, who's been impressive, I'd say, so far. Can't really remember him playing a full shot. Just been very calm, working the ball around. 13 off 34, doing his job. Just take the shine off this new ball. 16 overs old at the end of this one. Waite is in and bowls, and he's again very watchfully forward, plays that back up the pitch to the bowler.
Yep, 79 in the first innings for Fletcher Middleton. Plays the ball very, very late. Gets a lot of his runs on the offside, and especially behind square in that sort of backward point region. Likes the punch off the back foot as well.
Well organised.
Well organised, yeah.
So that's a very, very oft used expression in the coaching world. He pushes this out again on the offside. I've said this many times before. You talk to a coach, say, what's he like? Well, he's well organised. What do you mean? Well, it means he knows his game. He knows what he can do. He knows what he can't do. Doesn't try and do the things he can't do. Concentrates on doing the things he can do. Stays calm, stays focused. Just a well organised player. And that's what he looks. I haven't seen that. I mean, I've seen him obviously quite a few times over the years, but never strikes me as particularly flamboyant, over ambitious. Just gets on with it, really. Ideal in these circumstances. Pushes that one down into the gully, where another man who could be described as well organised in his batting, Jake Libby, does the fielding. Libby, who made an unbeaten 100, carried his bat, I think for the second time in his career, might be more. Earlier today, sterling effort from him against a very, very focused, accurate Hampshire seam attack. Weight in, bowls, and Middleton steers it square on the offside for a single. Last ball of the over, he will keep the strike. He is 14, it's 53 for 1. The lead is 97.
Yeah, and when you, I mean, like you said, you were speaking to a coach there and they said they were well organised. What I can almost guarantee is that they definitely wouldn't have meant that they're well organised with things like kit and where to be, because they are just notoriously messy people, cricketers. I mean,
well, some are, some aren't.
Well,
so they say.
know.
I think Michael Atherton was notoriously the messiest, but Alex Stewart apparently. Everything absolutely laid out in order.
I'll believe
so I've heard.
I'll believe it when I see it. Ben Allison bowls over the wicket to Middleton. He's on the front foot, pushing this up to Dolliver at mid-on. I went into the... I did a thing with Hampshire during the winter, and I had to go... We were filming it inside the Hampshire changing room. They were doing their Global Super League, which was the tournament in somewhere in the Caribbean that they were playing in around November, and we did the... We turned the changing room into a studio, and it was my first time that I'd been in a Hampshire studio since I was, I think, about 5 years old when I had a tour. Here is Allison, bowls, and Middleton's going to get a single into the onside, and I'll come through for a single, 54 for 1. So I had a tour when I was about 5, and went into the sort of Hampshire changing rooms then, so obviously couldn't remember it, it would have been all cleared out anyway. So it was the first time I'd been in well over 20 years, and I couldn't believe, and this is no criticism because I understand, but I couldn't believe what an absolute shambles that room was. There are clothes everywhere, there are pads everywhere, there are coloured pads and white pads and different makes of pads, and Nick Gubbins is playing this into the offside, and just an absolute mess. And I just do not understand it, but I think it is very I've been in a sort of a couple of rugby changing rooms, football changing rooms, that they are just notoriously messy people, sports people.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, I have heard that Michael Atherton set new standards for messiness.
Which is odd, because
but Alex Stewart was completely the opposite. And I have to say that last winter in November, I'll just break off as Allison bowls this one.
Here he is, round the wicket, and Gubbins on the back foot. He's going to get 4 here through the offside. Nice punch, beats the fielder at cover, diving away to their left-hand side, and that ball runs towards the Graham Hick Pavilion, and Brett D'Oliveira will go and collect it. 4 more to Gubbins. He moves on to 16, and Hampshire 58 for 1. The lead now over 100. 102 is the lead.
November last year, in the long room, we finished Joe Leach's testimonial year, which I was involved with organising, with a dinner in the long room, and we had guest speakers. Simon Hughes chaired it, Michael Atherton, Alex Stewart and Sir Alistair Cook. So fantastic lineup. And of course in the long room, formal dress. You've got to wear a tie and a jacket, etc.
Allison round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who's in defence on the offside.
And we had Alistair Cook, who looked smart in his navy blazer and tie, and had a white shirt on, and pretty relaxed and chilled. And you had Michael Atherton, who was... It was great of him to do it. He was going to New Zealand the next day in his work as a reporter, and he just about managed to have a tie on, buttons a little bit undone at the neck, and brown shoes which had seen better days.
Allison round the wicket, bowls left outside the off stump. End of the over, 17 gone. Hampshire 58 for 1.
Blue laces in the brown shoes, and sort of fairly light sort of chinos or something like that. And in the middle of the two of them, Alex Stewart, 3-piece suit, pinstripe, immaculate, absolutely. So I can believe what I've heard about the way that he was. The governor, as they called him.
I always think of Michael Atherton, though. It always surprised me about him, because I always think of him as a very well put together man, and you're so well respected.
Not apparently when it comes to his kit in the dressing room. Matthew Waite in, bowls, and forward comes the well-organised Fletcher Middleton, who is the reason we're having this entire discussion, because he's so measured in his batting at the moment, Middleton, and he's solidly behind that one, pushing out on the offside. 15 to him, 41 deliveries he's faced. Gubbins more fluent today so far, has 16 off 19. The man out is Weatherly, who made 25 off 44. The lead is now over 100. As Matthew Waite, the one wicket taker in this innings, comes in the evening sunshine and bowls, and Middleton is forward and pushing this one back up the pitch to the bowler. Sunny evening. It's lovely. If you're in the area, get down here. It's free after tea here at New Road, and you might as well be down here enjoying the sunshine as watching it on YouTube. You won't have our commentary if you do that, but you can hear the sound of the bat on the ball, which you probably can hear if I turn up our effect.
Plane going overhead as well.
Yeah.
It's the first one I've heard of plane going overhead.
You don't get too many around here. Here's Waite in bowls. Oh, Middleton slightly upset by this one. Looks to push it out on the offside. Bottom edge onto the pad. Runs out on the offside. I think we're in for a late one, aren't we, tonight? What have we got left? 24 overs left after this. 6:30, probably, something like that.
Oh, I think we'll be beyond that, won't we?
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know, it depends. Yeah.
We were 10 past 7 last night, I believe.
Yeah, you were late last night.
Yeah.
I was following it from home, actually, by that time. I'd got back
From your holidays?
from the holidays. Lengthy drive, Waite bowls, beautiful shot from Middleton. Not going to get any runs for it though. Straight to Taylor at mid-off. Hit it really nicely.
Did you have the Sunday Scaries equivalent? First day back at work?
Oh no.
No, of course not.
No. Looking forward to it.
Of course.
I had to do a little bit of prep last night to just make sure I was fully aware of what had happened on days 1 and 2, but no.
Where would you rather
A joy, really. Waite in, bowls, Middleton forward. Edges down to Libby, backward point, no run. Worcestershire need a wicket. They need a couple, but they'll believe they can get them. Two in quick succession would get them back in the game, but it's not been a good day for them. They had a really good day yesterday. Not been a good day for them today. They began with high hopes of, well, they would hope that they'd have Hampshire in by this time of day, but they'd hope that it was a very different situation with regard to the score. They would have been hoping to have built a substantial lead, I think, as Waite bowls, and Middleton is looking to work this one on the leg side, taken on the thigh pad, runs out on the offside. End of the over from Matthew Waite. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Good for him, because he went for 8 of his first 3 deliveries, albeit he picked up his wicket, and it's 58 for 1, and the lead is 102.
And it's all action stations in terms of the news outlets around Utility Bowl today, because there's another bit of news that's just come through to me. We had the news earlier that Hampshire have signed Hertfordshire spinner Andrew Neil for the One Day Cup, left arm spinner. They've also announced, according to Wes, who is the media manager at Hampshire, so I'm going to guess he knows what he's talking about, that Tilak Varma is going to remain at Hampshire for the first 3 One Day Cup matches. So that'll be away to Glamorgan next Tuesday, Essex at home next Thursday, and then Worcestershire away on Wednesday 13th of August, as Allison begins a new over from the New Road end, bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, who's defending that straight back to him. So Tilak Varma will remain at Hampshire for the first 3 One Day Cup matches. Glamorgan away on Tuesday, Essex at home on Thursday, and then he'll be back here at New Road for Worcestershire on the 13th of August. So Hampshire adding the left-hand batter from India to their ranks for the One Day Cup.
It's interesting that, isn't it? Because some people would say the One Day Cup has become a kind of development competition.
As Allison bowls round the wicket to Gubbins, who gets an outside edge past the slip fielder, and that's going to run to the boundary. The Basil D'Oliveira stand for 4. Just a outside edge. I'm not sure if there was a second slip in place, whether or not it would have carried. And it was Adam Hose at first slip, diving away to his left-hand side. Don't think he got a hand on it. And Gubbins picks up 4 more, moves on to 20. Yeah, I think it would have just dropped short of a second slip fielder anyway. Hampshire move on to 62 for 1.
And yet, if it's a development competition, interesting that they've decided to keep the overseas on, which is obviously not going to be the least expensive route. They're obviously taking it quite seriously.
Gubbins lets this one go outside the off stump. Good carry through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, well,
I mean, Worcestershire are only losing 1 player to the 100. That's Adam Hose.
That's the thing.
So
I think Hampshire are losing a few.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of.
But I still think we'll see much more of a developmental shape to the team in that competition. I would expect to see some of the youngsters, some of the fringe players, getting more of an opportunity.
Yeah, it should be exciting. It always is. I've enjoyed the One Day Cup for the last couple of years as Alison bowls outside the off stump to Gubbins, who doesn't even think about playing at that one. And yeah, well, I suppose someone like Toby Albert would normally have been in that Hampshire One Day Cup side, but he's now gone as a wild card to the 100. So it's only for a few games, but looking to just plug that gap maybe at number 4. He's had a brilliant start coming into this game. 315 runs in 4 innings, 112 last week, averaging just under 80 for Hampshire. So he's had a good start to his Hampshire career. He's going to be around for the first 3 One Day Cup games. Thank you to Wes for that, as Nick Gubbins lets that one go outside the off stump. Had some good airtime today as Wes. let me know of a couple of news bits. Let me know about Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker, and well, he was the one that broke the news to us, Frank, about this stupid tea interval situation.
Well, we should have known, but we can't hear the public address system in our box, and it just didn't click with me that they'd been off the field for that long. It seemed to be quite a quick turnaround. But
it's
anyway.
Not our fault, Frank. We can't be expected to know everything. As Alison bowls, and on the front foot is Gubbins pushing this up to mid-on. End of the over, 19 gone. Hampshire 62 for 1. Gubbins has 20. Middleton has 15. And the lead for Hampshire is 106.
I think Worcestershire will be disappointed with the way their innings fell away today, and also perhaps disappointed that they haven't been able to make more happen out there at the start of this second innings, although it's a bit like the first innings in terms of partnerships in both innings. I mean, Worcestershire added 50 odd for the first wicket yesterday. Hampshire 144 for the first wicket in the first innings. So effect of the roller, hardness of the ball, whatever, hybrid pitch. But it's not happening. They haven't gone out there and had the batsmen playing and missing and that kind of thing. They've caused them few problems, and this one causes very few problems for Fletcher Middleton because it's a half volley on middle stump and he just drives it straight down the ground with a minimum of effort and fuss. A really efficient cricket shot. Gareth Roderick, who is not the vice-captain officially, but often contributes and has captaincy experience from his Gloucestershire days, just walks up from his position at wicketkeeper and has a word with the captain D'Oliveira, who has overruled him, I think, with whatever he said, because I think it was to do with the alignment of the field. Actually, he is now making a change, and Brooks is going to go into the very straight catching position just off the cut strip, about 15 yards from the batter, which could be what Roderick was talking about, hoping for a drive that's a bit uppish and straight, and he does in fact field the next ball, but it was all along the ground. But it's the sort of field that you see when you're trying to find a way to make things happen, rather than where you're just sort of concentrating on the top of off stump.
Yeah, they're not
trying to make things happen rather than just following conventional methods.
Not at desperation stations, but
funky fields.
Really, trying to.
Whereas, really, if you think you're going to get people out, you just concentrate on the top of off, don't you? And bowl with a couple of slips. That one's edged for 4 through third slip, really. Don't think second slip would have saved it, but that's a second boundary of the over. and it goes to 70 for 1, and the lead goes up past 110, and you just think, don't you, 8 runs in this over, just feel that the longer it goes on, this partnership, and they've added 33 now, the longer it goes on, you feel that game, that lead's growing and growing, and well, we're talking about being 150 ahead by the end of the day. Could easily be. It's been a good day for the visitors, it really has. Waite bowls, Middleton forward solidly, plays back up the pitch to the bowler.
If you are Hampshire here, I'm just trying to think how do you win this game from this situation. 23 overs remain in the day. I think the weather forecast for tomorrow is good.
Yeah.
So, but how are you going to, given it's no, there's no demons in this pitch, I don't think you're going to bowl a side out for 100 or even 150.
Well,
really.
you've got to score reasonably quickly, I think. And that is hammered off the back foot, but straight to Brooks in that position, who fields it as though it's hardly moving and makes it look as though it was as easy as anything, but it wasn't. But you've got to score quickly, and you've got to. Once you get that lead up past 150, I think you've got to perhaps really try and press the accelerator, and you've got to give yourself 2.5 sessions to try and bowl them out, and you've got to do it then. I think by doing what you did today, really, which is just give them nothing, make them work. Brooks again is in action at short mid on end of the over, 70 for 1.
See, I'm not 100% sure that 2.5 sessions is going to be enough. I don't think this pitch is going to get really any worse.
No.
I mean, I would love to.
I'd agree with that.
They won't do this. I'm sure they won't. But I'm just thinking if they could bat for another, so 22 overs remaining in the day, bat for another 15 overs. And look to try and go at 9 over with 9 wickets in hand. Try and get that lead up to 2. It's a bit of an ask, isn't it? 250. I'm thinking of could you somehow try and absolutely tee off and have 2-3 overs at Worcestershire this evening and then come back tomorrow morning? Probably. That's wishful thinking. It's me trying to channel my inner let's make this risky brain as Gubbins pushes the first ball of the new over from Ben Allison up to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
I think that's probably
a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, even by Bazball standards.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to give yourself 2.5 sessions and say, well, if that's not enough, then so be it. But we've given ourselves the opportunity. You can't. I mean, I know what you said about risking. I know what you said about risking losing it, but if you give yourself. If you give yourself too long, you could almost be giving the opposition too much time as well, if you know what I mean.
Allison bowls to Gubbins, who plays this one late.
You know what I mean? If you say we need a whole day, the chances are that the target you set isn't going to be sufficient, and therefore they'll have too long to get whatever you set. It's difficult. It's that balance between setting. What you want is to set them a target they think they can get, but one that requires them to score at 5 and over or something like that.
And it makes for great entertainment.
And then bowl like you did today if you're Hampshire, because they bowled beautifully, I thought.
Sunshine out here at New Road. Ben Allison bowls round the wicket to Gubbins. Lets that one go outside the off stump. It just made my brain sort of go because Nick Gubbins was very positive at the start of his innings. I was thinking, maybe Hampshire are keen to just get on with this, and I suppose maybe if they bat first half hour tomorrow, 45 minutes, try and get someone like James Fuller in, or Tilak Varma, Tom Prest.
It's got to be 250 at least, isn't it?
Yeah. And for Worcestershire, how do you?
Because you look at the way Adam Hose played last night, you think, well, if we don't set them 250, we could end up looking a bit silly. But then you could argue, well, you got to risk it.
Gubbins forward, pushing it back to Allison, no run.
Which is what you were saying earlier on today about risk reward.
Yeah.
Be prepared to lose. But then that all depends on league table position and everything else, doesn't it? Really. If you're near the bottom, you think, well, I can't risk losing. If you're near the top, you think, well, I can't risk losing because it'll let somebody else get ahead. So Who knows?
Hampshire realistically, a draw is more valuable to Hampshire than it is to Worcestershire, as Gubbins tries to cut this. Doesn't really get too much of it, bottom of the bat, but enough to get it out to the fielder on the deep cover boundary, and they'll come through for a single, 71 for 1. And if you are Worcestershire, how do you go about winning this game?
Well,
it's a bit difficult when you're the ones in the field. It's a little harder to...
I think what you've got to... Worcestershire have just got to take wickets, haven't they? It's the only thing they can do. They've got to take wickets, but at the same time, they don't... I mean, in a way, a draw, as you say, is valuable for Hampshire, but it's not really for Worcestershire.
Final ball of the over from Allison. Over the wicket to the right-handed Middleton. That was slightly uppish, but finds the fielder at mid-on. End of the over. Hampshire 71 for 1. Fletcher Middleton has 23. Gubbins has 21. The lead is 115.
So if either team could afford to make a game of it, if you like, it's Worcestershire, because they're in such a position that they don't... Draw's no good. A win would be great. Draw's no good. And they've had the horror of what happened last week, where they probably should have won, and they didn't at Edgbaston. So, ironically, the team at the bottom is the one that can afford to, because a draw is neither here nor there, really. But if they were to, but having said all that, they're not in a position to call the shots. That's the trouble, isn't it? Worcestershire are not in a position to make a game of this. Only Hampshire can do that. So all Worcestershire can do is try and take wickets. To which end, Adam Finch is being introduced into the attack. He's had limited opportunity this year. Came back into the side at Hampshire recently, having been left out for a while. Starts with a shortish wide one, which Gubbins cuts away to backward point for 2. And he started the season, played the first couple of championship games, then missed out for quite a while, then came back in at Hampshire, picked up a couple of wickets, bowled pretty aggressively, couple of wickets in either innings, and has been in since then. But it's only his 5th championship appearance of the season. He's bowled pretty aggressively. Comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls to Gubbins, who pulls a short ball, middles it, hits it hard down to Allison at fine leg, long leg, and they get a single. But the tempo's been lifted by Finch coming on. He bowls a bit quicker than anybody else, apart perhaps from Shazad. Maybe a little bit quicker than Taylor. Hits the deck quite hard, can be quite aggressive, can be quite expensive, makes things happen, perhaps. Is he that kind of a bowler?
I think he is.
Here he is now, and he bowls, and Fletcher Middleton is on the back foot, playing that nicely out through the covers.
And when Hampshire were going really well in their first innings, and Weatherly and Middleton were putting on that big partnership, it was Adam Finch from that far end who did, like you said, just... I just thought he actually had a little bit of aggression.
Yeah.
He was actually...
Yeah, he does.
It comes from that tall angle.
Better when he is aggressive than when he isn't. And I think that's probably what he's learned in recent seasons, or certainly this season, I think. And that's what they want from him. He comes in now, round the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins is forward, pushes that up to mid-on. But that's what they've got to do. They've got to make something happen. They've got to pick up a wicket or two. They've got to do it quickly. They've got to be aggressive. But at the same time, they can't allow Hampshire to get away from them. But as we say, Worcestershire's best chance is to be set something and give it a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the position they find themselves in now. Finch is in round the wicket, short, banged in and swivelling round. Gubbins, nicely controlled hook shot down to long leg for a single. 76 for 1 to lead 120. And that is because they've not batted well enough today, or perhaps because Hampshire bowled so well today that Worcestershire weren't allowed to get the lead that they would have hoped they could have got. Finch over the wicket to the right-handed Middleton, short again, and he's got him. Has he got him? He's not got him. He has got him. He's walked, but it took ages. He's banged it in. He's gone for the hook shot. He's got a glove on it. Roderick's dived to his right, picked up a good catch, low down, and Fletcher Middleton's started to walk in dismay. Then he's realised he's not been given. He's given it away a bit by walking. And he's turned round and the umpire said, well, yeah, I'm going to give you. In fact, the umpire's just checked with this compatriot at square leg that it actually carried. That's what's happened.
I think it was
definitely off the glove. He was just waiting for confirmation. I think he wasn't, to be fair, he wasn't suggesting he hadn't hit it.
Yeah, there's definite deviation there, isn't there?
Good catch by Roderick. So, well, there we go. The make things happen man has made something happen. Adam Finch has got the wicket. And Fletcher Middleton has gone, and what Worcestershire have got to do now is pick up another couple pretty quickly. That's got to be their way back into this game, you would think.
Played really well, Fletcher Middleton. It was an enjoyable. He may have only
first
got
mistake, I think, really.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think it was no short ball really has caused anyone too many issues at all in this game, but that one maybe did just get up on him. It was quite well directed. It wasn't wide outside the off stump. He wasn't able to.
It's a good bit of bowling, I think.
Easily get out of the way. Yeah, I agree. So it brings Tilak Varma to the crease. Mentioned that he's signed for Hampshire for their first 3 one-day cup games, and he's been in such good form. My word, has he been good for Hampshire in his first few innings? Though he did only get 5 in the first innings here, so he'll be looking to try and, well, I suppose he'll look to try and get through a couple of overs, but then he can play his shots. Play for the Mumbai Indians, of course, in the IPL. So if Hampshire do want to up the rate, they've got a pretty good asset, I'd say, to try and do such thing.
Well, Tom Taylor had been brought in because he was the man that got Varma in the first innings, so he's been brought in straight away by D'Oliveira. That's quite a deliberate move, I think, and. Yeah, Varma. Well, it's not his ideal habitat, is it? The red ball game on the third day.
Are you telling me that New Road, Worcester for day 3 of the
what I mean, though, don't you?
And in the IPL are different environments?
He's. But then, how do you know whether he's not going to turn into one of those players that can adapt his game to all circumstances? I mean, there are many that have gone the other way, learned it in the red ball and changed to the white ball. Not so many that have done it in reverse, but it has been known. And then, of course, you've got some that just never play any red ball cricket. They only play white ball cricket, don't you, these days?
So, Tom Taylor bowling around the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who's on 25. Make that 26 as he gets one down to the fine leg boundary, and it will bring Tilak on to strike. And now, if you are a Pears fan, if you are a Worcestershire fan, now is your time to knuckle down and listen in and pay attention, because there is an end open for Worcestershire, and the importance of this game for their survival in Division 1 of the County Championship this season. They would desperately love to try and force a positive result in this game, and just maybe they have an end open now to try and, as we've been saying, we've been using that term quite a lot in the last few days, make things happen. So there's going to be one slip in place for Tilak. No other catches, really, which is interesting. Tom Taylor running away from us, round the wicket to the left-handed Varma. Oh, that one gets up on him a little bit. He does get an outside edge. Maybe there'll be another slip fielder going in now as the ball trickles to Jake Libby at sort of a backward, very backward point. He's not far. He's sort of a midway between backward point and short third is Jake Libby. I just wonder whether or not seeing a bit of extra bounce might make them want to put a second slip in place, but no.
Just going back to my white ball cricketers who don't play red ball cricketers, Tim David has played 365 games of cricket. Perth Scorchers, Hobart Hurricanes, Lahore Carlanders, Surrey, Southern Braves, St Lucia Kings.
Here's Taylor. Bowls to Tilak, who's driving. Nice looking shot, and it beats the fielder at extra cover, and that is Ben Allison will give chase, and they'll come back for a couple, and the throw is awful. Tilak off the mark.
Royal Challengers Bangalore, Tasmania, Multan Sultans, Mumbai Indians, Lancashire, MI Cape Town, Trinbago Knight Riders, Rangpur Riders. 365 games, never played a red ball game of cricket.
What a life.
This wouldn't be his. natural habitat, would it? That's what I'm. That's
No.
kind of what I'm saying. But I suspect that Tilak Varma has the technique.
Oh yeah, he's played a bit of red ball cricket in India as he's forward to this one, and there is no run. Yeah, I think that from what I've gathered is that obviously wanted to come over and play for Hampshire and do well in the county championship, but also just always handy to be in the side that your nation is touring. And
Just be in the vicinity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there've been a few test caps won that way. That's for sure.
Yeah. I don't think he's million miles off the radar as he lets this one go outside the off stump. From everything I've heard, I've only heard positive signs about him in all 4, 3, 4, 7 formats that we have in cricket now. And,
he's got 100, hasn't he? Or has he got? He's got 100 already, hasn't he?
For Hampshire?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, got 100 last week against Nottinghamshire. 392 runs in his first 315 runs in his first 4 innings. As he faces up now to Tom Taylor, a little wider of the crease, and he's going to get a run into the offside. Nice quick running between these two. Score moves on to 80-2. And the final day of July, final little bit of sunshine we'll get in July, and what a July it's been. As the trees now just a little bit more active, a bit more of a breeze, and that cathedral looking glorious over to our left-hand side. No doubt people of Worcester mulling around, filling a few of the pubs. Thursday is the new Friday, as everyone says. Not for us. No. Not for us.
Thursday's the new Friday.
That's the thing, isn't it? Certainly in London.
In London, maybe.
Certainly in
I'm
not
not sure.
London.
Not sure it's quite reached
No?
these rural parts.
Not a big Thursday in
No,
Worcester?
no. I think Thursday will be quite a lively night. Yeah, actually, to be honest.
Am I gonna struggle to avoid
No, well, you might.
the big crowds?
Yeah, well, you've got plenty of choices, haven't you? You've got plenty of choices.
Maybe I'll go for a huge night out.
Why not?
Why not?
Celebrate Hampshire's performance
Yeah.
today. Round the wicket, Adam Finch bangs this one in at Varma, ducks underneath it, almost as though he knew that was coming. Finch was not going to be sparing the short ball, I don't think, although the umpire has just said that's one for the over head height. He really did hammer that one in, but he'll be aggressive, Finch. That's what he's going to do in this spell. I don't think there's much doubt about that. And Varma, diminutive left-hander, will be expecting it, I'm sure, as Finch is in round the wicket to him and bowls, and that's pretty sharp. Varma just jams the bat down on it. Quite capable of decent pace, Adam Finch, in the high 80s, I would say, at best. And suited to bowling in little short bursts. He was a frustrated figure when he was out of the side earlier this season. Back in now and relishing the opportunity. He's in. He bowls. Farmer is on the back foot. There's a lot of time just to play that out on the offside. 80 for 2 then. 124 is the lead. The men out second time around. Weatherly 25, Middleton 24. Neither able to build on a good start. Both played pretty comfortably. Both made runs in the first innings. But on this occasion, neither able to go on to anything significant. Finch round the wicket in again. Balls, and Varma is turning this one nicely. Off his pads, lots of time. Very comfortable. Picks up a single as Brooks comes in to do the fielding. If you're just joining us, and I know people are all the time, getting home from work, turning the TV on, tuning in on their phones, listening to us on the BBC Sports app. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Haven Worcester. Alongside me is Robbie James, guesting for BBC Radio Solent in the absence of Hampshire regular commentator Kevin James. Earlier today, Worcestershire began the day on 187 for 2 in their first innings. Finch over the wicket now to the left-handed Gubbins, who blocks that one. And Worcestershire would have been hoping, play got underway an hour late at 12:30, they'd have been hoping in an hour before lunch to have added 30-40 runs maybe to their overnight position. It was not to be. They lost 3 wickets for 17 runs in that 1 hour, all falling to Sonny Baker. Hose out for 82, his overnight score. D'Oliveira for 1 and Brooks without scoring. This one is short, and Gubbins, who's already shown a great willingness to play the hook shot and also a great efficiency, and it rolls the wrists every time, and that's the 3rd time he's done that, and he's got it away down to fine leg for 4 to complete the over. So Gubbins goes to 30 and it's 85 for 2. And thereafter Worcestershire lunch at 204 for 5, and then Waite 21, Taylor 0, Allison 5, Finch 5, Shazad 0, all out, leaving Jake Libby stranded, unbeaten on a 100 not out, batted the whole innings, 235 balls, just 5 fours, held it together, 5 wickets for Sonny Baker, 5 for 72, but excellent bowling across the board from the Hampshire seamers. A first innings lead of 44, and they've built on it very nicely. 85 for 2, 129 ahead.
Yeah, and if in the last few moments after that Nick Gubbins ball shot, if you heard loud bang, I promise it wasn't someone getting flattened and said something obscene. It was the ball whacking into the advertising boards just in front of our commentary box position. Tom Taylor's about to begin a new over. He's still in his run-up stride, and he doesn't know that Tilak Varma is now pulled out. I don't know where he was looking, Tom Taylor. I think he must have been looking at the ground and running, and then suddenly looked up, and Tilak Varma was a couple of metres away from the wicket. He was just getting himself ready, so he's got to walk all the way back. There has been a result in the county championship today. Surrey have beaten Durham by 5 wickets. So they extend their lead at the top of the Division 1 table. Here we go again. Tom Taylor has trudged back to his mark, and Tilak is now ready, and he's punching this up to the fielder. That is Shazad at mid-on. There is no run. So Surrey beating Durham by 5 wickets. Elsewhere, Warwickshire 391 for 7. They trail Essex still by 211 runs. Chelmsford, Nottinghamshire 482 for 5, leading Somerset by 44 runs in their first innings. And Sussex in their second innings against Yorkshire at Scarborough, 82 for 3. They trail Yorkshire by 241 runs, so Yorkshire well on top in that one as Taylor bowls round the wicket and Farmer is forward in defence. Elsewhere, no play, I'm told, at Cheltenham today, where Gloucestershire are taking on Middlesex. Gloucestershire 54 for 1, trailing by 391, so that'll go to a draw, you would imagine, as will the game involving Kent and Leicestershire. The close of play, Kent at 217 for 3, trailing Leicestershire by 254 runs. Lancashire require 360 more to beat Glamorgan. They are 113 for 2 in their second innings, so Glamorgan in control of that one as Tilak is playing this up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. And finally in the county championship, Derbyshire 37 for 1 in their second innings against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire though 550 for 9 declared, so Derbyshire trailing still by 136 runs. And in the test match at the Oval, day 1 of England versus India, India put into bat. They've had a lot of rain today, so they're only into the 43rd over of the day, and India 127 for 5. Wicket apiece for Wokes and Gus Atkinson. Josh Tongue with a couple as well as Tilak tries to drive this one down the ground. Doesn't get much of it though, and it goes to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. So India 127 for 5 at the Oval.
It's a shame for Cheltenham, isn't it, for a festival, for an outground to lose a day. It's the hospitality and everything else that is affected. I think there'll be plenty of hospitality packages being used up in the tents and the marquees, but no cricket to watch, which is maybe boost for the bar takings, but not ideal.
Yeah, beautiful place to play cricket and watch cricket, that, as Tilak squirts this into the offside. Gubbins thought about coming through for the single and was sent back by Tilak, and nothing doing in the end. Yeah, beautiful. God, I saw that I was down in Cheltenham a few weeks ago, and spent much time there. But I had a free evening, and I decided to be one of those annoying people that goes on that rents a scooter.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot
Oh
of scooters
my
in
goodness.
Cheltenham, aren't
There are, yeah. So it's a bit like you've been through London, and the old Boris bikes and.
we have bikes in Worcester.
Do
Barrel
you have
bikes.
ones you can get, do you?
Yeah,
You can sort of hire them out for,
Yeah.
just scan the QR code and then you get it for half an hour or whatever as Tillack plays us back to Tom Taylor. So I got end of the over, 25 gone, Hampshire 85 for 2. So I got one of those scooters, and it's funny. I always see people on them, and I think, God, they look cool. You look quite cool if you're on a scooter, but I didn't quite anticipate how. I haven't ridden one for many a year. I didn't quite anticipate how difficult they would be to ride, and especially in somewhere like Cheltenham where there are a lot of cobbled streets. So you're sort of going along, and my back's in agony because it's sort of going up and down and quite hard to keep control. But the nicest part of all of it was seeing it's Cheltenham College, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where they play the cricket. I saw it, and there was an evening game going on. It was a Wednesday night, something like that, and it was absolutely
It's
stunning.
glorious,
And suddenly I
isn't
knew
it?
what all the fuss was about.
Adam Finch over the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who deflects this down to long leg for a single off the first ball of the over. 86 for 2.
See Adi Birrell and Giles White, Director of Cricket for Hampshire, just having a little stroll in front of us. Giles White always looks very, very well put together. He's got his light trousers on, sunglasses
Coming
on
up,
his head.
coming up
He's
to have a
here.
chat with, the Worcestershire Chief Exec. Oh, the powers that be, the people that shape our future.
Wow, you better turn the effects mic down, otherwise we'll get in on the conversation. They're so close.
Finch round the wicket, bowls, and Tillack turns this on the leg side for a single. Has to hurry as Taylor fields at mid-on, but gets home. And we'll just turn that mic down so we don't overhear.
Yeah, they're so close to us.
Goodness knows what we could pick up.
Yeah, imagine.
Could find out how all that money's going to be spent.
Goodness.
Nick Gubbins on strike. He's on 31, which is exactly matching the number on his shirt as he takes guard. And Finch is into him. Over the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins is just clipping this one away through mid-wicket for a single. So after that flurry of activity, when Finch came on and picked up the wicket of Middleton, these two just settling things down. Tillack Varma has faced 16 for his 5. He's looked very assured. Had the binoculars on him in that last over. He just looks so tidy at the crease, and he does this thing that Cheteshwar Pujara does, which I've picked up on. I'll just break off as Finch comes in round the wicket, bangs that one in, he ducks underneath it. So he goes for a little walk between overs, and then he'll go back in, and just before he takes guard, he checks his grip. He just looks closely at his hands. It's like a pre-shot routine for a golfer. And Cheteshwar Pujara does it every single delivery. You just watch him now, just go in, he just check his hands, go in, and he just gets into that right frame of mind. There it is, the little glance, settles down, and then the bat raised, lovely poise, stock still, waits in behind that, pushes out on the offside. I think I was talking about trigger movements earlier, and really it's all a nonsense, isn't it? Because it's just about where you end up. I've had lots of conversations with batters of various levels about this, and coaches as well. Doesn't matter, as long as you end up in the right place, do whatever it takes. For me, standing still is got to be the best way. And I'm just watching Varma. There's a slight move of his front foot, but he's very still, isn't he? His head is very still. He's got lots of time. Just tucks that one away on the leg side for a single. Nicely played. Good to watch. A little pre-shot routine. Checks the grip. Everything the same every time. Exactly how it should be. He's kept the strike. 89 for 2.
Yeah, and it has a feel of yesterday's evening session where Jake Libby and Adam Hose were just making batting look pretty easy and taking the sort of sting out of the out of the innings when Hampshire had got those couple of wickets. They were 56 for 1 and then 61 for 2, so there were a couple of wickets that Hampshire got, and then they just knuckled down and picked off a few 1s and 2s and made the most of a few inaccuracies from Hampshire as Taylor begins a new over, and solidly in behind that is Tilak. There's no run.
You mentioned earlier how Fletcher Middleton plays it late. I think you see that with Varma here as well. I'm always fascinated to watch players that I haven't seen at all before, and this is the first time I've ever seen him, other than I think a couple of brief knocks on TV, but just watching him, that absolute precision in that grip check, and everything is the same every time. It's lovely to watch. So still at the crease.
Taylor bowls and lets this one go outside the off stump. A few oohs and ahs. Yeah, again, you wouldn't say. I've seen a few more stylish left-handers over the years, but yeah, like you said, it's sort of, there is something kind of beautifully intense and meticulous about it, isn't there?
There is, and when I see a batsman, I noticed Cheteshwar Pujara got a double 100 here a couple of years ago for Sussex. I remember watching it very closely and watching this absolute routine that he went through every ball.
As he's forward, pushing this up to mid-on.
And it made and it is very similar what Varma's doing. It made me think that it's the most obvious thing in the world, isn't it? But perhaps we forget it. I mean, your grip, you think it's the same every time, but if it just slightly changes, everything else doesn't work, and the contact between the bat and the body is through the hands, and it has to be the thing that is most checked. And I always think it when I watch the Olympics and watch the rifle shooting or something like that, how absolutely everything has to be exactly right. He's really careful about it, isn't he?
Yeah, and that will go outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce down through to Gareth Roderick.
And he doesn't just do it. He holds the bat up in front of his eyes and he makes absolutely certain that his hands are in exactly the same place. Almost. He might even have a little line drawn on the back of his bat or something, where the V's between his finger and thumb have got to line up. Just watching him now. He's just done it now. Exact check. Absolutely right. Great to watch.
Crouches down in the evening sunshine, and Taylor bowls to him and lets that one go outside the off stump and takes a couple of steps into the leg side and has a little think about hopefully nothing cricket related, which is sort of what they always say. Just checking that again. Always say switch on, switch off. On for the ball, and then just have a little think about what you're going to have for dinner.
Yeah.
What your favourite play is. How many pastries you could fit in your mouth at once. I don't know, whatever you fancy. Something non-cricket related, just to try and keep your mental energy loaded. Beautiful evening, and it's very easy to just become a little sleepy in the sunny evening sunshine. Sunny evening sunshine, does that work? Don't think it does. Pushing this into the offside. Empty over. Yeah, it'll do. And Hampshire 82-89 for 2. Tilak has 6. Gubbins has 32. Maybe I need to lie down. Who knows?
15 overs left. Can Worcestershire pick up 2 more wickets? If not, I think they're going to be sitting in that dressing room tonight thinking, this is a day that's got away from us slightly. It began with such high hopes, but it slipped away and they find themselves at 133 runs behind. And Hampshire are batting themselves into a position of real superiority in this game, but have they got long enough left in the game to win it? Finch bowls. Gubbins is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. But that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I said to James Fuller last night, though, I said, is the one positive for you after Worcestershire had such a good day? Is the one positive that Worcestershire were able to come back and bowl so well the following morning and take those wickets, for you to come back this morning and try and replicate it? And he said, well, yeah, absolutely, and they did that. And so
they did.
On the, and I'm not just clutching here for the sake of clutching for Worcestershire, but
if they came back and did the same,
right? Yeah, exactly.
But even then, would they have time? I don't know. That's why they need another couple tonight, isn't it? As Finch bowls and Gubbins leaves alone outside the off stump. I mean, if they're 4 down tonight and they come back and do that well in the morning, they could end up chasing 250. But if they chase more than 250, they won't have time to get them. So, yeah. Or it's still, it could. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but if they're only 2 down tonight, then I think that becomes a very difficult equation then from a Worcestershire point of view. Finch from the Diglis end in bowls. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. No run.
What you at least want to do, though, I was saying similar thing to, I think, to Trevor last night, that again, if it is an easy patch, and it does look like batting every evening at the moment has looked a little easier, if it is an easy patch, then at least try and make sure that Hampshire don't have some big overs, and you have 1 over where someone bowls a couple of half volleys and you get hit for 8 or 10, and suddenly that lead is up at 160, 170 by the end of the day.
Pushed out on the offside, this one by Nick Gubbins. It remains on 32.
So if you can just have at the very least, keep control, try and keep some control on the innings, and just keep that lead, ideally not above sort of 160, something like that. And if you can come in the morning and go bang, 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 and have a Sonny Baker style spell, then like you said, never know, 220, 230, 240, 250 could be on the cards.
Yep.
It's a good game.
Finch over the wicket in the sunshine. Probably the best weather of the day now as he bowls outside the off stump. Roderick takes, left alone by Gubbins, and there's no run. Yeah, lovely day, lovely evening, and good forecast for tomorrow. Very good forecast for tomorrow and Saturday. Dreadful forecast for Sunday. And I think we could all get a proper wetting for the first time for quite a while, apparently. So I'm told. You sigh. Where are you Sunday?
I haven't got a clue, but just in
plans.
general, I'm sad that the rain. And I don't know where I am Sunday, but in general,
gardeners and farmers will be happy, I suspect. Yeah. Over the wicket, Finch bowls. Good one. Ooh, that came back sharply, and Gubbins left it. Finch holds his head in his hands. Not sure how close to the off stump it was. I'll have a look now. And oh no, I won't, because we've got an advert come up on the live stream. Look if I can skip that. Here we go. Let's have a look. Ooh, well, that was a good leave, basically. It was a good leave. It was close to the off stump, came back a little bit, not quite enough. End of the over, 89 for 2.
And Ashley Giles and Giles White. Oh, Ashley Giles and Giles White. They're still having their conversation just in front of us here. That's why I've got my voice quiet, because they are so close. I'm worried that they can hear me. I'm worried we can hear. I can't hear their conversation, but I wonder what they're nattering about just in front of us. Literally, you could touch Ashley Giles' head if there wasn't a glass screen in front of it. Here is Tom Taylor bowling round the wicket to Tilak, who's on the back foot and defending into the offside. Yeah, like you said, beautiful, beautiful sunshine now. You hear a few chimes of the bells. What time is it? 6 o'clock. The 6 o'clock bells going on the cathedral away to our left-hand side. I think that is Ethan Brooks warming up as well at an extra cover. A few more of those trees actually properly going in the wind now behind the cocktail bar. Feeling a good breeze on that family stand area. Lovely work. A few more seagulls overhead as well as we approach dinner time. There is Tilak just pushing one into the offside, and Tom Taylor has his hands up by his head, and an R, and come on.
He plays it so late. I think he thinks he's through, and then he just gets a bat on it so late.
Yeah, a few stewards away to our left-hand side. What are they talking about? I don't think they're breaking up a fight, but sometimes if you'd seen that at a football match, a few stewards in their high fluorescent vests, you'd think, oh goodness, what's gone on here? I'm not sure there's any flares that have been left up around that nursery ground side, but there's a few of them having a conflab about something. A few of the Worcestershire staff doing a lap in their green training kit as this is driven beautifully down the ground by Tilak. Overpitched by Taylor, and he'll be frustrated because he thought he might have got through a couple of times earlier on in the over. That one though, full straight, and Tilak was never going to miss out on punching that one down the ground and moves to 10 And Hampshire 93 for 2. The lead 137. Binoculars are back out for.
Well, I'm trying to find out what your steward's conflab is.
What is it about?
Bit of a discussion. There's 2 ambulance
Oh.
staff there, but it doesn't appear to be an incident. They've been here all day.
Tillack lets that one go outside the off stump. Maybe they're having a conflab about having a net? Maybe? They fancy
I'm
it?
not sure. One gentleman in a green blazer has been involved. There's a gate over there where some people are going through to the car park who've seen enough,
Oh.
disillusioned.
How could you see enough?
Worcestershire supporters. Well, maybe
Come
it's been a long day, isn't it? And maybe it's 6 o'clock, isn't it? I mean,
It's a
people
brilliant day.
have things to do, don't they?
Like what? Come on.
Dinners to cook, children to
Come on.
feed,
No, don't
babies
worry
to
about
put to
that.
bed.
No, don't worry about that. Forward is Tillack. Thinks about a single into the onside, but it's sent back by Gubbins. And there's a few probably making their way, checking into that hotel as well. There's a hotel on the ground here, very similar to Utility Bowl.
Are the players at the White House as well?
They are.
I saw some of them walking down this morning. I thought they must be.
Yeah, and I found
Yeah.
that out. I like that they're walking to the ground and back as well. I thought that might be a bit too much for a professional athlete to do a 10-minute walk.
No, I think they quite like doing that, don't they? I
Yeah.
think Worcestershire players do that sometimes in Canterbury and one or 2 other places if they stay close. Well, they actually stayed at the Utility Bowl this year. They actually stayed in the hotel on the ground.
Left outside the off stump from Tillack. Ended the over. 29 gone. Hampshire 93 for 2. Yeah, you do. I mean, you know what though? I still bet there would be some football teams who would get a coach from the hotel on Utility Bowl to the pavilion.
Well, to be fair,
Go up
it's
the
not
hill.
so easy for footballers to walk to the ground, is it? Because they get accosted by so many people. They have to arrive at the ground into the car park surrounded by barriers and stewards and so on. Probably quite difficult for them.
Are you telling me that Tom Taylor walking along Worcester City Centre?
Seen him do it, walking along the riverbank, pushing
mean-
his children in the pushchair and not being accosted by anybody.
I'm surprised he can barely move a metre without. I mean, he's not got his
Well,
bodyguards on it. God.
I think the only danger is that his body is up to walking when he's done so much bowling. There's Adam Finch from the Digley End bowls, and Gubbins is turning this one off his pads very nicely down to long leg. He'll only get 2 because Ben Allison runs round to do the fielding, picks up, sends a great return in over the bails to Gareth Roderick, but they're home. Gubbins moves to 34, 95 for 2, and the lead ominously growing, 139 now. The 2 men out. Weatherly 25, Middleton 24, but these 2 batting very steadily since Finch made that breakthrough. He's in again now and he bowls, and well, Gubbins slightly upset by this one, just taken on the pad and it pops out on the leg side. Beautiful evening now, just a little bit of cloud in a blue sky. Cathedral bathed in sunshine, trees hardly moving on the Severn riverbank, and fascinating game of cricket. It's been ebbing and flowing. It's very much flowing in Hampshire's direction just at the moment, as Adam Finch tries to do something about that. Comes in and bowls, and Gubbins is punching this one off the back foot up to mid-off. Matthew Waite is the fielder, and there's no run.
Some big Thursday night plans for Frank Watson?
No, recovery it is from holiday
From
recovery.
your
I think.
holiday.
Yeah.
The grandkids' holiday. you should
Yes,
stress,
exactly. Yeah. It was great, but it was tiring. It was tiring.
Yes.
But yeah, no massive plans. Got the weekend off though. That'll
Oh,
be nice.
lovely.
Finch in, bowls, and Gubbins is forward, pushing this out on the offside. And there's no runners. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Might go and watch a bit of league cricket on Saturday somewhere locally. Still got some associations with one of the Premier League clubs in Worcester. But have to see what the weather's like.
Good standard
The
of
lawns need cutting.
Well,
Birmingham League, very good standard, very, very good standard indeed. Yeah, one of the best in the country, I would think. Interesting talking to Tom Hinley. As Finch bowls and Gubbins plays up to mid-off. There's no run. Tom Hinley, who's come up here played at Sussex and been at Loughborough University and whatever, and he's playing for Ombersley, which is the club that I have associations with in the Birmingham League, and he has said to me that he thinks it's the best standard of league cricket that he's played anywhere in the country. So, yeah, interesting. Fateh Singh just walking around with the drinks down below us. Left arm spinner.
Great pair of sunglasses on him.
Yeah.
Look at those.
And he might well be off to play league cricket back in Nottinghamshire at the weekend, I would think. As Finch bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and Roderick takes end of the over. So just the 1 wicket for Finch, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. His figures: Gubbins 34, Tilak 10, Hampshire 95 for 2, leading by 139.
We still haven't seen a single over of spin for Worcestershire in this match.
And no, you won't either, I don't think.
Don't think there's no one they throw the ball
Well,
just for an over or two.
Brett Dolliver might bowl a few leg breaks. Kashif Ali has been known to, but they haven't picked a frontline spinner in the game.
We are going to see a bowling change at this new road
Ethan
end.
Brooks is about as slow as a spinner. No, his dad probably listening might take me up on that. I'm only joking, but he's a pace off bowler. Ethan Brooks, occasional seamer.
0 for 18 in the first innings. He's going to bowl round the wicket, right arm to Tilak, who is defending in the offside, and there is there's a slip and a sort of gully in place. The gully's not particularly close to the bat, so it's probably more of a short backward point sort of situation. No one else out on the offside actually, and just a couple out on the leg side. One at deep square leg and at fine leg. As Ethan Brooks runs away from a tool action. This is tucked into the onside, but doesn't get past mid-wicket.
Good bowler in the T20 competition, Ethan Brooks, where he can just occasionally come on and mix things up, Ravi Bopara style. But no great pace. Occasionally, just a bit of a golden arm now and again.
Bit of the Dimmy Mascarenhas is about him actually, as he bowls now to Tilak, who pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, Ravi Bopara, Dimmy Mascarenhas, Paul Collingwoods.
But super batter. I mean, his batting is coming on so quickly in all formats. Really, 360 degrees, and set a new record at Edgbaston last week.
Bowls now to Tilak, who again is defending into the onside. Few oohs and ahs.
For the most sixes hit in an innings, in a game, in a match at Edgbaston by one player.
Wow.
You think of all the players that have played at Edgbaston over the years, and you think he hit 15 sixes in the 2 innings. And of course, that used to be his home ground.
Got a brilliant head of hair on him.
Don't tell him that, whatever you do.
It's quite
Goodness
curly.
me.
No, well, no, it's all right. You should compliment people when you think good things about them. Pushed into the onside, there's no run.
You do not want to tell that to
Oh
Ethan.
no, why?
No, well he just doesn't need to be told that.
Oh. Well, he's not listening.
I think the rest of but his dad probably is. Ian, if you're listening, don't tell him.
Don't tell. What's his name? Ian.
Ian's his dad, yeah.
It's nice. He's like sort of he's got good curly, short at the sides. Sort of going. It's lovely, very nice. I might have to have a chat.
He doesn't need to be told.
Oh.
In my opinion, anyway. I think.
Oh well. Anyway, he's got some orange on his boots, and you sort of see him flash up as he runs away from us from this new road end. And he bowls to Tilak, and this goes aerial. That's coming towards us. It might, our commentary box, in fact. No, it won't. It'll bounce just in front of the boundary rope. Yeah, and it'll go for 4. But Tilak went aerial, straight down the ground. And a good end to the over for Hampshire. 4 runs from it. And Hampshire 99 for 2.
Yeah, the lead 143. First sign of real aggression from Var. Just deciding enough's enough. I've had enough of this. I'm not going to let this bloke bowl these dibbly dobblies at me and bowl a maiden and just whack him down the ground. Didn't quite get all of it, but 1 bounce for 4. And as you said a few minutes ago, just that it's that lack of lack of discomfort, can I put it that? The fact
Yeah.
that it just looked too comfortable from a Worcestershire point of view, and they've turned to Khurram Shahzad to try and change that. The Pakistani quick bowler, who picked up 6 wickets in the first innings of the game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston last week, but not so effective in this game so far. 5 overs, no wicket for 13 in his opening spell. He's back now at the Diglis end, round the wicket into Nick Gubbins, who lets that go outside the off stump. We've got 11 overs left in the day, so my 6:30 was a very optimistic shout.
Oh, yeah.
And you were quite right.
What do you reckon? Oh, we're not
No
gonna make
spinners
it to 7,
in sight, are there?
We'll make
No
it to
spinners
7
in
then.
sight. Yeah,
What do we thought? 6:47. I'd maybe go for.
6:47. Okay.
You reckon?
Very
You reckon?
precise. Very precise.
6:48. 6:48. What do you reckon?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, something like that.
No, come on. You got to guess. You got to be
Okay,
specific.
51.
6:50.
You're writing it down, are you?
Yeah.
Well, that's 4. Half volley outside off stump. Easy as you like for Nick Gubbins. All he had to do was make sure he found the gap. Just right in the slot. Just leaned into it. As long as he didn't hit extra cover or mid-off, that was going all the way. And he didn't. It's one of those lovely ones where you hit it and you know you don't even need to run. Didn't even need to call. Just hit it and admire it. And he goes to 39. He's played really well, I think, Nick Gubbins. Played some good shots. 38. Played some good controlled hook shots. Got off the mark. First ball with a square drive to the boundary. He's looked in very little trouble. And he waits now with his slightly splay-footed stance. Just turns this one to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 103 for 2. 147 that lead. We talked about 150. It's going to be more than 150. It's going to be 175, 180 by the end of the day. And then I think if they were 180 for 2, say 180 for 3 or whatever, ahead, that is. Break off as Khurram bowls and Gubbins drives at that one, but doesn't really time it, just goes to extra cover. If they were that far ahead, then they could come in the morning and
Yeah.
give it the launch that you were talking about, Robbie, and possibly get themselves up to 250 fairly quickly and then have a good go. But they don't need to take any risks. Worcestershire, well, they have to win. Shahzad round the wicket, bowls. Gubbins inside edge, back up the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding, and I say they have to win. I mean, what I mean is they have to win to keep alive any potential hope of staying up this year. I think it's very unlikely.
Yeah, you'd have to. Well, we got 3 rounds after this. Have to wait till September.
But it's not the end of the world, I think. You would think it was sometimes, if you listen to some of the soothsayers. Oh, Gubbins, lovely shot. Pulled away on the leg side, short from Shahzad, and just pulled away with a minimum of effort. Rolled his wrist, lovely shot to the boundary. Goes to 42, 107 for 2 now. And that lead is 151. And that's quite a significant gap opening up between these two teams. And Worcestershire at the moment out there just look like a team whose body language is almost indicating that they can see another one slipping away from them. They've seen it happen so many times this season where they've played so well for quite large parts of games but seen it slip away. And it seems to be happening again.
Again, though, I will just say it's very, very
Similar.
reminiscent to what we saw last night from Hampshire, when it just didn't look like there was a wicket coming from anywhere.
Yeah.
And Hampshire did look a little fatigued, a little out of ideas. Just need to try and keep Hampshire at 3 and over for these last 10 overs, just so it doesn't get away from them too much, and they can at least, if they do come back tomorrow and take some quick wickets, then at least the game won't have got away from them tonight. So funny.
I've just, I've just been checking with Trevor Owens.
Okay, here comes Tilak pushing that up to mid-on. Go on.
About whether he wants a late report tonight, and he said no, and I was intending to send back a thumbs up. And have you ever sent the wrong emoji?
Oh yes, many times.
And I've sent that instead.
Oh, it's the ghost emoji.
The ghost emoji.
Oh dear.
Instead of the thumbs up. So
Tilak
I've just
on the
corrected
back foot.
it.
There's no rum. Oh dear. Well, you can edit on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I know, but it's more fun if
more
you
fun.
acknowledge
Yeah.
your mistake, isn't it?
Yes, I've had a few situations where I did that. I do remember. I think I did. I'll come to it in a second. I'm just trying to work out whether or not I will say it on the radio. Tilak pushes this up to Tom Taylor, who's fielding just beneath us on this long off boundary. There's an interesting sort of in-out field situation going on here. There's a fielder very, very short and straight. Adam Hose on the offside, just on the drive, and then Tom Taylor is sort of plugging a gap between the fielder at straight mid-off and Brett D'Oliveira at short cover. Tom Taylor's on the boundary. They're going to move it all around anyway for Nick Gubbins and be a bit more conventional. A couple of times I use a range of different emojis, and one of them I do use in as Brooks bowls round the wicket to Gubbins, who drives and get past the fielder at cover. Yeah, I do often like to just for a bit of fun. I use the aubergine emoji.
Yeah.
You don't want to send that to the wrong person, though. I have done that on a few occasions. As a lover of fruit and vegetables. Here is Brooks, bowls round the wicket. Forward in defence is Nick Gubbins. And that's not the sort of thing you want to maybe send to a family member or something like that. But it's caught me out on a few occasions. We've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there. Anyway, I'll stop digging.
Never sent the ghost one before. I don't know why. It just happens, doesn't it, sometimes?
Yeah. Fat thumbs, that's what I put it down to for me.
Yeah.
Gubbins on the back foot is going to get a couple here into the offside as the fielder at mid-off gives chase. And then we'll come back for a couple, and Gubbins moves on to 44. Hampshire 110 for 2. Yeah, blame it on the fat thumbs. You should see me. If you ever get you'll know if I'm on the move when I'm giving you a text, if I'm ever walking, because I'll go back and read it and it'll be absolute gibberish because I would have been walking and texting at the same time trying to avoid lampposts, of which last year I did do.
You walked into one?
I had a big old bump on the centre of my forehead for days, and I was texting.
While you were
walking.
texting?
And walking, walked into the lamppost. There was a car that beeped me when they saw me do it as well. They are, in case you didn't know, Frank Watson, just for future reference, they are very hard. They are.
I think I did it when I was.
They are painful.
I think I did it when I was a schoolboy a couple of times, but not texting, obviously.
No.
Semaphoring somebody or Morse coding somebody.
Classic you, yeah.
Here's Karam Shazad round the wicket from the Diglis end in the sunshine bowls, and Tilak Varma is in behind that, playing it up to mid-on. He's got a lot of time, this young Indian left-hander. It's lovely to watch, actually. I've been eulogising about his method, and I really like the way that he sets himself up at the crease, walking back in now, checks his grip very watchfully and carefully, just doing that now, checks everything is right, exactly where he wants to be, and sets himself up, bat raised, very still. Shazad round the wicket to him, bowls, and he's driving that through mid-off, well, up to mid-off, very good piece of fielding at mid-off by Matthew Waite, diving to his right, and they only get one. We were talking about fielding before and about athletes and so on. Matthew Waite is not a natural athlete. I don't think he'd be too annoyed with me saying that. He's a very good bowler, he's a very good batsman. His moving in the field is not as easy as some fielders, but he's made himself into a good fielder through watchfulness and anticipation. Forward Gubbins to this one, pushes out into the offside. D'Oliveira, who is a athletic mover in the field, does the fielding. But we were talking earlier before when it was raining. Well, it wasn't raining, but we weren't playing this morning because of the wet outfield, and people were saying about the massive outcry that there is around the country at the moment amongst members of counties, and you look on social media and you read groups of supporters from Lancashire and Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire and Somerset and Worcestershire and Warwickshire, and they're all complaining. Shazad is in and bowls, and forward comes Gubbins and taking on the pad, drops on the offside, and they're all complaining, saying, oh, you know, the players, the PCA are saying there's too much cricket, they need more time off, and so on. Now, I accept that, you know, the 100 has come along and disturbed the programme, and there are lengthy spells in August where some players might not have a lot of cricket to be played, but there are other times of the year where it is extremely busy and the schedule is tight. And people say, oh, well, you know, back in the day, back in the 60s, when Jack Flavel and Len Caldwell opened the bowling for Worcestershire, and they were great bowlers. Shazad round the wicket, played up to mid-off by Gubbins, and there's no run. Back in the day, then, they bowled 3 million overs a year, and they only got one day off, and they went from that game to that game to that. Yes, they did. You can't argue with that. But they were not diving around in the field.
No.
They were not chasing the ball to the boundary. I watched Tom Taylor chase the ball in that last over. He chased it just as hard as he would have done if it was the first ball of the game. These guys are athletes, and they're being expected to perform at a very high level all the time. And when they don't half get some criticism for it. Shazad bowls and a bit of extra pace. Gubbins just gets an inside edge onto the pad, runs out on the offside. Good over that from Shazad. 111 for 2 at the end of it. 145 the lead. And, you know, Bob Willis never chased a ball to the boundary in his life. He never dived in his life. He was a great fast bowler. But times have changed, and these guys are fitter, stronger, probably more finely tuned. They don't play with injuries as often as they used to. And if they are going to keep performing at the level that we expect them to, then I think we've got to listen to them when they say that they're finding that physically difficult. So I do think that is forgotten sometimes in the modern arguments. That'll be controversial.
Ethan Brooks to begin a new over to Tilak, who's pushing this down the ground. Tom Taylor, just as you mentioned, has sprightly run around to his left-hand side and throw that one in and keep it to a single. Tilak onto 17. And I'd also say, not only is it the physical side of things, but it's also, there are more responsibilities now for a professional athlete. There are more media commitments. There are things like sponsors and brand deals, and you know, depending on the sport, there's a lot of social media things that you need to be doing. As Gubbins pushes this up to Taylor, who's on the one for Gubbins, back on the boundary for Tilak.
That said, lovely little story. Might have said this once or twice before, people have heard it, but we went to Trent Bridge for the T20 game this year on a Friday night. Big game at Trent Bridge, floodlit Friday night, Worcestershire Notts. Bit of needle there for obvious reasons.
Gubbins pushing this one off the back foot straight to Brooks.
And having a chat afterwards to Dylan Pennington, who used to play here, obviously, great friend of all of us here at Worcester, and we were chatting to Dylan afterwards. After the game, Worcestershire had won. Players were out doing their sort of autograph signing stint and everything else. Lots of kids mulling around, and we were chatting away to Dylan.
Here comes Brooks round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who's driving. Doesn't get much of it though, and it trickles into the offside.
And we said, you know, where are you living? He said, oh, I live in a village a few miles away, and blah blah blah. And they're doing up the pavilion at Trent Bridge, so you can't park there.
Yes.
He said, parking's a nightmare. He said, I came on the bus tonight. And I'm going home on the bus, he said. It reminded me of stories about Jackie Milburn of Newcastle United going to the ground on the bus.
Gubbins tucking this one off his pads into the onside. Won't get them through for a single though.
Your idea about the players walking to the ground and everything.
Yeah.
You know, there's Dylan Pennington getting on the
bus.
The bus to go to the ground and get the bus home at about 11 o'clock at night from Trent Bridge as
I
well.
remember seeing England take the tube to the Oval quite often, or to Lords, and there was even the one, of course, what was it? I think it was the one day against the West Indies earlier on in the year where there was such bad traffic as Brooks comes round the wicket to Gubbins, who lets that one go outside the off stump. There was such bad traffic that England decided to do away with their bus, and they all got on those the bikes that you can hire, and they got to the ground that way, and you saw them with their kit bags in the little baskets on the front. it was a good scenes. End of the over, 35 overs gone, 7 remaining in the day, and Hampshire 112 for 2. They lead by 156. Gubbins has 44. Tillack has 17.
Earlier today, Worcestershire overnight 187 for 2. Had a bad session for an hour just before lunch. We didn't start till 12:30. Lost 3 wickets for 17 runs in that session. 204 for 5 at lunch, and then bowled out for 249. So fell away badly. 5 wickets for Sonny Baker. Shazad bowls, and Gubbins is forward, pushing up to mid-off. Sorry, Varma is forward, pushing up to mid-off. Jake Libby 100 not out. 5 for 72 for Sonny Baker. Libby carried his bat. In response, second innings, second time around Hampshire, with a lead of 44 on first innings, have lost Weatherly for 25, Middleton for 24, a wicket each for Waite and Finch, but they've moved on now to 112 for 2. As Karam Shazad bowls round the wicket, and in behind that is Varma pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. So yeah, I heard an interview with it's a well-known fact amongst Worcestershire listeners that I'm a Norwich City supporter, and I saw an interview that was done with a player called Jacob Wright, who has just signed for Norwich City permanently from Manchester City, where he had some performances, some games in the first team, but limited opportunity. Shazad bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. And he was asked, what's it like at Manchester City being with these absolute superstars, being managed by Pep Guardiola, playing alongside, Erling Haaland, etc., etc. And his answer was very interesting. He's a down-to-earth lad, he's 19 years old. He said, they're just people. When you get past that first kind of starstruck feeling.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one from Shazad, and it's edged down to third man for a single by Varma. First full shot that he's played, really, and it's 113 for 2 with that single. And he said once you get past being starstruck, you realise, and you train alongside them, and you stay with them, and you go on the coach with them and everything else, that they're just people, actually, who just happen to be very good at football. And it's true, isn't it? We forget that sometimes, I think, in this age of celebrity, whether it be cricketers or footballers or film stars, just people, and have to be good at what they do. Nick Gubbins on strike, 44 to him, 113 for 2. Shazad round the wicket, bowls to him, and he drives very nicely through the covers. It's just a repeat of the one that I said about 4 or 5 overs ago, just full and wide outside the off stump, absolutely in the slot. And he just has to make sure that he doesn't hit it straight to a fielder. He just steered it, really. No great flamboyance. Down to long off for 4, 117 for 2. I remember talking to Daryl Mitchell, who's now the chief executive of the PCA, but obviously was captain here at Worcestershire for a long time, and I collaborated with Daryl on his autobiography a few years ago, and we talked about all the different games he'd played and all the different roles he'd had, and how he came from playing village cricket to being captain of Worcestershire and all that sort of stuff. Shazad bowls, Gubbins turns on the onside, no run, end of the over, 117 for 2, so the lead is 161. And he said that in all the time when he played and all the people he played against, the only time that he was ever starstruck, to use his words, was when he played for the MCC at Lord's, and Brian Lara was playing. Lara long retired, but came back to play for the MCC, and Daryl got the chance to bat with him, and he said that's the only time. I was out there and I thought, I am not going to give this away, because Lara was coming in 3 and he opened. He said, I was just desperate to stay in, and he did, and he got a picture of the scoreboard with Lara and Mitchell on the scoreboard, and said, that, and even for a player who played as much cricket as him, to be starstruck like that shows you what had the esteem in which Lara is held. And we are going to get a bit of spin that you wanted. Brett Dolliver is going to have a very occasional outing for his off spin, for his leg spin.
Yeah, exciting. He's going
it would be occasional if it was off spin. Well, he's never bowled that.
Might serve anything up. You never know. This time of day, gone 6:30. Like we said, Thursday's the new Friday. Here is Brett D'Oliveira then from the New Road end. He's going to bowl. He's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Tilak. Here he comes now. A couple of paces and Tilak's forward, and there is no run. Yeah, I always think with any of these celebrities, everyone goes to the toilet, and everyone has a toothbrush.
Yeah.
And everyone needs a toothbrush, and they brush their teeth, and we're all just the same. It's all good. Here is D'Oliveira. Anyway, bowls a full bunger, and Tilak's not going to miss out on that. He whacks it down the ground for 6. Oh dear, you don't want to bowl those to Tilak. You don't want to bowl them to many people, but definitely not Tilak Varma. And, well, he was already, I think, going to be coming down the pitch, but he made that into a nice, juicy full toss and dispatched it. And there's a gentleman to our left-hand side in a blue top and some glasses who's gone and had to fetch that and give it back to Adam Finch. He moves on to 24. Hampshire 123 for 2. Leading by 167 in the evening sunshine here at Worcester. This one is short, whacked, and for 4 from Tilak. That is not going to be in the highlights reel for Worcestershire. A full bunger that Tilak's whacked down the ground for 6, and then a half tracker that he's pulled out to the boundary. And just to add a bit of insult to injury, it's the furthest away part of the ground. So that poor old fielder on the boundary down by the cathedral has had to go and retrieve it from a lamb and flag sign, and oh dear, it's taken a while to
you
get
could
the ball
go there
back.
tonight. You could go to the lamb and flag if
Oh,
you
was that a thing,
turn left out of the White House and go for 5 minutes or so.
Lamb and flag. Here is Tilak pushing this one into the offside. Won't be a boundary, just a single.
It's the BBC, so I will say other pubs are available, but
Oh,
they are a sponsor of Worcestershire at various levels.
Lamb and flag. Sounds a bit more like a band. With a
pub.
lamb and
Good
flag.
pub.
Very good. Excellent. Okay, Nick Gubbins on strike, who has 48, and he just defends this into the onside.
Are you a curry fan?
Yes, well, me and
if
Melinda
you-
Farrell had a curry our first night here.
Well, if you went out of the White House and turned left and walked along the road,
D'Oliveira bowls, and that's another full bunger. This time they're a little bit too low for Nick Gubbins to get any elevation on it. Pushes it out to the fielder at long on, and he moves on to 49, 129 for 2.
end of the over. This partnership is now past 50. The lead's 171. Yeah, come out of the White House, turn left, go along the road, come to the traffic lights, cross over. You will then come along a row of pubs, restaurants, etc. that probably got 5 or 6 options for a curry and 5 or 6 options for a nice drink. And it's good little area called The Tithing, Tything. Well within walking distance of your hotel.
Well, the one.
And you're going away from the town centre there, away from the city centre.
Well, the one I went to me and Melinda Farrell went to on Tuesday night was about 20 metres from the hotel. It
Right,
was lovely.
okay. Yeah.
Big menus.
Lots of good ones. Well, change of ends for Ethan Brooks, who's now on at the Diglis end. I think Worcestershire just trying to get to the end of the day now as quickly as possible, really. But unfortunately, the game is slipping away. 173 behind. I mean, I really do think, as I said, that if Hampshire come in and are bowled in the morning, they could set up a situation where they can bowl Worcestershire out again and win this game. So well have they played today, as this one is pushed out on the offside. And you could say Worcestershire have not played well, but I think that would be slightly harsh in terms of recognising the quality of the Hampshire bowling, which was top draw today, from the start almost. It's not been a good day for the pairs. Brooks bowls and Gubbins on the back foot picks up a single. Good bit of fielding by Jake Libby late in the day. Sliding stop at backward point, jumps to his feet, gets the ball in the air, but no chance of a run out.
Nick Gubbins 50 as well, coming off 76 balls, his third one of the season. Converted one of those into hundreds, but he'll be delighted to have passed 50.
He's played
missing
well,
out in the first innings. Yeah,
he's played well. He's not done anything too extravagant. He's just done the job, done exactly the job that he was required to do when he went out there at the fall of the first wicket. And the fact that we've got no slip in now, Ethan Brooks bowling with a short extra as his only, silly mid-off really, his only close catcher, just kind of recognition of the fact that it's just not happening out there for the bowlers. Tom Taylor in discussion with Kadir Ali, Worcestershire's assistant coach, down on the boundary. There's another man who will be playing in the Birmingham League on Saturday, Kadir Ali. Always plays when he gets a chance, gets a bit of time off from Worcestershire. He'll play for Smethwick in the Birmingham League. As will probably Isaac Mohammed, who Worcestershire's young left-handed opener. He's got 100 for the second team, I think, today. And he's also a member of that side. There's Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins is in behind this and just drops it down on the onside. And a weary looking Ben Allison comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. 130 for 2 then, 174 the lead. And a day which began with high hopes for Worcestershire has rather escaped them. Brooks round the wicket bowls and slightly hurried this time. Tilak, sorry, I think I might have said Gubbins the one before, as he gets in behind that, plays it back up the pitch. The end of the over, so we got 4 left in the day, and I think your time suggestion's probably going to be better than mine.
Oh yeah,
or is it?
I
don't
know.
know.
I said 6:48. You said 6:51. I thought you were going to do the awful thing of going 6:49.
D'Oliveira's carrying on. I think you're going to.
Yeah, I might take this.
Pip it.
I might just about.
How did you know? How did you know that D'Oliveira was going to come on?
I just know these things, you see. And by the way, talking of time, that we mentioned earlier that Ashley Giles and Giles White were having a little. I imagine they're just having a classic Giles catch-up, which they probably have every month just to talk about their names. But that lasted about half an hour, and they've just finished it in front of us. Yeah, Ashley Giles has wandered off
could have been talking about some quite serious stuff, you know.
I prefer the thought of them just talking about the name Giles. As Brett D'Oliveira begins a new over round the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who's on the back foot. Although Ashley Giles has now gone back over to his laptop and he's put an AirPod in, which makes me worried that you don't think he's listening to us, do you? It's going to become very awkward if he now is.
No,
D'Oliveira bowls and Nick Gubbins will think about a quick single into the offside before getting sent back and putting in a dive. Nothing doing in the end. Well, he's not looked over this way, so hopefully he's not listening to us.
I don't think so. He's working. I mean, he and Joe Troman's there, the administrative driving force of this club, work publicly from there during games, so that they're approachable, can be seen to be not hiding away.
Scampered single from Nick Gubbins into the offside, and that'll move the score on to 131 for 2.
And that's good, I think. They get plenty you get plenty of criticism. I think lots of chief executives do, but at least if you're there and you're approachable and you're accessible, then you can't be criticised too much, I don't think. Much better over from D'Oliveira this one. It's only the 3rd time he's bowled in Championship cricket this season.
You could be listening to some music, you know. You could be having a bit of Metallica on, Dua Lipa, something like that. And Tilak pushes this up to the fielder long on, they'll come through for a single. But no, in all seriousness, that is a lovely thing, and that's pretty cool for some fans as well, that you could go and have a chat with not only the CEO but a 2005 Ashes winner nonetheless, in Ashley Giles. Here is Gubbins on the back foot, playing that into the offside. No run, end of the over. 2 overs for D'Oliveira, none for 14. 132 for 2. 3 to go in the day. 2 to go in the day. 3 to go.
174. 176 now, actually, the lead. 176. And Hampshire have batted themselves and bowled themselves, to be fair, today, into position of complete authority in this game, really. Unless things were to go badly wrong. Brooks round the wicket bowls and just dabbed out on the offside by Varma. Just about getting through the day now for these two. Job done, really, if they can make sure they're still together in the morning. Good forecast for tomorrow. A long way back from Worcestershire's point of view. They will no doubt say, if we turn up in the morning and do what we did yesterday again, then we'll be back in it. But that's a big ask to do it twice. I'm interested by Varma, what he's done here, because I'll just explain. After Brooks has bowled this one, which he blocks out on the onside, Brooks tried to catch him out, walk back and turn very quickly to come in, and Varma pulled away, and then Brooks went back again and turned, and so Varma this time did the opposite, and he pulled away again and said, no, you wait until I'm ready, because I am going to go through my little pre-shot routine every time, and I'm not going to be disturbed by you. So it was a bit of cat and mouse. Brooks bowls, Varma turns this on the leg side for a single, and he's well within his rights to do that. But you often see a canny Oldham will often do that in a league game, walking back, turn and try and bowl and catch somebody out. And Varma's basically saying, I'm not having that, and he's just explaining that to Brooks as well. And you don't blame Brooks for trying it either, but not having it, Varma. He needs to go through his ritual. Gubbins all the time in the world to push this one back up the pitch to Brooks. So what have we got? We've got 14 deliveries left in the day for these two in the lengthening shadows to deal with, and very, very much Hampshire's day as Brooks is in round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Varma. Gubbins pushes out into the offside. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. So it began, if you're just joining us, catching up, it began with Worcestershire 187 for 2 overnight. We didn't get underway until 12:30 because of a wet patch on the outfield. Brooks bowls, Varma forward defence, end of the over 133 for 2, and Worcestershire eventually bowled out for just 249, lost 3 for 17 in the 1 hour session before lunch. Sonny Baker finished with 5 for 72. Adam Hose didn't add to his overnight, 82. Other than that, only Matthew Waite's 21 made any impression. Jake Libby, 100 not out, carried his bat, but it was a disappointing demise in the Worcestershire innings. Left Hampshire with a lead of 44, and they've built on it nicely.
Here is Brett D'Oliveira to begin a new over, bowling round the wicket to Tilak. Fair few fielders out on the boundary now. You've got a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg as well. This one a little shorter, a little flatter, and punched off the back foot out to that's Tom Taylor who does the fielding. It long on to our left hand side. Correction, Adam Finch, 61 on his back. Front of that hotel and the sort of reception here. You make your way into New Road as is a little slower and flighted from D'Oliveira, and Gubbins just pushes it into the onside. There's a little bit more control from Worcestershire in the last 10-15 minutes or so. Nick Gubbins, you're interested by this innings from Nick Gubbins. Does he maybe get an edge on that, and is that a drop from Gareth Roderick? Brett D'Oliveira doesn't look particularly happy. I'm not sure if was it just a play and a miss, or did Nick Gubbins get something on that? Regardless, it went through very, very quickly, I think, to Gareth Roderick. Would have been an excellent catch if he had taken it. Here he is once again, round the wicket to Gubbins, who's on the back foot and defending.
Don't know.
Just want to look back on that at the replay. I missed it.
I've seen the replay, I still don't know.
No? Okay. Nothing doing anyway. Half a chance, half a shout anyway from Brett D'Oliveira as Gubbins is on the back foot and punches this to to Matthew Waite at mid-wicket, who sort of dives onto the ball and I think gets sort of stuck between his knees and is having to hobble away rather gingerly. But anyway, end of the over. 41 overs gone in the Hampshire second innings, and 1 over remains in the day. Hampshire 134 for 2.
Wickets in the Test match. India 170 for 6. 2 for Gus Atkinson, 1 for Chris Wokes, 2 for Josh Tongue, formerly of Worcestershire, of course. Brooks round the wicket, keeper standing up, and Tilak just turns this on the leg side for a single. 135 for 2. So 170 for 6 is the India score, and elsewhere Durham have lost to Surrey by 5 wickets. Essex, Warwickshire very much looking like a draw. Warwickshire 452 for 9, still trailing by 150. Brooks round the wicket again, bowls, and forward comes Gubbins, and there's no run. Yorkshire, Sussex. Yorkshire trail by 208 runs, 7 wickets in hand. Sorry, Sussex trail by 208 runs, 7 wickets hand in their second innings. And then in Division 2, no play at Cheltenham today. Kent trailed Leicestershire by 254 with 7 wickets remaining, surely a draw as well. Lancashire need 289 to beat Glamorgan with 7 wickets remaining, as Gubbins plays a lovely shot through mid-wicket. Just had time to get in behind that on the back foot and work it through the gap. Lovely, lovely shot. Goes to 55, Nick Gubbins with that. And so Glamorgan, Lancashire, as I say, Lancashire need 289 and they're 184 for 3 following a Glamorgan declaration. And Derbyshire trailing Northants by 121 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Derbyshire's season just falling away a little bit in the last week or two as Brooks is in and bowls, and forward comes Gubbins and plays that up to mid-on. 139 for 2 then. Hampshire leading by 183 runs, and I think they're in a very, very strong position. They certainly oughtn't to be entertaining any possibility of losing this game, but they could win it. But will they dangle a carrot? Will they give Worcestershire something where they think, well, they're desperate for a win, they've got to go for it? Gubbins plays out on the offside and set Worcestershire something like, I don't know, 360 or something like that.
Yeah. I would love. I really want to think that they will. I really, really do. I can't work it out. I think they will err on the side of caution because, like you said, a loss for Hampshire, a draw is
okay.
A draw is okay.
Gubbins pushes out on the offside.
They won't want a draw. There's no way that they will want a draw.
And that is that, ladies and gentlemen, for this evening. Close of play, 139 for 2. Nick Gubbins has played exceptionally well, I think, in a very understated way. 55 not out. Tilak Varma is also unbeaten at the close. He is on 33. And the pair came together when the score was 76 for 2. And they've added, therefore, 63 runs so far, without much problem for Worcestershire. 1 wicket for Matthew Waite, 1 for Adam Finch. And I'm afraid Hampshire are in a position of great control in this game. I say afraid, I mean that if you're a Worcestershire supporter, then that is the case. It's not been a day that Worcestershire will have enjoyed. It's a day that began with them having some high hopes, but it's not gone their way at all. Hampshire bowled beautifully earlier on today. Jake Libby, the standalone performer with the bat for Worcestershire, really made 100 not out, carried his bat, but excellent seam bowling, particularly from Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott. Baker finishing with 5 for 72. And at the end of day 3 of this game, Hampshire lead by 183 runs. They are 139 for 2 in their second innings. And I would suggest Robbie James, who's been alongside me all day, that it's Hampshire's game to control from here one way or another.
I think that's it. I think it's definitely not Hampshire's game to lose, because we do only have 1 day left in the game. And I'm pretty sure that this wicket isn't going to get any worse, and that 10 wickets could still be very, very tricky to take. You bear in mind that we've seen only 22 wickets across the course of the last 3 days. I know we lost a bit of time in the game, but yeah, hats off to Sonny Baker. We're going to get some reaction from him. That'll be available via BBC Sounds, but tomorrow I would like to think that maybe it's worth tuning in at 11 o'clock to see whether or not Hampshire absolutely go for it in that first hour and then try and put some pressure on Worcestershire with the ball. And equally, if you're a Worcestershire fan, hey, this is a big day tomorrow. If you can maybe get out with it, if you can get out with the draw and then try and just keep it alive for September, then that will of course be something at least. But beautiful day, very much enjoyed it, Frank.
And so have I, Robbie. Been great to have you alongside me, and great to have had you listening and watching throughout the day. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and do join us again tomorrow. We're pretty confident of a prompt start tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and of course we'll be back then to bring you every ball of day 4. Until then, thanks for being with us.